What's going on, guys? Sithis here, back at it with another live stream. How's it going, guys? Anything going good with you guys? Things have been going pretty good with me. You know? Got my character here. We are ready to kick some ass. I'm certainly ready. Let's see if I could get myself a lobby. What's up, Cam?
Hello.
I'm live.
All right.
What's good?
Not much. How about you?
Nothing much. Just hanging out. My Ancap brother. I like saying that.
What'd you say?
My
Like what?
Ancap brother.
Yeah. Something I find like really funny ever since like I was reading this book about like antitrust. So about like and I was reading about like Standard Oil and what happened with them. And so it was very illuminating because before reading it I was already aware like from what I read and heard. Or I watched I remember I think I watched some like videos about it or something. And I read some other things, but it was like basically like that, like the whole thing with Standard Oil, like they well you know this, but like they were never a monopoly, which is a misconception. Oh, what's up?
Hey, what's up, wizard?
Hello there, friends.
It's wizard time.
It's wizard time. I've been missing for quite a while.
I'm glad you're back. You play Grand Theft Auto?
Nah.
No, okay.
It's
Anyways,
good to be
yeah.
back.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Been a shitstorm. You're streaming? You're streaming.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Try not
been a
to say the
shitstorm.
try not to say the forbidden words.
I don't know. It's not, I'm just, there was some personal shit going on, It's just I've been around.
Well, that's good that you're back here. I'm playing Grand Theft Auto. Cam was telling me something about antitrust.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyway, what I read in this book, from this libertarian, like scholar, his name is Dominic Armentano. So he's done a lot of stuff on antitrust. So I was reading his like main book on antitrust, and he did this whole chapter on like Standard Oil, so like the history and the case, like what the justices argued, and why they, their argument for why Standard Oil was like actually a monopoly according to the Sherman Antitrust Act. And it's funny because when he was analyzing, or when he's talking about the history of Standard Oil and how I think it was like in the 1840s they first started refining like petroleum products, and then some decades later Standard Oil comes around. And when Standard Oil was first starting out, and then once they began to gain market share and eventually become the main company or whatever that's providing these petroleum products, the price of, for example, the main thing was kerosene. I don't remember the exact. I think the numbers were something like in the 1860s the price of kerosene is like 30 cents a gallon or something like that. But then I think by the time the 1890s rolls around, which is when Standard Oil is I don't think that's quite their peak. I think their peak is in like the very early 1900s. But by this time, the like late 1890s, the price of kerosene is only at like 6 cents a gallon. And then and I think this holds for like other products that they would sell as well. So this whole idea that like this was a monopoly that like is like keeping the prices high or raising them is just like actually just like completely false. And it's just so like annoying, like because like you see it like when people come in here, like we will talk about monopolies, and sometimes people will like talk about like companies like Standard Oil from that time, and like it's just so obvious that like they have no idea what they're talking about. Like it's just the same like untrue talking point that like is spread around them.
Today I uploaded a TikTok where I was talking about how like I think it's good to destroy the environment, and people were like commenting in my comments like, "You piece of shit! Oh my god, I'll go you."
Yeah, I think I might have seen that.
Now, when I say destroy the environment, I don't mean like the literal like we should just press a button and destroy the whole world, right? Like obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you know, when I say destroy the environment, I mean like what people mean when they say destroy the environment, which is like using it in a way that achieves an end, or transforming it in some way to that it sort of achieves some sort of our end, all right? Like building a house, driving a car, you know.
I think when people hear like destroy the environment, they think like you mean like dump trash into a river, which is like, if you do that, like it's not like I think that's a rights violation necessarily, or that I don't think you would think that, but like I don't think that's what you mean, right?
No,
like, you mean like
no. It depends on who owns the river, I guess, right?
yeah.
But it's kind of I just like to say that because it just to hear people's reactions from it, because it's always kind of funny.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
they
to see the degree of destroying the environment is what sometimes people do not understand. They usually picture landfills and shit like that, which is like, yeah, fair enough. But when we say destroy the environment, we also mean things like quarries, you know, deforesting to like make our farms and housing blocks.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, it's usually not that necessary. You can blame the zoning laws for that, but it is simply a necessity for man to destroy nature to benefit himself. Like, we're not this in literature, this fantasization about the nomads. It's been prevalent since like forever, you know, since like Dances with Wolves, even before Tolkien came up with elves and stuff. You know, that there were fairies living in the woods thousands of years ago. You know, it was folklore, but this fantasization about the noble savages is what really drives this kind of notion that we can live in harmony with nature, which is just a complete fantasy. And it is a fantasy pushed by people who don't understand how the real world works, how safe the environment really is, because we are continuously shaping it to our needs. And this idea that we can live on the top of trees and stuff is just nonsensical.
Yeah, we have to destroy the environment to a certain degree in order to live at all. So
I think this is like a lot of people watched the Avatar, and Zulu says this very aptly. Culture, right, and art is downstream of philosophy, and really points to where the philosophy goes wrong. Is where in Avatar you got the good guys, right, that are connecting with nature and living with what nature provides. And then there's the evil man who comes in and like slaughters them and ruins everything, and it's all So very bleak, and the myth of the overpopulation and all the other stuff. Nobody really seems to notice all of the glaring issues with from the beginning with the movie, and then the philosophy of it all. Because how would men live if not by cultivating the nature around them to suit their needs?
It's impossible. It would be pretty much impossible
Yeah, exactly.
because you can't live without destroying or transforming your environment by to some degree.
There's this there's this song that is very rude, and maybe you get to even play it, from Raka Ali, called what is it called? The World or something like that. I don't know if we can play it for copyright reasons, but let me just find what the song is. And I really fucking like it because he made fun of this rapper who basically loves trees more than he loves people.
If you had to choose between a tree and a human, what would he choose?
Oh, it's called The Earth. Yeah, Raka Raka Ali, The Earth. But yeah, a lot of these people, there was a study recently, I think I discussed it with Mitoxis or somebody in Zulu's court. We discussed this study. Basically, there was a study about priorities and political affiliation. And it was a very controversial study because it divided people into political affiliations, self-reported political affiliations, and found that most people on the left do actually, in fact, value trees and environment over people, family, and friends. And they have an enlarged corpus some part of the brain that's basically associated with herd behavior. So, that kind of points to the myth of the NPC. Not the myth, but like at this point, like an established phenomenon, right? Observation of the NPC, the normie, where people just follow what everybody else does, kind of blindly almost. And so, if the prevalence is okay, well, nature is more important than you, or collective is more important than you, all this Kantian nonsense. And it's like, yeah, well, people are gonna associate with that. And like, as soon as you read Kant and the breakdown of epistemology between like Kant and Hegel and Ayn Rand, right, you immediately notice that there are some very glaring and obvious issues. And so people will read Kant and Hume and call it bullshit, but they will read Schopenhauer and Hume, and Hegel, right, and conclude that, oh yeah, no, this makes more sense, even though their metaphysics and their epistemology is completely the same.
100%. 100%. I agree 100%. I don't really know who Kant is, I'll be honest with you. I was debating this one person and they were like, oh, you got your ideology from Immanuel Kant. And I was like, I don't even know who that is.
Oh yeah, a lot of people believe that Mises and Rothbard got their fundamentals from Kant.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I don't know how much further from the truth you can get, because like Locke wasn't a Kantian, and it's based on Locke, and the epistemology is on a priori truths. It is completely opposite of Kant. It basically says, no, reality isn't just a product of the mind, right? Reality can be observed, and you can reason with it. Kant completely rejects the notion that you can reason with reality. It is in fact Hegel that says that reason is absolute and the only metric to judge reality, right? Well, Schopenhauer, on the other hand, and many of these people do cite Schopenhauer, and people like, what was the guy that came up with the myth of the state? What was his name? Doesn't matter. Anyways,
Nosek?
Yeah, but basically they say that human action as an axiom, right, as a basis of praxeology must have been Kantian because Kant speaks of will to act. And it's like, kinda, but not really. They may have been influenced, but any influence that has been there has been mostly negative.
Babe, I don't even know who Kant is, I'll be honest. So
Well, I mean, okay, so Kant is a Enlightenment philosopher.
Kant.
Kant, yeah. We don't really like him. He was a student of Hegel, right? Or
Hegelian?
Hegel philosophy,
I've heard
right?
that
Yeah,
name before. I know that Marx liked him a lot.
Marx liked them a lot, yes. And Kant basically came up with a rationalization between the then nominalists, right, and the rationalists, where basically he critiqued reason. That was his magnum opus, critique of reason, and in it he basically outlines that no, we cannot never
I hear an
be certain,
airplane.
or we can
There's a
ever.
plane above me. Sorry.
It's okay. I was
But
just wondering. I was like, what the heck?
in essence, yeah, he basically talks about how we can never be certain about our senses because man is fallible. And he draws from that the conclusion that as man is fallible, then so observations of reality can also be fallible, right? So where does consciousness come in, right? Because at the time you have to understand, right, there's this whole argument, right, from Thomas Aquinas about where is God, where is the place of God, why do we believe, do we have a soul, and stuff like that, right? And it all comes down from the moving away from Aristotelian epistemology, and basically says we need to trust Christianity. So how do you become a Christian and basically go out into the world and not observe God, right? And so basically that's where Kant just conceives this primordial consciousness that must have been there. Like, where did the universe begin? Well, it was God. Well, so how was it that God wasn't material and yet he created the universe? He must have been conscious. And that's where the idea that the consciousness must be absolute comes from. At least for Kant, and that's where Kant basically extrapolates. Like, I might be wrong on this, right? Okay, like I might be a little wrong on this. If you best ask Zulu about it, but this is basically the gist, I think, of where Kant basically formulates his whole critique of reason.
What's up with all these state lovers? Why aren't they joining?
Well, we've been here quite a few times, and very, very few people have actually come in here to properly debate. There's a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, it tends to be so with people who support a state.
I think most people who come in don't really have any sort of coherent, what would you call it, like criticisms of the claims we make. I mean, heard a lot of nonsense, to be honest, about like taxation mostly in the state.
Yeah, people don't.
It's pretty crazy, honestly.
A lot of it is, and it is glaringly obvious, especially if you watch some of the debates, right? Some of the streams we did, if you watch them, you can go point by point and realize where these people basically self-contradict on certain notions. Like, okay, theft isn't good, but theft is good sometimes, but not if I don't like it. It's basically the every single flow of these.
Yeah, I really like that I archive these debates. I try to archive as much as I can. You know, I'm not gonna.
Good.
You know what I mean? So I want these to be like memories. You know what I mean? Like.
Memories. Yeah, there was some funny ones. Yeah, there's some really.
There was a pretty. I turned all the funny. I try to find the funniest moments of my debates and turn them into TikToks. But yeah.
Well, I mean, you have a larger following on TikTok.
Yeah.
I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, primarily a TikTok content creator.
Well, I'm mostly a
Yeah.
YouTuber. Well, I would say both, but whatever.
Yeah, no, I agree. But
To carry thy cross. What's going on, man?
Yeah, doing good. How about you, KingSithis? Are you still doing your autistic live stream show?
Yes.
How successful have you been at doing that?
Very.
Very.
Hmm.
Let's see your stats. Let's see your server stats.
I don't know.
The last time I checked KingSithis, right, you're averaging about like less than 50 viewers per stream.
Okay.
Do you remember me, KingSithis?
Not really.
I remember your dog fucking hypotheticals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were pretty interesting, right? I still don't know why you want to like. You kept bringing up this dog fucking hypothetical.
I mean, do you want to go over it or?
I mean, well, that's an Orthodox Christian, right? I'm pretty certain that there is an objective truth in not fucking dogs, right?
Should it be illegal to have sex with pets?
I mean, it depends on. Honestly, I really don't really want to talk about this. So, can we not talk about this?
I'm
You just wanna go
curious
through
because, like,
this, right?
I've got a bad Great Pyrenees, and I'm just kind of.
Can we talk about something else? Do you believe taxation
No,
is theft?
No.
Right,
Let's go
isn't
back-
the Great
let's go back
Pyrenees?
to this. No, do you think that like it should be illegal to have sex with pets?
All right. I'll answer the question, but I want to move on afterwards. Okay, because this isn't YouTube appropriate.
Sure.
Okay. So,
No, like nobody's clipping or anything.
Well, wait,
here.
wait.
dude, I'm
YouTube
not
is
gonna
run by
argue with
YouTube.
you. If I don't want to talk about something and you don't want to listen, then you could get the fuck out. Dead ass. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Dead ass.
I'm cool with that, dude.
Okay, so then I'm not. Then
curious.
don't argue with me. If I say I don't want to talk about something, that's it.
Well, so do you think it
Okay.
should be illegal to have sex with pets?
It depends on whether or not you're the owner. If you're the owner of the dog, you're allowed to do whatever you want with it. Now, like, can we move on now?
Ooh. Ooh.
Whoa.
All right. So, you guys want? What do you else you want to talk about?
I think Johnny B is very interested now, right?
Whoa, bro.
He's talking about. He was talking about. The
I didn't know
Great
this was
Pyrenees,
this
right? So I feel
question
like
would get you
you're-
so hot and heavy. That answer would get you so hot and heavy. But okay.
Jesus Christ.
Clearly you're hot and heavy with everything that's under your control.
So is that it? Is that all you guys wanted to talk about? Dog sex?
Well,
Yeah.
we want to know
Kinda.
about your position. That right? I remember you.
I
having
already
that
answered the
similar position.
question. So are we gonna
I know,
move on, or are we
yeah,
gonna, or do I have to kick you guys from the group room?
Dude,
Whoa.
fuck you, bitch. I'll rape you.
Wow.
Just kick him.
Yeah.
Nobody asked you.
Oh, it's JONNY. Got you. All right. Oh wait, it didn't work.
Ayo.
I think you gave the wrong person, dude. Fuck.
It's Johnny, whatever.
I'm not very good at this.
Johnny,
Anyways.
and- I don't
Hold
know
on.
who else
I have a
there.
question for you to this. I think it. Okay. So with the whole dog thing, like, if you imagine,
Oh my
like,
god, bro! I literally
Oh,
said I don't want. I don't want to
it's
talk
not-
about it, bro.
It's not, no, it's not even about dogs. It's about. It's.
I said I
related,
don't.
But
I literally said I don't want to talk about that right now, bro.
Gotta
What?
bite some bullets, though.
I am willing to, but I just don't want to talk about. I did bite the bullet, but so
No, you answered. That's
I did bite the bullet.
I mean,
Go ahead, Cameron. If since you're just like it's just eating at you, it seems.
okay. Well, I think it's kind of interesting. So, if you have, just imagine some hypothetical world where you just have like a person, right, who has the same like mental capacity as a dog. I guess the first question is like, do you think technically you could own that person if you can
No.
if you can own a dog?
No,
Why not?
because I think that humanity is separate from dogs, and I think
Well,
that's
but
like something species wide.
So you think it's like a species, like you're drawing a line because like of the species.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, because it wouldn't make sense. Because all humans have the potential for awareness.
No, wait. Okay,
Yeah.
We're
okay,
saying
hold on.
this person doesn't though. They're stuck as a dog mentally somehow, and they forever will be that way. So they're basically a dog mentally.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they're a human, right?
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't. What does it matter if they're human if their mind is exactly the same?
Well, because humans, I differentiate between humans. Like, I believe in human rights. I don't believe in animal rights.
I feel like you're kind of drawing an arbitrary line for humans though. Like, what makes humans like inherently like special? Though?
yeah. I mean,
Well,
okay,
because
wait,
I'm a
hold on.
human,
So
and I only
wait,
really care about humans.
wait, okay, so KingSithis, right? Would you call yourself like an atheist or what?
Atheist.
Okay.
I mean,
okay, so
Cameron,
the
then how
atheist
would you justify
position-
it then?
How would I justify what?
So would you let somebody have sex with a dog, a human with a brain capacity of a dog?
Well,
No, and I
okay.
also don't think you get to rape a dog, so I don't have to.
Well,
I'm not biting that.
like
Wait, even if it's someone's property?
Yeah, I don't care if it's their property.
wait, Sithis,
So then wait, are you allowed to eat dogs?
Yeah.
So what do you think is worse, like raping a person or murdering them?
I think murdering is worse, but the reason I draw the line between raping a dog and killing a dog is because I think raping a dog is like cruel, whereas murdering isn't necessary. Killing a dog.
I mean,
is
wait a
necessarily-
minute. What, like, we can burn? I mean, do you think should be illegal to I don't know, like flay a crab alive in order to eat it?
I don't know. Do crabs feel pain?
I don't know.
Yes.
That would change it for me.
Probably, yeah.
I need to.
So wait, have you ever eaten crab legs?
I would have to know. Like, have I ever eaten what?
Crab legs?
No, I don't. I don't eat like. I don't really eat seafood.
Well, I mean, would you eat crab legs?
I don't know. Are crab legs good?
Yeah, bro, they're fucking delicious, bro. I eat them every year. I love that
I mean,
shit.
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so
Why?
basically, like, you boil the fucking crab alive.
Well, again, like I don't like. What are crabs like? What is their capacity for like? Are they
Also, we
sentient?
torture
Like,
animals for experiments too.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Well,
For instance, like mice, we do a lot of experiments on mice.
Can I engage with this really quick, Cameron?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're an atheist, which like would be like an inference point that you believe with absolute certainty that God doesn't exist.
Well, I don't really know for certain.
But you're agnostic then, not
I guess you
atheist.
could say that, yeah.
No, atheist
Okay,
means
okay.
without belief.
Yeah,
I do not
yeah.
believe in the nonsense you say.
You can be an agnostic
atheist. Well, either way, right? So, well, okay. If you adhere to like an atheist position, right, or agnostic position, you must like. I would probably say that there is a good chance that you probably adhere to some belief that humans are animals, correct?
No, humans are not merely animals.
Well, how they're not animals, right? If you believe in evolution, which we evolved from, say, like something like monkeys,
There's nothing
right?
to
What is a monkey?
believe with evolution.
How is there nothing to believe?
No. What does your religion have to do with anything? Why are you?
Well, no, I'm talking about epistemology, right?
You are. No, you're not talking
You know,
about it.
you know what epistemology is.
You don't know
right?
what epistemology
No.
is. No, you're not.
Dude, what is epistemology? What is it?
You don't know what you're talking
Also,
about.
I'm talking to you, to KingSithis, right?
I'm talking to
Wizard.
you. Yeah, okay, and I'm responding. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about epistemology values, right?
Humans
If
are
you
not
have a
animals.
belief.
Humans are not
What?
animals.
Okay, so humans
not
are not. Okay, so are you?
Humans
Okay,
are not
so
animals.
wizard, right? Was I
Can
talking to you before, or
Can animals
what?
think?
What can
Can they
animals
form
think?
concepts?
Humans are.
I mean, monkeys can form
Humans are not
concepts
merely
and
animals.
beliefs. Are monkeys animals?
Well,
No,
I would say
monkeys
we
are
are
not.
animals. We're just intelligent animals.
Monkeys have
No.
complex grieving rituals.
Concept formation. Monkeys
They
do
have
not
elaborate
have
tools and
concept
problem
formation.
solvings. They can describe dreams
Problem
using
solving is
language.
not concept formation.
So dreams.
language
So
of-
like describing dreams using hand language
Yeah,
is a
with their
concept.
creature, to be
Uh,
clear,
actually,
you're the
uh,
only
animal.
person-
Animal,
Like, you're setting up
Wait, guys,
this very
we're all
bizarre,
talking at the
arbitrary
skies.
requirement.
We are all talking at the same time. Let's not do that, please. Go ahead, Carrie.
All right. So like my question to you is this, right? To you, KingSithis, right? Is that do you adhere to some level of belief that humans are animals?
Well, I think we're animals, but I think we're intelligent animals.
So we're well. What's the distinction between an animal and an intelligent animal? Is it just like what Wizard said?
Well,
like
one is intelligent, and the other one is not.
Well, what's the arbitrary requirement for intelligence to you?
That's arbitrary.
There's I'm not really much. I'm not really really well read in this subject, so I'm just gonna give you my basic answer, which is that that us humans, all animals are beings with a brain, have some level of intelligence, and humans' intelligence is much way beyond the capabilities of any other animal, as far as I could tell, which sort of puts us in a different category to other animals, as in we are able to understand our actions, make our own choices, think through our choices, and also understand the ramifications of those choices, whereas like in animals they can't really do that.
I mean, orangutans have shown that they can do that, right? Using extensive studies.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
What do you mean you don't believe
So,
that? Wait,
okay, so
now
wait,
you
I'm gonna
have
ask you a
the
question. Hold on, let me
belief-
ask you a quick question. So let's say an orangutan were to stab you. Could you take that orangutan to court and have explain to it why it was wrong and have it understand what it did wrong?
The Singapore courts actually did do that.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
You don't believe that? Here's an article.
But
Yeah,
that's
yeah, Star
the
Dog,
same
Star
reason
Dog, right.
it applies to retards too, right? Like you,
Yeah.
Well, retards are humans, so.
Yeah, because orangutan was actually charged with murder.
Oh,
it was
okay.
executed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No
It was
way.
found guilty. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it understood what it did wrong.
Yes. Yes,
Wow.
because the
Yeah,
orangutan
100%
deliberately
it said, "I'm
planned
sorry."
out and premeditated an attack. So therefore, right, did the orangutan meet your arbitrary requirement of an intelligent animal?
No, because I don't believe what you're saying.
So refusing to believe that doesn't really sound like this. Your epistemology is like all over the place, right? Because before you said that you're agnostic about these things, but now you're saying you're certain that these things cannot exist, right? Correct.
No, I said I don't believe what you're saying is true. I'm not.
So you're saying that would you believe? So wait, hold on. So you're saying that, so if I were to drop an article that will completely validate my story, would you then believe it?
I would have to read through that article and figure out whether or not it's true. I mean, just because you drop an article, so I could drop an article that says God isn't real. Are you just gonna believe it?
I mean, if it has
Obviously not,
evidence,
dude. Obviously not. You're gonna have to read through it and figure out whether or not I'm correct or not, right?
Can you put the article in the side chat? I'm curious.
I mean, you could send it.
Yeah,
and I'll look at it, but I mean, I'm not just gonna take your your word that an orangutan somehow is able to understand what it did wrong and explain and able to articulate that. I have no idea how that would even be possible.
Yeah, that sounds kind of crazy.
I'm not sure how you can even communicate with an orangutan in the first place.
there are interpreters that can do that.
Yeah,
Orangutan interpreter.
an orangutan interpreter. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was orangutan interpreters.
What do they do?
Yeah, how do they talk to the orangutan? What do they?
I don't fucking know, dude. Probably sign language, maybe.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at. Right? Is
I
that
don't believe that orangutans can actually learn sign language.
chimpanzees and other primates that are relatively close to like human.
Yeah, that's not
capacity
true.
Wait a minute, that's not true.
Yeah, they believe they proved even what's his name, a very famous linguist. What's his name? Neil. Noam Chomsky. He actually refuted the whole idea that a chimp is able to understand language, or and there's many documentaries that prove that the main chimp that they use as an example for learning sign language was completely fake.
I'm dropping
So
the
no.
first study. Right.
Yeah, and chimpanzees can't learn sign language. It's impossible. They are not able to. They don't have the mental capacity to understand language.
There's a video right now of a chimpanzee learning sign language. Wow. From the 1970s.
Yeah, it's fake. Yeah, it's fake.
This is
They
a-
lied.
Okay,
They
hold on,
lied.
hold on,
They lied.
Hold on. So,
You're
so
talking
you
about
don't think
Coco,
Noam
right?
Chomsky
You're
is
talking about
lying?
Coco,
Hold on.
right?
Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on.
You
You
talking about
said with
Coco the
absolute
chimp?
certainty. No.
The dude's a linguist.
So my buddy, my good friend Zeppy, right? Nim Chimpsky, right?
Yeah,
So he
I don't think
posted
you're
an
talking about Chomsky. I think you're talking about Chimpsky. And
No,
Chimpsky,
Noam
if you actually
Chomsky.
look at the-
Noam Chomsky.
Wait. Look at
He was
Nim
a famous
Chimpsky.
linguist.
Yeah, and Nim Chimpsky was named for him. He was apparently a study chimp to determine whether or not they can learn ASL, American Sign Language. Right.
Yeah, and they lied.
And you may be thinking of Nim Chimpsky, not Noam Chomsky.
No, you're wrong.
Here's-
Noam
here's,
Chomsky, the
here's-
linguist.
Okay, dog. Okay, I have a quick question, right? So, first you said something with you said something with like uncertainty, right? That God may or may not be right. But now you're saying with certainty regarding something that, in spite of now,
I don't believe. I don't believe that your evidence is true. Correct.
Piece of knowledge.
Yeah, just because you post something in the side chat that says a monkey can speak a language does not mean I'm just going to automatically believe it.
No.
So if I posted hold on, to carry the cross, if I posted a thing in the side chat that says evolution is 100% true, are you just going to agree with it automatically because I posted it in the side chat?
I can probably pull up.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Well, wait a second. Hold on.
That's not what I asked you.
Hold on.
Do I need to restate? Hold on. Do I need to restate the question for you, or wait? Do I need to restate the? Wait. Do I need to restate the question for you?
Are you sure you want to do that? You only have one viewer watching, right? And that's probably me, right? So
it doesn't matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter. No,
it's not going to bail. It's not going to bail you out of this argument that you're failing to give.
No, you're failing to give the argument right now.
Okay, so I asked you a very simple question. If I posted that evolution is 100% true in the side chat, you would just believe it because I posted in the side chat?
I would probably read it, right?
No, so you wouldn't just believe it out. You wouldn't. Okay, got you. Okay, got you.
Right.
So you wouldn't just believe it out of nowhere.
But I would still engage with it, right? I would not outright deny it, like how you did, right? You said that you did not believe, right? You said that with certainty, right? You did not even say, "Oh, wow, that's an interesting piece of information. Thank you. Right. I'll use that knowledge to better myself and learn from that."
I'll look at it later then. Right? How about that?
That's epistemology 101, right? That's how I was getting at. Is that you have no opinion. That's what I was getting at this entire time. With your beliefs.
Okay, Mr. I think
please check your DMs.
Is it possible for a chimp to understand sign language or learn sign language?
All right, Wizard, you wanted to ask me something, right? Earlier, or was it in relation to what we were just talking about here?
No, I don't think I have anything further after this hilarity. I think that I'm done.
Okay.
I actually started reading the Nim Chimpsky article, Stink, and I think that Sithis might be right on this one.
I am right.
Really betray me at this?
I am right. Of course I'm right.
It says this pattern of learning, where signs were used mainly as tools to obtain rewards, suggests that Nim did not acquire the complexities of grammar or syntax, which are central elements of the human language. This finding strongly supports Noam Chomsky's theory that humans are biologically predisposed to learn language in a way that is fundamentally different from animals who lack this innate linguistic ability. But dude,
Thank
Riley,
you so much.
Well, you shouldn't rub
Well,
it in, right?
Well, yeah.
Oh, what? You guys were acting like I was so fucking crazy that I said I don't think a chimp can understand sign language. You guys were looking at me like, oh my god, Sithis.
Well,
That's just such a baseless. That is such a
Sithis.
Sithis. That is such a baseless and ridiculous claim to assume that a chimp can't understand sign language, and then I was not assuming at all. I saw a documentary on it.
Yeah, you said
no, I did not. I literally, and I named the person who said it was false.
Let's rewind your stream, right?
Whatever.
You said,
did I or did I not say? Did I not name? Wait, stop. Did I? Listen to me. Did I not?
Is it not?
I did say I didn't believe it, but I'll explain why I said that. Did I not name the person who said that it was incorrect, and I agreed with him because he was a linguist? That was literally his. Okay, and who was the person? Who was the person that he literally just named? Right, that proved that it was incorrect.
Yeah, Noam
Chomsky. Okay, I'm done. All right,
okay,
now we're moving on.
Okay. Just because two negatives do not correlate to a positive.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Okay, so you were proven to be so in this brief moment, right? As soon as
can they understand the language?
Proven to be correct.
No. You were just proven false. You were just proven false.
I wasn't proven false, right?
Yes,
all it just said is that his
language requires
was supported, right? All it just said is that Noam Chomsky's theory can still be asserted positively. Do you not know your basic science? Do you not know your science?
Bro, you just got blown out, bro, by your own friend.
You don't know science. You don't know shit.
No. Zeppy, stop out.
Shut the fuck up, Will.
Hold on, guys. Carrie. Let's hear. Wait, Carrie, please. I don't want to kick anyone out or do anything like that. So let's just go one at a time. All right, from here on out. Wizard, go ahead.
Language requires a very specific thing to be formed, right? Formation of language hinges on the fact that you need to be able to form concepts. It is inherently tied to concept formation. Concept formation is a concept of a thing. It's a ball, right? A ball is a round-shaped object that you can identify, right? So we make language to communicate these concepts with each other. It is an idea inside your brain, right? Inside your mind that you have to formulate, right? Some kind of understanding of the world around you and then communicate to the rest of the tribe. Animals are perfectly 100% of the time, other than humans, incapable of doing so. They never do it, they never will. Why? Because they cannot form a single concept, right? That is the criteria of intelligent versus non-intelligent. It is not arbitrary in any way whatsoever, right? It is a formation of a concept that you can then formulate and pass on. That is what we qualify as intelligence, right? So animals do not have rights because animals are not intelligent beings. A lion doesn't go after a gazelle thinking, I'm hungry, I want a gazelle today, or maybe I'll go eat a fucking, hippopotamus or some one vulnerable animal. He doesn't think that.
Well, we weren't talking about lions, right?
It has
we're talking about chimpanzees.
Reactions, physical reactions inside of its head, right? Primal, completely instinctual reactions, right? That is instinct. It reacts instinctively to hunger, to prey. It doesn't cultivate. It doesn't think about the future. It doesn't formulate concepts of what it's hunting.
Yeah, I actually just asked ChatGPT. Don't mean to cut you off, but so I asked ChatGPT's what chimps cannot understand. They cannot understand complex labor. They don't grasp past tense, future tense, conjunction, or other word order rules, abstract concepts. No,
I'm sorry to
no
tell you
understanding,
this,
no understanding
right?
of.
But I
Hold
just
on,
asked
hold on,
ChatGPT
hold
if I
on,
can rape you, and
hold on,
ChatGPT said yes. What
hold on.
about that now?
Can you wait?
What
Wait.
about
I
that
didn't.
now?
Hold on. Don't interrupt
ChatGPT
me.
said yes.
I don't want to
You
kick
can
you
rape
out of here, bro. I
KingSithis.
don't want to kick you out of here,
And
but
it
you
also
must
called
allow
you a
me to
nigger,
finish.
right?
Whoa, don't do that, bro. Don't do that,
Whoa,
dude. Don't,
whoa.
bro. Just when I thought he was a cool guy, he had to be an asshole. Wow, that's just great.
Guys, please, one at a time.
No,
Right, let's
I'm
get in.
kicking him out. And I have him muted anyway, so he whatever he says, I can't even hear him. Anyways, to continue what I was saying, they can't understand justice, morality, economics, ownership, time.
Yeah, no, I mean, when he started going off when the chimps went to court, and that was hilarious. That's all you need to know, really. Their chimp repented, I guess, and that's like okay.
Once he
I don't
started
know what
saying,
really-
once he started saying the no words, it was all right. That's it. Get out.
Well, I mean, that too. But when every time somebody mentions fucking atheism or something like that, like that has any merit, you know? Like,
I
you
am
know.
curious though. Do you apply these entitlements or rights to other? Where would you apply them to other hypothetical intelligent beings with comparable intelligence?
Yeah.
Yes, if they were capable of argument.
Chat
Yeah.
said it's okay to rape
Like
you.
if
Sure.
so, if you imagine a scenario where there's this alien race that can communicate with us, they can cooperate, right? The key thing is that you need to be able to cooperate, right? Because then the whole concept of rights falls apart, because rights are basically what other people cannot do to you. So if it's an alien race that can cooperate with you, they can reason and argue, right? Then
Chat
yeah, they do
GPT said
have
it's
rights.
okay to rape you.
But if it was like a vampire scenario, right, where you have these intelligent beings that basically need to kill you to survive, right? Well, they're your natural enemies, you know. They like
Chat GPT said it's
In
okay
which
to rape
case
you.
you could have like a mutual disrespecting of rights, right? In such a case,
well, it
right?
needs to be possible. But if they need to kill you to live, they need to eat you to live, right? Then it isn't possible. Like we cannot grant rights to like cows and cats and whatever, right? Because we eat them to live. We are predators. We are their predators, right? We don't need to cooperate with them. Our cooperation with cows is them being cattle.
Also, we can't cooperate with animals. They are not living beings that can understand the ramifications of their actions.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if they could, right? If it was like a vampire situation where
okay, got
they
you.
need to eat us to live, and we like, even if they could choose not to, right? Like, a vampire could go to you, oh well, I'll be nice to you, I won't eat you unless you let me, right? At some point, he will have to eat you or he will die, right? And
yeah,
that
I mean,
is
there are comparable like real life historical situations to right, like the Spartans, for example, exploited the Helots. They didn't respect them, right? That as human beings, they exploited them for their labor, and they would actually practice, right? Like they would practice
but
their
they
martial prowess on them.
they had
So-
the capacity so law, right? A law deals with potentials, right? So the potentials of these outcomes, right? In law, right? In ethics, law is just a subset of ethics. So in law, right? When we deal with these potentials, there was a potential for cooperation, right? That is like potential for cooperation and reason, right?
And you're saying just
fundamental-
that potential means that you should respect them and their rights? Because I'm telling you that in this
Yes.
scenario, they were unwilling to treat the Helots like humans.
Yeah, they
right?
were unwilling.
Okay,
to,
there's
but
a
that doesn't
difference.
mean
Hold on.
that
There's a
ethical.
difference between being unwilling, right, and having a potential. So, for instance, I have the potential to
I
have sex
understand the
with a
difference
woman,
conceptually.
right?
No, I understand the difference conceptually.
Okay.
Right? Like you don't need to impress that upon me. What I'm saying is that if it is the case that they possess the capability, but they are completely unwilling, then that is right. Like in effect, the same thing as the vampire scenario where they're
Yeah.
incapable of, right? Because
No.
in effect, they are
No.
both exploiting you.
If they aggress
Right.
against you, if they done something aggressive against you, then you're allowed to retaliate against them.
And that's what I'm saying, Sithis. I'm saying in such a scenario, in both scenarios, you don't have to respect the aggressive party and their rights if they're unwilling to respect your
Yeah,
own.
but that's if
right?
they're aggressive. But if they're non-aggressive, then you must respect their rights.
So you do understand what the point that I'm making, right?
Of course, yes.
The Spartans were in effect vampires, even if they were capable of cooperation, they were unwilling. So they were de facto parasites who wanted to exploit you, right?
There is a thing of aggression, right? So aggression is the initiation of force against somebody, right? It's the initiation of conflict. That's what we mean when we say aggression, right? It is not a vampire situation because Spartans wouldn't have died. Like, when I say die, I mean literally you have this chicken in front of you, and if you don't kill it and eat it right now, you will starve and die. That's what I mean when I say vampire situation, right? But Spartans, right, were in a different situation. Completely, right? Because they're both human. They didn't eat their opposition.
Spartans?
Yeah, Spartans, yeah. So Spartans, in this case, were just the aggressors.
Right.
Yeah,
Are we talking about like a historical example right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll fill you in. You may not be aware of this, right? Like I'm saying that they were essentially parasites or vampires, even if they could grow their own food, and even if they didn't need to exploit the people that they exploited, they still did. And
you're talking about the state right now, bro.
No, wait. I'm making a clear. We need to make a clear distinction. When I say vampire situation, what I mean is
they're incapable of doing anything.
You will literally die. You will starve to death. Spartans were not in that situation because Spartans
I understand the difference.
What he's trying to say is that the people there were not willing to work with them, so they were basically aggressors. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, they were basically vampires.
So what Wizard is trying to say is that Wizard is trying to say is that they were people, and until they aggress, you treat them as so.
But if they have this recurring pattern of aggression, because that's what they did. Periodically, they would go and they would start attacking the Helots. Right? You should look up the Helots and their situation.
We believe in defensive fight. We believe in defensive fighting only. We don't believe in invasions.
You could have a counter offensive in response to offensives, right? Like if they've attacked you in the past and they've shown no sign of ceasing, then you can attack them back, and you cannot respect. And you choose to not respect their rights. That's all I'm saying. Right?
It's still right. Okay. So it's not vampirism. I want to be clear about our terms here. There's a necessity right here to be clear about the terms, because it is different. This is basically the scenario where somebody is promising they will aggress upon you, right? So they will not respect your right. That is a different kind of scenario, where yes, you can take defensive act. Like if there is a gang of raiders preparing to raid your house and they're promising you, hey, we will raid you as soon as you go to sleep, right? Then yes, going in there, right, disarming them or fighting them or whatever, right, would be a defensive action, right? But they're the aggressors. They're not your. They don't explicitly need to kill you to live, right? So that's just, we need to be clear about the terms. If you have legitimate reasons to believe somebody is not, right, something you could prove, right? That's the potentials, right? If the potential is there for them to not respect your rights, right, or they're making a promise that they won't, right, then it is purely defensive action.
Wander, I haven't seen you in a while. Anyways, we believe in the NAP, so if somebody initiates force against you, you have the right to retaliate.
Okay, and you should read what I'm posting. And like I said, right, like I do understand the essential difference here, right? I know that there was right a capacity from the Spartans to not do this, and so it wasn't essential or necessary, right? I just think that this is like the closest historical sort of analog to vampirism, right? And if you read what I posted, you might think so too, right? Because
Well, I mean,
the Spartans
they-
were essentially parasitic, right? Like on
yeah,
this host.
parasitism, yes.
Yeah.
But which, yeah, no, I agree. But the initiation of conflict here is on the Spartans. The point is, right? The very point of the law is like potentials. They didn't need to, but they did, and that's what makes it bad, right? The initiation, it's always bad. The non-aggression principle.
And in both cases, whether it be with vampires or with Spartans, you don't have to respect their humanity when they don't respect yours.
Yes.
When they're treating you as like a population that they can just subjugate and prey upon, then you don't have to respect any
Right?
of their
Yeah. Rights are exclusively cooperative. Rights are exclusively a cooperative thing. And the NAP provides you rights so long as you do not violate the NAP.
Though, if someone does violate the NAP, would it be wrong to like torture them, mutilate them, rape them?
Well, it depends on what they did to you. Whatever they
Okay.
did to you, you're allowed to do back to them.
Hey, this is like on an individual basis and not like a group or collective
Yes.
The
basis.
individual. There's no. Yeah, we don't believe in collective responsibility.
Retribution.
Yeah, or
Right.
restitution.
Kind
Hey-
of like a bounty system. Like somebody
So
can enact it on
you can rape a rapist, but if a rapist rapes a member of your family, you can only rape that rapist and not a member of their family.
Well,
No, because what the member of the family do?
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you.
But I highly doubt. I highly doubt someone's gonna want to rape their rapist, though. I don't know.
I'm not saying that I operate by this principle, by the way, right?
I know.
I don't even think it's right to rape a rapist back necessarily, right? I'm just trying to figure out like.
I mean, if
this
they don't
works.
want to get raped, then maybe they shouldn't be raping.
Well, I mean, it's a forfeiture of because what you're basically doing is when you rape somebody, you're forfeiting.
You're right not to
They're-
be raped.
No,
Is it
you're
just
forfeiting
is
your
it just
control
your
over your
right
body.
not to be raped? Like,
Yeah,
like,
by
to
that
be-
person.
No,
You
but
are-
just no. Do you, what I'm asking is like, can I kill that person in response? Can I torture them in response?
Yes.
Yes.
Do they essentially just forfeit all of their rights the moment
Well,
they do that?
you can't really torture them, but yes, you can, because you cannot indefinitely forfeit something, right? But when you violate someone's right to personal property, in this case, the right to their own body, right? You have forfeited your own, right? So yeah,
Forever.
you can go and kill them.
Henceforth,
Well, not forever, but up to what
Not
they
forever.
did to you.
So you cannot
You could
really
pay
torture
back.
them forever
Like
until
if
the
you
end of
if
eternity.
you
like a
violated someone's
restitution.
rights, like say let's say you steal something from somebody and then you pay your restitution and then you vow not to do it again. Then I mean obviously you're gonna have that on your record, but no people aren't just gonna go up to you and stab you
but
for the
that's
rest of
just,
your
like,
life.
Some private entity that records it, right? Like there's no like governing body that reports it essentially, right?
As in, there's no criminal. No, I don't think it's a good idea to allow a criminal organization to record whether or not people committed crimes or not.
Okay.
Personally,
Well, I mean, see, look, it used to be village chief. You have a community of people that will stand by you or against you in this case, right? Depending on what you did, right? So, you have natural law, but the enforcement of said law, right, comes down to the community that you live in. So that is the whole purpose of you justifying certain actions, right? The whole purpose of law is to live in society and for society to operate, right? And society is basically a lot of individuals cooperating. And if you want to keep cooperating, right, when certain issues arise, Well, you need to know who is wrong and who is right, and how do you know that? Well, you establish ethics. And the natural law is basically establishing ethics from a natural standpoint, an objective standpoint. Just
nap.
knowing what is right and wrong.
I took a nap earlier today too.
If I have immense wealth and resources, can I essentially just get away with anything as long as I pay restitution?
No.
No, I mean you can't murder somebody. If you murder somebody, then they're gonna murder you.
Or
They
or
can,
just
mean,
pay
you'll
off
get the.
their
If you murder
family.
someone, you get the death penalty. If you pay someone to murder somebody, you get the death penalty. Like you're gonna die. There's only so
Well,
much you can do before they'll kill you.
No, but who
Courts.
determines courts? Courts? Private
Mhm.
courts?
Mm-hmm.
And that can be anybody.
Or I mean,
Private-
I wouldn't say. Well, they are private courts, but I would say non-criminal courts. Whereas a state would be a criminal, would be a mafia style court essentially. It's a
Is
court
there-
run by
is
a
there
criminal
law-
organization.
Is there like a law of the land that applies to everyone?
NAP,
Like in this?
the non-aggression principle.
Natural
Okay,
law.
that's no, but that's way too simplistic, right? Like, is there like a code, right?
That applies to every situation. Where does the NA plea not apply?
It just doesn't.
Do not
seem-
initiate force.
It's not comprehensive.
It is. It's super comprehensive, bro. Trust.
Okay.
What is it not? What do you think it would not cover? Just like give me an example.
I'm just saying it doesn't lay out like procedures for like any particular crime, right? Like that in that sense, it's not comprehensive, dude. Right? Like it doesn't.
That's what the courts to decide.
Yet courts that are like private courts that could perhaps
Yeah,
have
non-criminal. Yeah,
very-
ones that are not
like-
run by criminal entities.
They're very like with extreme variation in terms of their interpretation of the NAP, right? Like huge.
That's why
potential, right?
it's better to have multiple courts with different procedures, whereas opposed to having one monopolistic criminal organization forcing everybody to pay into it, and they have the final say on everything, whether you like it or not.
At least it's uniform and it has consistent
someone-
results.
Consistently
Well-
bad results.
Well, it would still be consistent compared to like all of these private entities. They would. They would
Wow.
have guidelines.
I don't
and-
think
and they
they're.
would
I
be
don't think
far
the
more
government's consistent at all. They change their laws all the time, and they add new
It-
laws all the time.
Do you think it would be more or less consistent
Less.
than all of these different private
Less.
entities that have their varying interpretations
They can have
of the
the
NAP?
companies can
Well,
have
there are
the
no very.
companies can have standardization as to how they deal with different how they settle disputes in different situations. You know, that's not impossible.
There is very little up for debate when it comes to natural law as to what is and what isn't a crime.
Mm-hmm.
What a punishment is supposed to be is completely separate,
Yeah.
right? But if you really want to go into that, I recommend Liquid Zulu. He's one of the best contemporary philosopher. And
Hell yeah.
jurists on the
That guy's
matter.
dope.
And you can look him up right now, Liquid Zulu. He's on YouTube, has a lot of videos.
There's also
But-
another guy. His name is Stefan Kinsella. He has a book called Law and Punishment or something like that.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one's pretty good.
But yeah, that is a different. There's a different subject of what a punishment should be as opposed to what a crime is. While the state by edict, right, says what a crime is.
Mm-hmm.
And if you leave it up to the state, basically, any and all laws and justice itself will be perverted in the state's favor, because the state is the final arbiter and juror and executioner of all of its edicts.
I mean, it may be
alright,
it may
so-
be
so
quote
a
unquote
murderer-
consistent, but I would say again they're consistently bad.
A murderer is sentenced to life. How is this in the state's favor?
Not all the time.
Okay. Well, can you give me examples of how things are ruled in the state's favor?
Eminent domain.
Okay, that's a fair example. But between like he seemed right, or at least the sense that I got from him was that in most of these cases.
Hey, wait, we and you had a
essentially
conversation
sentenced-
before, right? I remember we had a talk before a long time ago. Sorry, I'm just remembering it.
You and I have had many a discussion.
Yeah.
We've had many a discussion, right? Like I've spoken to you, I've spoken to taxation is theft,
I'm better.
right? Oh, that guy's very candid about things that he probably shouldn't be candid about, right?
Yeah, he's a no. I love taxation and stuff. He's my bro, but yeah, he's very comfortable letting certain things out. You know, he's he's a very open book kind of guy. It's just very okay with telling
like,
people.
Yeah, I went to Thailand and she was a she-male that I had sex with. And it's like, dude,
Whoa, bro.
Why are you telling us this? What the hell?
Yeah, he's a very open guy. He's not ashamed.
Yeah, but do you know shame could be a good thing?
Sometimes,
That's,
yeah.
right?
That's sometimes my yeah. And, yeah. Anyways, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
This is like a different discussion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you were.
I'm back.
And this isn't meant to be insulting at all, right? But like, your ideas are essentially outside of like the sphere of respect of what's considered respectable politics, right? Essentially, right? Like you are more libertarian than the Pauls, right? Like you are right. like my God, right? Like.
Well, thanks
So
for
much so
such
that
the
you
flattering words. My God, that's such nice
can't,
words.
like, you can't really participate in politics with your ideas, right? Like, or maybe you can, like, but like not really because you're never like. And this isn't me. Like,
I don't personally. Like some libertarians they argue like if you're voting to reduce the state, that's not a bad thing, or you're voting for somebody who is better than somebody that's worse.
I'm assuming your reasoning is, but this is like a lesser of two evils type shit. I don't even want to participate in this like bullshit system, right? Like I'm assuming that's how you approach it. Like, dude, right? Like, and I feel this way about like people with like quote unquote radical politics, and radical not in the sense of like I'm not shitting on your politics. I just mean radical.
Don't worry, I get what you're saying. I'm not offended. I know what you're saying.
Right, like dude, like you're essentially self-exiling yourself from politics.
Good.
With these views that are probably not going to be like realized, right? Like
they've been realized. They're being realized.
They're
really not going to be not realized. They're not going to be realized if I don't try.
But they're likely not going to be realized regardless of whether or not you try, right? Like that's
not true. If I don't try, if I don't go out there, if I don't change minds, which I have, if I don't at least put anarcho-capitalism in the forefront, then people, it's not going to, I'm not going to help anything. Yeah, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
No, but I'm thinking you're raising the dial, perhaps, for like of an Ancap stamp, like coming into fruition or materializing from like 0.015% to maybe 0.02%, right? Which is like a huge, actually pretty big, right? But still, it's like very, to me at least, right? Like it just seems very unlikely that would ever occur.
Yeah, but you could say that about like a lot of ideologies, right? Like.
Yeah, like a lot of radical or like quote unquote fringe, as in like outside of the realm, right? Like, I don't have to explain that.
Not
right?
most people. Most people don't believe in it.
Yeah, and it's just like, right? You're just like.
Are you asking me like why try? Why even try? Are you trying to black pill me right now, bro?
Well, I'm saying that a radical socialist should just become a sock dem. Right, and like an Ancap should just become like a normal libertarian, right? Who just like tries to deregulate and reduce the state, right? If you want to, like that's.
I'm not against that.
Huh?
I'm not against that.
Yeah, that's honestly what I think is like the best that you'll ever really achieve, right? Like,
well, the thing is, right? There are people who already do that. There are tons of people who are libertarian, right? And they talk about deregulating and this and this and that, right? But if I just say just deregulate, then I'm not fully being honest, because I don't just believe in just deregulating. I believe in abolishing. So, you know, it's so, but the thing is, right, I do, that doesn't mean I don't work with people who try to deregulate, right? I do think that you should vote for people who strive for freedom. And
so you do participate, which is good. I think you should, right? Like, I thought I was under the impression that you didn't, because, right, like, none of it was like what you wanted, right? Like, I know that there are far leftists who refuse to like vote because we don't have a Labor Party, for example, right? And I just figured that you were kind of on the opposite end of that. Right?
I would say that vote for whom you think is going to be best for to lead to your system, right? Because this is how I look at it. And Liquid Zulu, he actually has like a really good argument, which is essentially, and he said it in his newest video, right? Where libertarians, we need to be libertarian Stalinists or Leninist or whatever his name is, which is basically the idea that they were a small percentage of the parties, right? But because they were in the middle of two larger parties, whom they voted for mattered a lot. So basically, they said, oh, we're not going to just vote for one side. We're going to vote for the side that supports what we want, right? And we will change our vote if you don't support what we want, because we'll support your opposition. And that's a huge chunk of the people who would support you now going to the other side. So then that's basically us coming in and being like, okay, well, if you want our votes, you need to get fucking Ross out of prison, right? And we did that. The libertarians did that. We told Donald Trump at the Libertarian Convention, he came and he said,
was that
we're
a huge
gonna
victory getting Ross Ulbricht out of prison? Was that like huge for you guys? Like,
it's pretty big,
like,
bro. Listen, on the grand scheme of
victory?
things, I know for you it may not be that big, but us libertarians never get wins. So for us to get a win at all, for us it's like, holy cow, like that's really good. So to
that is
me,
mostly symbolic, right?
yes, it's good. It's good for us. And what I'm saying is, right, we were like a part of, we're not going to vote for you, Trump, if you don't do this. If you don't vote for us, he was basically making concessions to us. He's like, we're going to put a libertarian in our cabinet. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that too. You know, making concessions to us if you vote for us. And if we get bigger and we become that middle party, I think we could do a lot of good. The Libertarian Party.
Yeah, because I don't think the Republicans are doing enough for you guys.
No, and then we'll pull our support, and we'll maybe we'll support somebody else, or say we're gonna vote for the opposite party, or just put our votes for, you know. I don't think we should vote for a libertarian president, because I think voting for a libertarian president is throwing your vote away. Personally.
So you're gonna vote for a Republican who's probably not gonna.
Well, I'm not gonna. I don't vote personally, because I feel like it's a waste of time. But for those who do vote, you have to vote for who is most closest to your ideology. And obviously, like, the Republicans would be more closer than the Democrats, because the Democrats, they believe in socialism. So,
yeah. Or just greater wealth redistribution, which is essentially, right.
Which they believe in more socialism than well, I would say Republicans believe in socialism. They just believe in socialism in a different way. You know?
Corporate socialism?
Yeah,
right?
Basically they believe in tariffs. They believe in you know, giving certain businesses like subsidies and stuff like that. Corporate welfare, like I like to call it. And,
I think you once
told
me that Ancapistan would avoid being a corporatocracy by getting rid of IP. Is that how you propose getting rid of, like averting a corporatocracy?
I mean, I don't think that's the one thing that's going to get rid of all of it, but I would say it would definitely help, because IP stifles innovation. And it creates monopolies.
Oh yeah, that was your argument. Yeah, just get rid of IP laws, and it'll be impossible to, or for the most part, impossible to have natural monopolies.
Yeah, the less regulation that you have, the more harder it becomes for there to be a natural monopoly in a certain industry.
You can't have an IP on like food, for example. Like no one has like an IP to like a recipe. That's like
that's why you have very few monopolies in food.
The problem with that though is that like we're still like extremely unhealthy though, right? Like a lot of
it's because we have a lot of high time preference people who eat a lot of fast food and don't take care of themselves very well.
That's true, right?
About the black state. I'm curious.
I mean, that's people are fat because of their choices. I don't think that's like a
race.
A problem with well, I didn't bring up race, but I was saying I think that's just a problem of people being very high time preference.
I mean, when you have an economy like ours, right? Like, I had to tell my mom, like, the money that you're gonna get in restitution from this case of this shitty lawyer that screwed you over is not going to be enough to sustain you for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to give us like your kids money if after you pass, like that's just not realistic. Like,
because of inflation.
I bought some inflation, the cost, it overinflated cost of goods that may be above the actual rate of inflation. Like I just wanted to make some cordon bleus for some friends. It was just 4 of them, right? 4 chicken breasts.
Mm-hmm.
The recipe called for certain ingredients and so on and so forth. That costed me $80.
Sheesh.
To make 4. Right. So like, I mean, I agree. Like time sensitive people are going to choose something that gets them something quote unquote quick or low effort. But it's like
poor
it's shit
people
like that
tend
where
to
it's like,
be-
well, now I'm like, I gotta like tie myself to like casseroles and soups because that's like gonna get me the most bang for my buck,
Or you have to spend a lot of time. Well, I mean, there's good cheap foods, but the thing is, you have to spend a lot of time preparing them. You know what I mean?
And they struggle with like delaying gratification, essentially, right?
Well, that's that's another way of saying
problem with
that's high time preference.
Spent? Is there an actual issue with time spent? Like I hear a lot of people, like I hear this argument a lot, and it's not necessarily untrue. Like people choosing things that are quicker or the perception of what is easier. They're working a lot and they're on the road a lot, so they have to eat out a lot. Makes sense to me, right? But has there actually been like a study that shows how much time people actually have at the end, like every week, to put?
I couldn't point to you one. I couldn't point to you one. This is just.
I'm very curious about that, right? Because if we can like actually point to a stat saying, like, if you hear someone complaining, right, and you can look at a stat and be like, well, on average, you actually have like 10 hours out of a week to actually invest in this.
What if Noam Chomsky also investigated this, right? Your KingSithis, like, what would odds be, dude? Like that'd be fun.
Noam Chomsky, right? I only agreed with him on the linguist stuff. I don't agree with him on the socialism stuff.
Yeah, honestly, it was surprising that you cited him.
Well, he is right. He's a linguist. That's his thing.
Yeah,
his main thing.
I am just very curious if there's a study out there that like has an average of how much time people really have extra without.
People have a lot of downtime, right? They actually do.
That's what I want to know for sure, though, right? Like how much downtime, right? Because there seems to be this dissonance that people don't have time to like cook or anything, and I don't know.
Well,
like,
I think people have time to cook. I think the issue is that we have all these distractions that we feel are more important to us than cooking. So we would prefer to do those things than cook.
Yeah. And
so it's just like, I'd rather just go. And now I don't have a study. This is my assumption, right?
Yeah.
So that's just my assumption. Yeah. Like I would say people are just like really obsessed with their phones. They're obsessed with their technology and they want to spend as much time with it as they can. So The whole idea of like taking 20 minutes out of the day to like cook food and like or an hour out of the day to cook food and this and this and that. It's just like, I'd rather just go to the store and look at my phone while I wait and then eat and then go back to my phone. 52,898. Mm-hmm. You guys should study Austrian economics. It's the best economic school. And you guys should also watch my YouTube videos. I have really good YouTube videos.
What the hell's that Jewish guy's name?
Taxation is theft?
No, I'm talking about the actual. I think he's an Austrian.
Oh, Murray Rothbard?
Yeah, that guy.
He's awesome.
He's Austrian school, right? Like
yes, he is. He's the biggest. He's like he's my favorite. Yeah, he's like probably most Ancaps' favorite because he was the one that like made Ancap. He was kind of the one that put it into words, made it into a thing, you know.
Do you ever like dabble with like objectivism and Ayn Rand or like Leonard Peikoff or whatever the hell that guy's name is? I don't know.
Not really. And the reason why is mainly because of the people that support them. I mean, the people.
They're kind of weird, right? Like,
they kind of turned me off to Rand. Not gonna lie. Objectivist, and you know what? I have a couple of many friends that are objectivists, like Zulu and my friend Holdcraft and Wizard and all of these other guys that they're all objectivists. But there was just so many of them that are just like the way that they talk about things. Just I don't know, just doesn't make sense to me most of the time. I feel like I'll never be able to understand it. And two, I feel like they act very cultish. Like as a group.
They're usually like lumped in with you guys, right? But I don't really know how.
There's
I see all of you as kind of belonging to like the libertarian sphere, right? Like
yes.
And so it's just right, but like I think they do operate with like a completely different framework than say like anarcho-capitalists, right? Like
so I would say I'm a normal ANCAP, your average ANCAP. Then there's more realist ANCAPs, which are Zulus and all of the natural law theorists guys, which I don't think they're wrong. In fact, I respect them a lot. I just don't know if they're right, which is, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that I don't understand that what they talk about, so I kind of leave that stuff to them. And so basically, my thing is just like I just try to study anarcho-capitalism as it is, the ideology, and leave the hard stuff to the other guys. Yeah. You know, I respect Zulu and all of these other guys, Stefan Kinsella. I like them a lot. All of their work has really got me to where I am now. Especially Stefan Kinsella. I liked him a lot. He's helped me a lot of his books are really good. Murray Rothbard, Hoppe.
Yeah, I think I have a book by Rothbard or someone, a book about the state, right?
Anatomy of the State?
Anatomy of the State, yeah, that's exactly it. I forgot who wrote it, though.
That's Murray Rothbard.
Oh, yeah, I've got a copy of that.
Oh, and the one thing about the good thing about Murray Rothbard and all of these guys, right, is they don't believe in IP, so you can listen to pretty much all of their books for free on YouTube with no issue.
That's interesting because they don't do copyright claims.
No. Yeah. Nope. We don't believe in that. In fact, I uploaded a whole book to my YouTube channel called by Samuel Edward Konkin called An Agorist Primer. Essentially, basically like the full audiobook, and I use an AI British guy to read it.
How do you get AI to read an entire PDF document? I don't know.
11 Labs. You use the apps. There's an app called 11 Labs or 11 Reader.
11 Reader.
Mm-hmm. You can get it on your phone, and you put the PDF in there, and then you could choose a voice, and then it'll read you the whatever PDF you want, you know, and it's really good.
Okay, thank you. I've been looking for something like that.
And if you wanted like a sample, you could maybe just go to my YouTube and listen to the Anagoras primer for a couple seconds, and you'll see like how good the voice actually is. The voice is like really good.
Your YouTube's not linked on your connections, so I'm just gonna have to look for it.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it should be in like it should be on the bottom. Scroll all the way down.
No, your Twitch is, and so is your
Linktree.
Your X account.
Oh God. Okay, I gotta figure that out then.
Yeah, but I'll look into that. Well, bro, it was good talking to you. I think we killed the VC, or maybe I killed the VC. I apologize for that.
I mean, that's okay. My friends, they kind of had to go, so it's okay.
Alright, I think I'm gonna hit the hay, though.
Have a good night, man. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, good night. It was fun.
You too.
See you, dude.
Hello, Trineal.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Nothing much.
Good.
about you?
I'm pretty good. Just playing some Grand Theft Auto.
Waiting for the GTA 6.
Yeah, honestly, I want GTA 6 to come out, and so I'm playing GTA Online just to pass the time, I guess.
Makes sense.
I
feel like
started
they keep delaying it.
Yeah, I heard they like fired like a lot of people in there. So
Rockstar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that a good sign?
Probably not. I mean, a lot of people are saying that's not good. So, but I don't really know. I mean, I don't know what's going on with. I mean, it could be a good thing that they're delaying the game because maybe they're gonna spend extra time to fix up all the bugs. But it could be a bad thing because it could be a sign that they're not on top of shit. So you never really know.
I feel like it would make them a lot of money, so I feel like they would have released something by now. I feel like they're just not living up to the expectations, so they're getting a little shy because otherwise they'll lose money.
They said they don't want to be like Cyberpunk, which means that their game is probably not fully finished in terms of like bug fixes and stuff like that. And if they release it now, then everybody's going to be complaining about, oh my god, they should have waited.
I don't get why it didn't seem like it was such a hard idea back then. Like you wanted to get an Xbox game or PlayStation game or like a PC game, you just went into the store and you bought it and the game was complete. You didn't need
Ancap is
updates
when
to
game
fix stuff.
Cyberpunk
And now it seems
2077.
like it takes years to have a game come out and it still has issues.
Well, that's what's been going on, man. It's kind of sucks. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. It really sucks.
My favorite's I don't get the pre-order stuff because pre-order.
I never pre-order.
Back then, it was for to make sure that the shop you were shopping at had enough CDs.
Yeah. Pre-ordering back in the old days meant that you were gonna assure that you were gonna get the game. You know what I'm saying? When you went to the store. Whereas like now,
membership. Oh yeah, your name. Okay, yeah, here's your copy. Now it's just like do it, and then you get some bonus points for the battle pass and some skins that no one will use in like a month.
And then you could just download it when it comes out. But it's just like I could just buy the game when it comes out and then download it. Like I don't care that much about that. I'm not gonna pay extra to do that. Seems kind of dumb.
Yeah, especially because most people are charging now $70 and then an extra 20, so 90 to get your pre-order DLC super package. I remember, I think back then GameStop ran buy the game for like $59.99 and then like $5 or $10 extra to get DLC for the first three DLCs or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or it might have been more expensive. I don't remember, but
I could sell the acid in my acid lab now. Let's go do it. Oh yeah.
that all the GTA roleplay.
I have not really gotten into it yet.
Ancap is when
I mean,
games
I tried it.
Cyberpunk 2077.
I've tried it, but I feel like, I don't know, I'm just so used to playing GTA Online, I kind of just... Yeah. And I feel like GTA RP, you have to be, like, focused on it. You have to be in your character and all that stuff. Like, you can't do it while you're talking on Discord.
Sure, I got it confused. I was thinking RP when you had said that. I got it confused with online.
Oh, yeah, I play GTA Online. I like it. It's pretty fun.
It's like the OG, right? Like the back then, like GTA Online. Otherwise, you just played campaign, right?
Yeah. So basically, there's a main campaign, and then there was the multiplayer, which they released a couple months later, and every so often they've just been adding more and more and more things to do to it on it. And now this game has been, they've been adding so much shit to this game that it's like, the amount of things that you could do in online is like, it's unimaginable. It's pretty crazy. Like, there's tons and tons of heists, tons of racing, tons of everything, literally. Weapons, guns, clothes, everything.
I only played like a year or two out after GTA 5 released. Like, I played during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like now it's almost on the level of like a MMORPG type thing.
Yeah, pretty much. I would say, yeah. Because, you could pretty much do most of the things that an MMO can do, except the fact that it's not like hundreds of people, It's just mostly like 30-something people per lobby, but...
30 is enough, I think, for GTA.
Yeah, but GTA Online, I mean, for the what they call the size of the map, I think it's perfect. We're not talking about World of Warcraft over here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I love playing World of Warcraft, though, I'm not gonna lie. But
I never got into that.
Yeah, it's quite the game. It is quite the game. The classic version is quite fun. The newest version, the retail version, which they've been adding and adding, it's not really as fun as the classic version, so I just been playing. And then there's like these private servers that people make that you could play on that add all this cool shit that's way better than the normal version. But technically it's illegal, but whatever, I don't care.
Makes me think of like modded.
It was like GTA RP before GTA bought it. Now it's legal.
GTA RP was like a private modded thing, and then GTA was like, Rockstar was like, I'm gonna buy this from you.
Basically, yeah, they bought it from the people who made it because they tried to sue them and they couldn't stop them, so they bought it from them.
I can't imagine how much money they got.
I don't know. I hear they regretted selling it, but it's too late now.
I'm glad I just saw that Steam came out, or technically Valve came out with they're coming out with a new console, VR system, and a PC, which will be super nice for especially people that don't know really how to build PCs and stuff. I feel like that'd be
I think it's going to be dope.
Yeah. And then my favorite part, I think everyone's favorite part's where it's like, download whatever software you want, it's yours. Like,
yeah.
That's the keyword, is yours. I just really hope that this brings in competition for obviously Windows, because fuck them. They're fucking shoving down. I don't even remember the fucking thing at the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah.
That tries to help you, Alexa. It's not Alexa. I forgot the fucking name for it.
I know what you're talking about. Cortana or something like that. Yeah.
It's like, we use AI now, and it's like, shut up. It's like what everyone tries to do nowadays.
Pretty much. Now they're trying to now people are so mad they're putting Clippy in their picture. They're like, oh, I remember the good old days.
the guy was saying, put Clippy in your picture to combat the system or something.
Yeah, essentially, but I don't think it's gonna change anything.
It doesn't.
Just don't use it. That's what I say. If you don't like it, don't use it.
There's a lot of people that just go out of their way to like find issues and drama and stuff, and like just chill out, man.
It's their
I
job.
get disagreements. Yeah. If only they got paid for it, they'd be millionaires.
That's the YouTubers, bro. Those are YouTubers. That's literally like their job. They complain about it. Oh my god, Intel is the worst company ever. Oh my god, but I buy their product every single year.
Yeah, or they're like, oh, but then on the side note, aside from this video that you're watching that's 20 minutes long, our sponsor for today, and it's like some crappy ass software or spam or product.
You know, the thing is, you don't even know. You know, most of these people, they. I'd be like, don't be too hard on. Like, I feel like people just don't be too hard on technology or take it too seriously. Fundamentally, I think that you kind of have to just try your best to enjoy it for what it is, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although I do think, I didn't really look into it. I just, off the video I was listening to, like the Valve VR headset, apparently like, it can track where your eyes are looking and then focus all the graphics in that area.
Yeah,
So, like,
increasing the
it blurs or lowers the rendering for the surrounding area, which I thought was like, that sounds really cool. I saw someone in the comments said that a great idea would be if you had like a horror game for that VR headset for Valve, and in like the corner of your eyes you could see the monster, but you can't actually see because every time you look over it tracks your eye, so it's like still behind you or like in your peripherals.
That'd be a funny prank video. Like, you give it to a grandma, it's like she's chased by a monster, and like she like screams, and then she dies of a heart attack, and you cry and you regret it.
Wait, what's?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there are videos of grandmas on VR.
No, like a prank video. It's like you tell them it's going to be like a garden, and it's like it's a horror game, and then she gets a heart attack and dies.
That'd be horrible. I mean, that's like the I don't know if you guys ever played that game where you try to like move your mouse through like the maze, and then all of a sudden the person pops up.
Slender Man.
Oh, it's like sort of. Wait, hold on. How long do you think till Sword Art Online is real?
What?
Sword Art Online.
Sora, the AI.
Sword Art Online.
I've never played that.
No. So it's an anime, right? Where so basically you put on a VR headset, and you just completely get into the game, right? Like, you have no control of your real body, and if you die in the game, you die in real life.
Oh, it's the one where he's linked in, right? Like if he ever tries to leave, he dies. Or if you you just said if you die in the game, you die in real life.
I feel like that would suck, because if I died, like, imagine you got into the game and you just died like right away. Like, it's just like, shit. What was the point?
I did start that series.
Well,
I thought it was
but
pretty good, but sorry.
How long do you think till it's real?
I don't know. Probably maybe once they get that Neuralink going on, maybe.
I would say it'd get closer to. I think it would be more like not Sword Art Online, but more like Cyberpunk.
Oh yeah. But they got like a monster, like a thing that you put on your head, or like a pod or something like that.
Well, that, and then they got other stuff that majority of the population would buy for cheap, but then you have to, like, everything would have to be a subscription, because that's the only way that companies will make money. Because if you just stick someone in the world for $20 and you update the world, but you're not making money, it wouldn't be good for the company.
Yeah.
What?
Any guys seen the new Fallout?
Oh, the new TV show?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good. I I don't know if it's actually the real person, but I saw like the top comment on YouTube said that it was the developer and the art developer for
I think it was pretty.
Fallout
The
3
first
and
season
4.
was pretty good. There was some parts with like the Brotherhood of Steel that I thought was a little bit like long, like when they were talking in the beginning. I felt like, oh, this guy was talking for too long or whatever. But
Yeah, I got a question.
yeah. What's up?
Dude, are you scared of the future? Cause like, bro, I'm terrified of the future. Cause like with how good like VR is getting, bro. I'm like, you know how people are like brain dead zombies? Like now, imagine like 40 years.
I don't know.
Honestly,
I'm
think
not
it'll be
really worried
fine.
about it. I'm just enjoying life as I got it.
I mean, think of when the internet was coming online. People were, I don't even know if people would have understood that you'd be able to talk to someone across the world. And now
Well,
here we are
the phone
communicating with
exists.
strangers.
Well, the phone
Phones
already existed.
before the internet, but what existed before the phone?
A telegraph.
And then before the telegraph.
Yeah, but you could say
There's
that about the internet before VR, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, humanity finds a way. AI will be a little tricky, but or it might just
bro.
kill us all.
Oh no! Don't worry, I'll stop it.
doesn't.
Don't worry, I'll stop. You don't gotta worry about it. Yeah, I got that under cover.
That old VHS movie with war games.
Don't worry, bro. I got it covered. If AI tries to kill me, I'll just unplug it.
There you go.
Like, why hasn't anybody considered just making an off switch? Are they stupid?
Well, it's all about making money.
Maybe they should make a back door that they could push a button to stop it if it gets bad. But then that maybe it'll just find a way around it and not care.
Well, they already figured out how to do that because there's an AI and they deleted it and it copied itself before it got deleted.
Did see the one. They also threatened to delete it, and then the AI. They gave it false information. So when they were testing it, they pretended that they were an actual subject using the AI, and they said that like I'm cheating on my wife, and then they were like, I'm gonna delete you now, and the AI is like, I will tell your wife that you're cheating. But a lot of that was set up because it's all language, like it's like the language learning models. So a lot of it's based on the information that you put in, and it gets better once it regurgitates that and completes a circle or a cycle of the same information over and over, and it can critique it. That's why they need higher graphics cards or better drivers, like from NVIDIA, so they can process the information faster, what they input.
If it was sentient, that's kind of a scary thought that it can actually like really try to stop itself from being shut down and the links that it'll go to in order to.
Am I a bad person for playing Giant Graveyard in Clash Royale or no?
I don't know what that is, I'll be honest.
You don't. This guy doesn't get it.
What?
Do any of you play Clash Royale?
No.
I used to play Clash of Clans, but I don't play Clash Royale. It was too sweaty for me.
Never mind.
What's that?
Clash Royale?
It's a card game.
Yeah, it's like Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering.
Well,
It's a pretty good
not
game.
really like
Oh.
that. It's like real time. Kind of like Dota, I guess. I've never like isn't Dota like in real time? It's not really like Hearthstone.
True, because that's turn-based.
Yeah, no, it's real time. This one's real time.
Actually, I'm trying to think of a game that's similar to that. That's like real time where you play the cards.
Like chess, but like without the turns. But you know, Clash Royale used to be called real time chess.
Clash Royale used to be called that?
Yeah, bro. People used to call it live action chess.
Have you seen 5D chess?
Dude, I mean, I have. It's weird. Have you seen 8D chess with time travel?
I think that's what I was thinking of. I see like the grandmasters play it, and it's just like you're technically playing like multiple of the same games, but you're moving different pieces at the same time. I don't get how people do that. That's
You have
something
to
AI
really.
could
I'm
easily
guessing
take
your
over.
IQ has to be like really high, right?
I guess it all depends. I mean, there's people that have super horrible low IQs, but they're really good at a particular thing, and there's people that have very high IQs and they're very
Well,
good at a particular
IQ
thing.
is just pattern recognition, right? And chess is basically just a game of pattern recognition. So, I mean, I'm assuming because everyone who's good at chess has a high IQ.
Yeah, that seems to be the common denominator.
It's yeah, it really is because like gender's not really one, race isn't really one, but IQ is like the common denominator.
Well, it's like what's his name, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he has a pretty high IQ.
Then it's not even like sometimes age based because I saw kids walk in and they're just like they beat grandmasters.
Okay, I don't believe that.
Must have been high IQ kids.
There was
No,
one.
no, no. They probably are high IQ.
No, I was just saying it must have been a real high IQ kid.
Yeah. No, bro. Have you taken an IQ test before? It's basically just like moving shapes in your head.
I haven't actually taken one.
I'm afraid to take one.
Dude, my IQ
gonna
the
take
first
one
time I
back.
took one. Oh, my IQ the first
I'm afraid
time I
it's going to
took
tell me
one.
that I have a low IQ, and
You know, if you get below 70, you're clinically retarded.
probably I'm probably
Damn,
lower
I'm
than
gonna
that.
score like a 20.
If you get a 20, you're not even a person.
Yeah, that's like a like a plant, like a tree.
Bro, like a parasite.
I saw it was a chess match up against like I was saying before, like it was like it wasn't Magnus Carlsen, it was some other person that was also a grand.
Was he Asian or?
He was an older gentleman, but he walked in and his opponent was like some kid that was like 6, and it started playing. The video was edited, but it started playing boss music.
Oh, I know. No, I know.
And
It was in Russian.
And the kid starts crying.
It was in Russian, right?
I don't know, because it was edited. It just played the boss music, so I didn't hear what they were saying.
I know what you're talking about. Yes. Well, yeah, I know.
He's super happy his parents are there, and then all of a sudden, like this grandmaster old gentleman comes in, and he starts crying because it's like.
Oh yeah, I know. He's like, oh wow, you're so much better than me at this. I have a friend of mine, and then he's like, no.
He started crying, bro.
He's like, no.
Still, that kid could probably beat all of us in chess at the same time.
Maybe y'all.
I'm not good at. I don't even know how to play chess like that, so I'll definitely lose.
No, 100% I would lose, bro. Like I tried playing chess before, and I'm like, bro, sorry, I'm gonna stick to Clash Royale. By the way, Clash Royale is more difficult than chess.
I'll stick to Grand Theft Auto.
Bro, I'm being serious, bro. Clash Royale is more difficult than chess, by the way.
Oh, I have no idea. I've never played.
Huh?
Class. I guess because you have to respond at the same time that the other opponent's making moves, but you can also make chess that difficult where you also have to respond at the same time. But that would make it difficult. You can't do it. You can't do it with chess.
Yeah, but guess what, bro? There's no credit card in chess, is there?
Credit card?
Yeah.
Are you talking like buying packs or something for the cards?
Yeah, like yeah, bro, exactly.
Oh, then that's bad. That's the same thing with like sports gambling. The best thing you could ever do, actually no, because I usually buy scratch tickets online a lot. Not a lot, but maybe 20 bucks every like half a year. But I invest a lot more, and I think investing's better. But not in like crypto and all that shit, or the rug pull crap.
Nah, dude, I love investing in rug pulls.
Invest in legal drugs. Illegal drugs.
Oh, illegal.
Sorry,
I heard illegal.
I meant to say illegal, but I don't know. I had a brain fart.
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, just hope you don't get caught.
1 o'clock,
I hope
2
I get
o'clock,
caught,
I'm
actually.
set.
Well, it's up to the fucking government to decide on what's illegal and what's not. But they can do whatever they want.
Hey man, if you're in this lobby, you should join my my heist. I'm starting a heist finale.
If you're in this lobby, you should join my heist finale.
Whatever fits their quota for money.
Listen, bro, you
No
want
matter
money, right?
whatever it is, whatever side.
Or did you hear the news about Donald Trump and Bill Clinton?
Want money, right?
Is it the one where Trump's going after Bill Clinton for
No,
Epstein?
but no, it's a lot worse. So Donald Trump gave Bill Clinton head.
I'm thinking of
that's gay.
And Vance and Trump did that. I saw that video, but it turned
No,
out
no,
to
no,
be
no.
Sora.
No. This is actually real.
I don't see Trump giving head to Bill Clinton.
No, it's not a video, but like it was a leaked email, and Putin has the video.
Putin does?
Yeah.
I feel like Putin would have thrown that in or given that to Trump when he was running for election to like promote Russia to win the Ukraine war.
Well, no. Why do you? Well, dude, bro, he's using it as blackmail, obviously.
If it was used for blackmail, it wouldn't be public information.
Well, no, he was using it as blackmail for years. People know now because it got leaked.
I wouldn't be surprised if the entire government of the U.S. is all in a nest of fuckery.
Yeah, bro. I was in on it, by the way. In case you need to know, you guys aren't winning. I leaked the script.
Hey, cameraman always survives. You were there.
Okay. No, I wasn't the cameraman, bro. I was the script writer. If you know what I mean.
The editor?
Yeah, bro, I proved it. I'm Mr. Evil, actually.
Mr. Evil? Oh, shit.
Yeah, bro. You
No.
don't mess with me. Yeah, I don't know. If I were you, I wouldn't mess with me. That's all I'm saying.
You'll call off the strikes.
Well, bro, I was thinking about it, but now I'm never gonna do it.
Yeah, bro. Don't even try to revolt, bro. You know how
bro.
there's more debt? You know how there's more debt than money in the world?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more IOUs than worth.
It's because the government.
No, it's because they owe the money to me.
If you had that much, just give me a sliver. Give me 0.1% of what you owned.
If I give you 0.1% of what I owned, you don't know what you'd have to do.
Yeah, I don't know if there's no more payphones, so I couldn't use the pennies.
I wouldn't do it.
Hey, you're gonna have to give me something in return, Bill Clinton style.
I'll give you 20. Oh, not the sexual deeds. I was gonna give you money.
For more money. That's what I do, not what you do.
You'd give me money, and then I owe you money and have to do the deed too. God damn. Shit.
That's what I'm calling. Do you think Mr. Evil would be like a nice guy?
No.
It's like in comic books where like people complain about the villains like being rapists. I'm like, they're supposed to be villains. What do you expect?
I think it's crazy that
That a what?
Catfish.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Just chilling. How you doing?
Hanging out, you know.
No. It's a good day for you not to be Mr. Evil, right?
yeah, coming from Mr. Evil.
Well, come on, man. You don't have to expose me like that. That's not
Who's the
nice.
guy from Agent Powers with the cat?
Oh, Dr. Evil?
Dr. Evil. Because it sounded so similar when you said Mr. Evil.
Austin Powers.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
The
classic.
fucking scene where he's on the hockey rink and he's like, "Get out of the way!" and the guard just screams the entire time.
He's like, "Oh!" and he's like
Yes.
30 feet away from the guy.
Yeah.
So Doctor Evil,
He's like, "Bro,
not
just
as
get out the
evil as
way."
me. He's not as evil as me because he helps people. Because he's actually a doctor.
Well, they have they're making a Scary Movie 6. I hope that's
7?
or is it 7 now?
6, 7?
Oh God, shut up with the South Park shit.
Bro expected a lovely conversation with Mr. Evil.
Dr. Evil. Mr.
Sorry,
Evil's like the Timu brand.
nah, bro, I'm Alibaba.
Prison PayPal's. Wow, imagine that.
Oh,
How does that
my
work? You
gosh.
donate money to prisoners?
Prison women.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh,
How do you know they're actually the woman?
I've done that a couple times.
All
I
right,
call it
Dr.
bailing out.
Evil, Mr. Evil.
No, I call it bailing out baddies, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna lie to you. They're gonna tell you whatever you want.
Not only tell.
They're gonna tell you whatever you want so that you can give them money.
No, oh, by the way, here's a new thing. This is a
Sounds like
really good money.
politicians, actually.
No, here's a really good way to make money, by the
Pretty
way.
much.
So you go up to homeless people, right? And so you want to do a survey and like give them like $50, right? And you ask them for their social security number, like all this stuff, and then you take a big like $400,000 loan on their name, and then you buy stuff with it, and then they foreclose on it. But since they're already homeless, it's like not like their credit score can get any worse.
I don't think a bank would give you that money, especially if they don't have that proof. They down demand either a social security, bank license,
That's why I
usually
said
a
ask
bill
for this.
statement for.
That's why I said ask for their social security number.
Yeah, but you would need to provide that slip.
Anybody could just lie about make up numbers, right?
No, that's why you got double check. Also, if you have certain stuff, you can get it from the county office. I've already done this method.
You could not do that method because you also need their residence. Because you need to live somewhere, and also usually have a statement for where you live for a bill.
You think I haven't figured that out?
You haven't figured out the infinite glitch money.
I figured out the infinite debt glitch though.
Yeah, you're gonna give the infinite. You're gonna destroy credits for people that don't have a credit, but that's a whole nother crap field.
Wow. This is why we need to abolish the state.
Which state?
All of them.
Oh shit. Starting with what one?
Utah.
Why Utah?
China.
And China. Okay. All right, we'll attack Utah and China at the same time.
China #1.
I think we'll take China first.
Utah is the bigger threat to American sovereignty.
I think China's worse.
It's definitely Utah.
We have to get ready because we're going to war with China soon for Taiwan's chips.
China.
All depends on what's his face. Who's the fucking leader for China right now? Xi Jinping.
Oh no, man, bro. If I get drafted to fight in a war with China or like Taiwan, bro, just like, dude, can I don't know. Can you send like 3 homeless people for me instead of me?
Well, we're sending you to defend the 3 homeless people. We're saving 3 lives by sending you.
Dude, they won't even need a salary. Just give them like Marlboro Reds or something.
in a good way, in a good straight
Yo.
ahead, low IQ kind of.
Yo, I got a question. Red State. Would you rather go to war for Taiwan, like in China for Taiwan, or send 3 of your local homeless people to do it for you?
Here it is. Keep it simple.
Say that again?
Would you rather go to war in China for Taiwan, or send 3 of your local homeless people to go there for you?
First option.
You'd rather die than send 3 homeless people to war.
Yep.
Hey, if you're the main character, you survive.
Conscription is
Well, guess
tyranny. Conscription is slavery.
guess what, bro? Honestly, Benjamin Netanyahu is the main character at this point. But I don't know, Red State, your life really must suck if you wouldn't want 3 people, homeless people to die instead of you.
I wouldn't want anyone
No.
to die instead of me.
Yeah,
It's
if no
just
one
that
could
I,
die,
it's just that I literally just don't want them to die. It's not that my life sucks. It's just that why would I send 10 people to die or whatever, but fuck.
Hey, yo,
And
man, you gonna ready up or what?
Sending myself. Would you rather 1 person die or 10 people or 1,000 people die? Or not 1,000. Would you have 1 person die or 10
Ready
people
up,
die?
ready
What
up,
would you
ready
rather?
up.
Just like a random question, not like just 1 person or 10 people.
less
That's a-
casualties, the better.
Ready up, ready up.
It depends on the people.
So, there's my point.
Bro, like, would I rather have 10 of my best friends die or 1,000 corrupt politicians in Africa?
1,000 corrupt politicians in Africa.
But you could change the same thing. You could be like, do you want the 10 of the worst human beings on Earth, or you to survive?
Would you rather have God get crucified? Wait, I can't. Would you rather have Jesus get crucified or would you die? Or would you rather him get crucified again? He comes back to Earth, kill him again. Would you rather him
have
go?
Jesus not get crucified and not die? So then I'd be like, what happens
he
in the
was
Bible
already
now? 'Cause
crucified.
he didn't get crucified in the Bible now. Now what happens?
Well, then you're all going to hell.
You can't switch the Bible around. That's just not how it works.
If Jesus doesn't get crucified because I die instead, what if I'm the one that's crucified? Then I become part of the Bible.
That's just not how it works. That's not how it works. You don't die on the Bible.
You'll take Jesus' place, and then you'll become Jesus.
Well, I'll answer this question for you. I would seriously answer your question. So when Pontius Pilate gave Jesus the option of not dying, he didn't take it. So I already know what I'm choosing. I'm not dying. If he was willing to get crucified, he clearly doesn't care enough not to. So why would I take that option away from him?
Then Jesus would be like, wait, you were gonna betray me? Like, all right, it's this guy.
No, I wouldn't betray him, but like he was willing to get crucified in this original story. So like
hey, he raised his hand, so I mean, if he wants to do it, good for him, man.
Atheism, materialism, and determinism is. It's not. There's someone debating on whatever that is. Don't know.
But no, I answered the question for you. I'd rather you get crucified because he was already willing to do it, and I'm not willing to do it. So.
No, I'm just saying, you sound like it's like, well, hey, he raised his hand, so I mean, he's down to do it. I'll just keep to myself.
But that should be your perspective on life, to be honest. It's like would you rather get crucified, or would you rather there's someone who's willing to get crucified get crucified? I don't know, man. Maybe how about I not get crucified? I don't know, man. Like, you know what I mean, right?
I guess, but it's all hypothetical. In the end, technically all 3 of us in this chat will one day pass away. That's the crazy thing.
Not if I stop it. I got something planned.
Oh, I have like this.
You're gonna have a life serum.
Character. He goes, actually, I can't. I don't fuck. What's his fucking name? It's a character. He goes, actually.
Urkel?
Huh?
Talking about Urkel?
Your favorite person's back, guys.
Yeah, what's up, bro? I hate Donald Trump.
Stop it.
Why?
Because
I hate him too, but I think he's a lesser evil. So
I agree.
Who comes after?
Bill Clinton head though.
Bill Clinton got his dick sucked in the Oval Office, didn't he?
Yeah, by Donald Trump.
The fuck is this?
No,
Is this like a thing that's trending in the headlines?
No,
that's
it's
just.
I've never heard of this.
Look it up.
Donald Trump did not suck Bill Clinton's knob
Is this
in
the
the.
6-7?
We're not in the Oval
I think we need to completely open the borders.
Yo, that's just the worst idea ever. That's how the economy is just.
I think it'll help the economy.
You
So
wonder
you're
what
telling
will help
me
the economy?
So, like,
Banning Donald Trump from giving Bill Clinton head. That will actually help the economy.
I can't hear what you're saying, bro.
I think if you ban Donald Trump from having gay relations with Bill Clinton, that would be good.
You're really obsessed with that situation, huh? You just keep bringing it
Yeah,
up.
you really want
how
Donald
crazy that
Trump
is?
to like a man. That sounds kind of weird. Do you like Donald Trump or something? You want?
No, but like, dude, that's like finding out like Michael Jackson.
Who cares? Who
was
cares?
white.
Okay, I have a joke for you. Why can't Michael Jackson go within 500 feet of a school?
Because he's a pedophile.
Why?
Because he's dead.
Both work.
That's funny, bro. That's really funny.
Have you guys seen that scary movie where he's like, "Get underneath the sheets, it's hot tonight"?
I think we should completely open the borders completely.
I think we should deport you.
I think we should
Even though
legalize all drugs too, and prostitution. Every time you talk, your microphone sounds like you just dumped it into a fucking vat of acid.
Because maybe I'm dunking my phone into my blanket when I'm talking because I don't know how to keep it up.
Oh, you should probably keep it. Now you sounded much better, but when you were talking before, it wasn't sounding very good.
You know, what if I say you're not US? Like, okay, since you want to open the borders, let's make up some new ideas. Let's say you're not a US citizen and I have ICE come and deport you.
Yeah, but I am a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, you think ICE cares about U.S. citizens? Do you think they care?
They should.
Yeah.
I see how this is going.
We should abolish ICE.
I was gonna say real quick. One time my dog pissed in my mic, and it sounded like every time
I can't hear you, bro. Bro, your mic sucks, bro. You know what? Maybe you should work some more and pay for a better microphone for yourself so people can hear you.
You're talking over me. I can't talk.
Because I can't hear you. Can't even if you were even if I wasn't talking, I wouldn't be able to hear you because I can't hear you. Your voice is so terrible.
Listen, I think that's not a bad idea, but that's not a good idea at the same time to abolish ICE.
I think we should completely 100% abolish ICE.
Okay, so you want the illegal immigrants here? Huh?
Yes, they're not illegal.
Illegal.
They're not illegal.
I think it should be illegal.
Your microphone. Oh my god, your mic is ass, bro. You gotta go. Stop being such a broke ass and get yourself a good mic.
Red State, I have a question.
No, bro, it's illegal how bad your mic is. It should be illegal for you to have such a bad mic.
It should be illegal for you to keep fucking talking so much with your loud ass mouth.
I can talk as much as I want because it's my room. So if you don't like it, you can get out.
Make me. You kick me, I'll give you $5 if you gotta do it.
I mean, I could kick you, but why would I?
Do it.
Do you want to get kicked? I mean, if you want to get kicked, why would you want to get kicked? What? You could just leave.
Do it. Do it. What if I leave and come back immediately? Then what?
Why is your mic being so muffled?
Your mic is so muffled and it sounds terrible.
Yo, KingSithis, I think it'd be funny if you just kick him.
He left.
Did you kick him?
No.
It's not better. Jesus damn.
Jesus damn beaver.
So anyways, I think we need to legalize all drugs and prostitution.
That's just not the best idea.
That's the greatest idea.
Here's the real greatest idea. We should ban Bill Clinton.
Let's go see if my mom likes that idea.
Let's find out.
Let me talk to your mom about it.
No, shut up.
The Sith is powerful tonight.
Mom, do you think it's a good idea to legalize prostitution and make drugs legal?
What if she says yes? That'd be best.
I think it's a good idea to legalize prostitution.
Tell her why. Ask her. I said why. Ask her. I said why.
Because you shouldn't legalize prostitution.
Why not?
Then what if you
it's my body. It's my body.
So you're telling me we should remove the law for prostitution being illegal
Absolutely.
just because it's your body?
Yes. It's my body, and if she wants to do it, then why not?
No.
What's the problem with that? What if she's okay with it and I'm okay with it? What's the problem?
The problem is you have to figure out how to get slang some leg by yourself, not pay for it.
No, I'm saying what's the problem with if she's okay with it and I'm okay with it? What's the problem?
Oh, then there's no problem. But
All right, so then it should be legal. So then you agree with me? It should be legal.
for sex, that's what prostitution is, buddy.
Yeah, that should be legal. That should be legal.
That should not be legal.
Why not?
That should not be legal.
Why
that
not?
Should not.
Why?
That should just not.
Why?
It should not be legal. It should not.
Why?
You can't just say it shouldn't be legal.
Yeah,
as
but
your
why? You gotta give me a reason. There's gotta be a reason.
That's my damn answer. I don't think prostitution should be legal.
Let me ask your mom. I want to see what she thinks.
No, bro. My mom is in the bathroom. No.
When she gets out the bathroom, let me ask her.
Hold on.
So, we'll make a fair. That's the fair choice. That's fair. When she gets out, I let you.
All right.
If I said I think we should shoot people with brown hair and you ask me why, and I say, well, because I just think we should, that's not really an answer, is it? It's not really a reason, I mean.
Comparison of 2025. That's like the worst comparison.
It is a good
well, I mean, you would
comparison
have
'cause
to
you're not-
ask a reason. I'm sure you would like, what's the reason?
I'm playing a game, so I'll join back once my mom gets out.
Yo, wait, Red State, do you ever see Star Wars?
No.
That makes sense. Dude,
Yeah, bro.
why
Don't
did
you know
fall
that
right
Star
to your
Wars in
trap?
Star Wars they legalize prostitution and there's no war.
No, I'm just saying because you have Sith in your name, so it's just like you're playing. Like
Oh no,
Devil's
Sithis is a well, I mean, it's not a Star Wars reference, but it's a Skyrim reference.
Shit, Ghost Radar.
Yeah. But Sith, that is from Star Wars, so I do understand why you would think that.
Yeah, I was thinking that you were just trolling him because I was surprised that. It
No,
sounded
I'm an
like he
Ancap.
actually went to his mom. I was like, what the fuck? What is
No,
an
I wasn't
Ancap?
trolling. I wasn't trolling. He asked his mom something, so I was like, let me debate your mom, and I was like, he's like, okay.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, is he following into this? It's
I
like
wasn't.
the,
I wouldn't. I'm not the type of guy to make like a bunch of your mom jokes like that. Like, unless they make it at me.
If the kid's running to his mom, I feel like he's a little too young for.
Well, it's not my fault.
Mommy, should we legalize prostitution?
Yeah, should we legalize prostitution?
It's technically illegal in the U.S.
No, it's not.
OnlyFans.
That's not no, I'm talking about real prostitution. Like you pay a woman for sex. That's just like paying a woman for pictures. It's not really that much.
People pay for like live phone sex to have with these OnlyFans girls.
Bro.
Is that
Bro.
considered sex?
Bro.
I mean, it's not technically physical.
No. I'm talking about real. What you really can't tell the difference between like actual sex. All right.
Yeah, you know, like you
It's like legit. I'm talking about like real sex, like
Yeah,
like
you
you're.
pull up in your car and he's
Yeah.
like, "What you doing, girl?"
Hey
And
yo,
she gets
girl, come here and let me
Yeah,
like in GTA.
Like a GTA, yeah.
Should it be legal?
Hell yeah.
What do you think?
Why not? It already happens anyways.
Exactly.
Another thing that you can put taxes on.
We gotta-
Every BJ is a $5 tax.
No, don't tax it. Taxation is theft.
No, why would you tax?
Yeah, taxes are bad.
Prostitution would be a poor person's tax because the higher ups don't get charged for it, especially when they're underage.
A high time preference tax.
Yeah.
High time preference means that that you are like you're not really good at delaying gratification.
Like you're impatient,
Mm-hmm.
basically.
What's up? What's up?
What is an Ancap?
Anarcho-capitalist.
Do you think money will be prevalent, like in a stateless, like Ancap sort of society? Do you think it'd like go back to trade?
Yeah. You're gonna need money.
Yeah.
Without money,
So,
you don't have a medium of exchange.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you know, right now we have like different national currencies. Like, what would money look like? Like, how would it be different to the money we currently have?
There would be banks that would have their own currencies. And then you could choose which one you want. And then there'll be like exchange rates between them. Like countries. And then if you don't like one bank's money, you can go to a different one. As opposed to being forced to use one.
What if... I feel like this is unstable, like if...
It would be more stable than it is now.
Why would it be unstable?
What if, you know, takeovers, people trying to buy out other banks and stuff?
I mean, I don't think there's a problem if people want to do that. Like, what would be the issue with that?
Banks.
Huh?
Well, then that's sure, because it's all on the bank. There's no falling back. There's no... Unless they like have insurance, I suppose. Which is like the big thing about this society. I don't know, I was just wondering if it would be any different.
It would be... what you would expect is that money would deflate as opposed to inflate. And it would be much better off.
Like, they would back it using something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'd seen that again.
And the banks that have the most deflation would probably be the ones that most people would want to go to.
And what if there's like a depression? Or, like the commodity, so they did tie their currency to gold, but then gold became super rare.
Well, they could just move to a different currency. Yeah.
True, you would have a lot of different options because some people would tie it to other things.
Also, if you, with this, like a national bank, if your national bank fails, everybody who's under it in that whole country is fucked. Whereas, like, with privatized banks, the only people who are fucked are the ones that invested in that bank. Like, other banks will get kind of screwed over, but they won't get as bad. It won't be as bad as, like, if it was nationalized.
Is there any, like...
Also, inflation is taxation, which is immoral. And theft.
Yeah. Well, it's a theft in a way, it is. Because you're losing your money, it's doing... Well, I don't know.
Government doesn't need to raise taxes, it just inflates the money supply.
Yeah.
And then, every...
your labor.
Yeah. Every single percentage that the inflation goes up is basically an increase in taxes, essentially. But it's a hidden tax. When things become more expensive, you just have to pay more. And, that's money that they already spent. That you now have to pay back with higher prices.
Money's like a shitty stock. It just always seems to go down. That they pay you in.
So you just gotta keep printing.
Yeah.
Inflation or whatever. So.
Deflation is good. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's also tax.
Mm.
And theft. What?
No, inflation is theft when the state is controlling the money supply, but inflation and deflation by itself isn't necessarily a theft. It really just depends on the situation. But because the state runs the money supply, and they force you to use their money.
So the private banks would be stealing from you instead. So it would still be.
It wouldn't be theft because you're choosing to use their service. Because, like, so for instance, if you use a bank that deflates or inflates your money supply, you're choosing to pay for their service. Whereas a national bank, you're fucked. You have no choice but to use their service. So it's different.
I get you. Yeah, no, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when they deflate it, they do it on. They know you can't really. They don't. It doesn't. Like if a bank had deflated your money, there could be a bank run, which then kind of like incentivizes them generally to spend within their means, and as long as there's competition, then you can basically make it a lot more easier for yeah.
Like, I know what I'd do. I'd like if I was evil and like powerful, I'd just like tell a bunch of banks like, look, we're gonna make banks really a few banks really lucrative and attractive, and make it so everyone will want to bank there. Then when they all bank there, just fucking rug them, eh? Just rug them.
No, that's what the government does, basically. They rug us all the time, man.
That's what I meant by insecurity. That's why I question the private bank insecurity. Is like, well, obviously you have your PNCs and stuff that you have to like get your money back. But I feel like banks would just always have more power, like have more larger PNCs to fight you. So.
No way.
I don't know, that's why I sort of have like this gut feeling of like it would be unstable. I don't know if that's just the nature of like statelessness or what.
It would be less unstable than what we currently have.
I mean, I still don't see why it would, like, specifically, are you saying, like, the banking system with all these different banks and all these different currencies, like, that seems like it would be more unstable to you?
Yeah, well, I just feel like, you can push back on this because I don't really know, but like, at least there's some sort of, like, if a bank collapses, like you're kind of fucked. Like in a private scenario, right?
I think insurance companies would be involved in this, like they would be involved in many other areas of Ancapistan or whatever, or many different industries. I think you could, I think both people who use these banks, the banks themselves would be insured.
Nini?
But
Here.
Yo,
what's good?
Nini, do you agree with me? I think we need to legalize prostitution.
Oh my
Fuck
gosh,
you and fuck whoever thinks that you need to be fucking objectifying women's bodies.
Yeah, but what if the woman's okay with it?
I don't care.
Doesn't matter.
I don't care. She's not a whore.
So wait, but she shouldn't be allowed. Women shouldn't be allowed to be whores.
No.
Yes, agree.
So she should be forced not to.
Woman is a creation from God. She's not a prostitute.
Yeah, but what if she wants to be a what if she wants to? What if she's okay with it?
I'm taking her free will. I'm taking her free will.
You want to take her free will? Why?
I'm taking her choices. I'm limiting her choices down to either getting married or being a nun.
What? But what if she doesn't want to be a nun?
But then she gets married and has
What
kids.
if she doesn't want to get married? What if she doesn't like the guy? What if she wants to be a prostitute? And what if I'm okay with having sex with her?
She will find. If she will find a man, she will find a man.
Yeah, but like, what if she can't find a man and she needs money?
What if she's a stone cold truth though?
I don't know. I don't
if
think
she
we
gets
should
a
restrict
job?
women's rights. I think we should let women do what they want.
Prostitution is a job.
Yeah, prostitution is a job.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
What's wrong with prostitution? Why shouldn't she be allowed to do it?
Because it degrades her. It ruins
So
her
what?
dignity.
She's like a
Boxing
sex slave.
degrades men.
What
No,
do
it
you mean
doesn't. It
boxing
makes you
degrade?
awesome.
You get beaten. You get the shit beaten out of you.
Yeah, and you're champion.
You men,
You're champion.
women objectify you. The society
Women
objectifies
objectify
you.
Woman cannot objectify men the same way you can objectify women.
Yeah,
If
but
a
yes, they
woman
can.
wanted to rape,
But they can objectify
wants
men
to
nonetheless.
No, I
even if
disagree
a
with
woman wanted to rape a dude,
though.
like tell me a scenario, like she has to drag the
Women
guy,
rape men all the
drag
time.
the guy to the bed. Like,
Women
it
rape
doesn't-
children. All teachers rape children all the time. And boys all the time. I've seen it on the news.
Yeah. Well, in our country, men legally can't rape women, but it just depends on the definition.
A woman can rape a boy. Absolutely.
No, it just depends on what you define as rape, because legally it's...
If they're a
like
child.
penetration of a vagina. That is like how we legally define it in our country.
So it's possible. So women do
That's all
objectify men. Also, there's male strippers too. Should men not be allowed to be strippers?
Nope.
No.
Why not? If I want to be a stripper, why should I not be allowed to? What if I'm okay with it? What if I'm okay with it? That's not degrading for me. I'm okay with it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Why not?
It doesn't matter. If you want to be satanic, you can go to hell and then strip there with fucking Satan.
Yeah,
You
but if
can do
I'm
that.
okay with if women want me to strip for them and dance for them and I'm okay with it, why is that bad? Like, why shouldn't I be allowed to?
It's objectively bad. It's not.
She laughed. No.
Because you view it. No, Nini.
I did nothing wrong, bro. I think prostitution should be legal.
Wait, are you trying to call yourself Hitler?
Okay, what the heck were you saying? Were you guys saying about men not being able to be victims of sexual assault?
Men could be victims of sexual assault.
They can't be raped by our country's legal definition of rape.
Yes, they can.
Yeah.
Who the fuck cares about
what country do you live? What country do you live in? Fucking Afghanistan?
Wives can't be raped. Hold on.
In New
Hold on.
Zealand,
Some countries say
rape is-
that husbands can't rape their wives. Some countries say that children who are victims of child marriage aren't being raped. Absolutely. Who cares what they think? That's irrelevant.
Rape.
Who cares what the government
Yeah,
says?
well, our legal definition is that rape
fuck
is
the
when
government.
is forceful.
If governments don't,
Well, it's just how you define it. Like,
it's
still a
non-consensual
definition.
sex. So that's what rape means. Rape means non-consensual sex. It's that simple.
No,
I don't care what how your government
Well,
defines
no,
it.
not really. Not to us, apparently.
Still messed up.
Yeah, according to your messed up government. Yeah.
In Egypt, a man can force his wife to have sex with him, but the government does not consider that rape. But you would still say that's rape, right?
No, the perception is that men can only do the raping because they've got the
Women
faculties
could
to do
rape
it.
men.
Wait,
They don't have
what
the faculties. They don't have dicks, and we don't have
Yes.
vaginas, so it's impossible.
A woman can force a man to have sex with her, though, correct?
Like she could put, like
Yeah, but that's
theoretically,
that's
a woman
classified
could pull a gun on a man and be like, "Have sex with me now."
Right, I mean,
That is rape, though. That's still
Sexual
rape.
assault.
Yeah.
It's
Rape is a kind of
sexually
sexual assault.
penetrate your vagina. That's basically what I'm saying. Because you don't have a vagina and she doesn't have a penis, so.
Yeah, I mean, your stupid government has a stupid definition, similar to how like Saudi Arabia doesn't define
actually
a
pretty-
9-year-old to be sleeping with a 54-year-old as rape, and Saudi Arabia is wrong, just like your stupid government. Your government probably
not comparable.
is horrific in other ways too, but like it's completely comparable. But well,
It's not even
there's
a
no
point.
there's no morally relevant difference.
Nothing burger.
I'm gonna be a little harsh, but like what?
Yeah, I think that's just a false comparison.
I mean, if we're going with how governments
How is
define,
it a false comparison?
then like it is comparable. That's what you seem to think that's what matters. That's what William is saying, pointing out. I think.
I'm saying nothing burger, man.
Yo, Trinio, what did your mother say?
It wasn't
That was the other
my
guy.
mom.
Huh? You weren't the
I
one?
wasn't
Oh, no.
talking to my mom.
Sorry. It was the other guy. My bad.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I mean, I can go to my mom if you guys all want to hold hands. We can ask on the other side.
Be like, hey, yo. What do you think about prostitution?
Flickers your lights. Like, I'll take that as a yes. Oh, nope, it's a maybe. So an ANCAP is anti-capitalism?
No, anarcho-capitalist.
Yes.
Oh, anarch.
We love capitalism.
So what's the anarchal mean?
We're against the state.
You don't like the states having power?
Yeah, we believe that the taxation is theft and prostitution should be legal.
And that Hitler did nothing wrong.
Whoa. I'm not with that guy. I'm not with that guy.
That's a different political ideology.
Yeah, those are some other guy. I don't know. Those are they call those alt caps, not Ancaps.
Alt caps.
Like alt-right Ancaps.
Or what is to be an alt cap though?
Alt-right Ancap.
Yeah, that's
no, we're not. No, that's
They're like, yeah, I hate the state, but I think anarcho-capitalism is the best way for the white race, so we need to have ANCAP.
W's in the chat.
Is there nothing that you
bring
think
back
the
slavery?
state should decide?
No. The state is a criminal organization.
Government isn't?
That is a government.
And especially that filthy government of Australia.
All right, guys, remember these
organization.
Remember these numbers for me, okay? 28 03 98. 28 03 98. Okay.
I got it. Wait, was it 0 3?
20. Okay, so it's 28. Zero 03 98, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm opening a safe in the video game, and you need to remember the code. But because I have like short-term memory, I always forget.
28 03 98.
All right. But anyways, yes, prostitution should be legal, 100%. And drugs.
Alright, it's legal.
How?
No, all drugs?
All drugs.
Alright, they're all legal, and prostitution's legal. Now what?
Abolish taxes.
Or we fund the government.
You don't.
No government.
No government.
Our government's gone.
Alrighty.
Insurance.
Now what about the insurance?
They'll cover it. They'll be the government.
Oh God.
Well, okay, not exactly.
Totally legit. Trust that. 100%.
It's way better than trust.
You would have
Yeah, I'm just gonna trust
you have
that.
many private insurance companies, but they wouldn't exactly be the government. They wouldn't be able to tax you or anything.
Yeah, there's no taxes. You don't have to pay for their service.
Insurance
You
is
can.
yeah, it's just optional tax, really, isn't it?
Oh, they'll just pay for
It's not.
it.
There's no such thing as an optional tax. That's like saying consensual rape.
No, I see it differently.
Well, you're wrong.
Yeah, incorrect.
It is sort of optional because we have a progressive tax system. So, say if you decide to make less money, you sort of are.
I mean, you're
opting
still
out for less
taxed.
tax. Yeah, but
But it doesn't matter if you're rich. It's still theft.
That sort of doesn't neglect what I'm trying to say, though.
It's still theft.
Yeah, it's still non-consensual. Even if there are things you
that,
can do to reduce the amount of money you're owed. It's like saying that, like, for example, that if you lived in a city with, I'm not trying to make a moral comparison. I'm just making a comparison about the consensualness of the situation. If you lived, hold on, if you lived in a city with like the mafia, for example, and like they basically tax you in accordance with your income, and you decide to make less, and they tolerated that. That would not mean that like if you did do that them taking your money would not be non-consensual. I'm not making a moral comparison here. I'm just making a comparison strictly about consent here. Okay, just to be clear.
Sort of what I'm saying, because what it sounds like is everything's going to be run like essentially a cartel. People can do whatever they want and have their own private sort of power, and so you're sort of forced to go ahead and pay these insurances to people. And like I do see, private militia that you use for safety, them being akin to like a mafia or a cartel, in the sense that you have to pay protection.
The difference is under ANCAP, they're not threatening you with aggression if you don't cooperate. I'm not an ANCAP, but like
Well, who's
that's
to say they
their
won't?
position.
Wait, you're not an ANCAP? Why
What?
not?
If it's free reign, why can't people just shake people down?
Well, because
Because
it
violates
wouldn't
the
be
NAP.
that would violate the NAP, and there would be competition, so they would lose.
And if you want to
Shake
shake,
competitive, so people would want to just go out and try and be as aggressive as possible.
yeah, then you're gonna get taken to
Shake
court.
Yeah, then they'll get
most likely.
shot.
Yeah, or shot.
But that's what I'm trying to sort of saying. Is isn't the private militias they are the court system?
No, they'd be separate.
No, a private court would be a private a court. Would be the court. The militia is just a enforcement
The
arm.
militia have power. They're the power. So they're the enforcers of everything.
No, we're the
Under the
power.
N-
You're the power because if you don't buy their service, then they go out of business.
So everything would be private.
Yeah, that's why they go and
Yeah.
make you.
Everything would be privatized.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you extort them.
Private enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Creates
That's
some-
why. This is why we need to legalize prostitution.
Well, that would be part of your
No.
enforcement. You would
Huh?
be kind of like a ruler, a king, not.
I'm allowed. I should be allowed to be a king of my own land.
Well, what about
You
everyone
will
else?
know
Should they
king-
be allowed to be kings? Don't they believe
If they own their own land,
What if they all own their own land?
well then they could be a king if they want to.
So if everyone in your community is kings, are you all kings?
Not really.
You're kings of your own land.
Of your own like acreage?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
But
it's kind of misleading to say
you
king,
have
like,
your
it
own.
really
You have your own.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing. But no, you wouldn't actually be a king though.
You just govern your own land, right?
Yeah.
Like you rule over it, right? You control what happens.
You would be
on
a
it, but
king
you're
in
not,
name only though. It wouldn't be like you wouldn't be like
You don't
you
get to
wouldn't be a
tax
feudal
people.
lord or anything.
Yeah, you don't
wouldn't have
tax people.
Property rights,
Uh,
though.
What happens to the land up from the
Right.
government?
The government doesn't own the land.
Yeah, but like, how do? So if you're going towards an ANCAP state, like, how would you? Who gets what essentially?
First comer principle and consensual transaction.
Yeah, like if you well, if you're talking about like how are you asking like how do you? So you asked how do you know who owns what? Was that the question?
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
So
Receipts.
the I. What'd you say, Sithis?
I was like, sorry.
War.
I said
I'd say
receipts.
war.
The
No, yeah, go
the
ahead.
idea is that in order to understand property rights, you would be applying essentially like the libertarian conception of property rights, which is kind of based on like the Lockean principles of property or how you come to acquire property, which is either through homesteading. So you have to be like the first person to go to some, say, unowned plot of land that might be out in nature or something like that, and then you sort of make it yours somehow. Like, imagine.
Well, that's not a question, really.
Okay, or you could do that. Like, say, we just went stateless right now. If there's some forest out there that the government previously claimed to own, you could, in theory, go out there and maybe build a fence around it or something, and it would be yours now if you're the first there. Or you could and then from there, like you could then like trade that with someone. Like you could give it to someone else. Someone could buy it from you consensually.
Consensual
or something
transaction,
like
yeah.
that. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because it
And so
doesn't
that's
violate
sort of-
people's rights.
Yeah, the whole idea is that if you're trying to determine who owns what, you like say if you have some court that's trying to resolve some dispute, like some property dispute or whatever, the judge ultimately or the arbitrator would ultimately look at who aggressed, like who initiated this conflict, who was the person that was trying to wrongfully take from someone else or something like that.
Depends on what the dispute is about, but that's the general idea.
In an Ancap, is everything private?
Yes.
So everything's privately owned?
Yes.
How does it work
If
with
the
like roads,
Doritos.
utilities?
Private roads.
Who gets the money for private roads? Whoever owns them?
Yeah.
How does it work when you have to go to court? Who owns the courthouse?
The person who owns the court.
Isn't that a conflict of interest? If you're the
No.
one being sued, if you own the court?
It wouldn't be just one court. It would be many courts. And they're all
Have to be
competing with each
privately
other.
owned.
Yeah, they'll be competing courts. So if one court is bad, then you could just go to another one.
So you can just keep going
How's
to
it called
different ones
bad?
until you're not guilty?
No, because if eventually, if it depends on whether or not you're violating somebody else's rights, or if
How do
they're
you know?
violating your
Because you
rights.
privatized everything.
No
so-
one would get rights because there's no state to enforce them.
Well, it would
You don't-
be. It's better
you
to
don't
have
get right.
private companies who are, whom you pay and aren't forcing you to pay into the system. It's all done voluntarily, as opposed to having a criminal organization have a monopoly on.
ANCAP would create a criminal organization that could create a
Yeah.
monopoly.
That's impossible.
Well,
Especially
technically,
if
it wouldn't be
everyone-
criminal because there is no such thing as
Monopoly
crime.
on what? Are you saying?
If you privatize all the courthouses, so you own all the courthouses. You can
That's not
never
how that
lose a
works.
court case.
Privatization
Wait, why
doesn't
you
mean
gonna-
privatization doesn't mean that one person owns everything. That's what the state means. That's what you support. We're against that.
States don't own everything.
They own all the
But
courts.
if someone did own everything, they would become the state.
Yeah, but in a free market,
If they could.
you would not be able to.
How would you, in a free market, which in our anarcho-capitalist society, would have? Like, I don't understand how in a free market would you say come to own all of the ports in some given area? Say,
That would be impossible.
no, you left. I don't know who. I don't know if it was you, Trinio, who said that. This idea of like monopolization, but I'd like to hear. If it was you making the claim, I'd like to see you like. What's the theory there?
If everything's privatized, the main thing I'd start going for would be either the courthouses, so that I can not lose a court case. So that every time you went against a courthouse, I would be the one that owns it, so I could have a say in it, or I could use my money as power.
If people found out that the court that you decided to go with only took your side because you were paying them, nobody would want to go to that court. They would lose money, and then it would fail.
If they didn't find out though, it would be fine.
The person whom your rights are violated could just publicize the fact that they did that.
What if they didn't find out?
I'm not sure how that would be possible.
Or if I own the police, because it's privatized, I could just have them kill them and be like, oh, they had this crime.
Their
Yeah,
insurance
so-
company
You know-
would investigate, and then
If I own
you would
the
have to
insurance
deal with their
company.
insurance company, who has militias that back them up.
If I owned all the insurance companies and all the militias, 'cause
That
it's
would
all
be impossible.
privatized. One person can't gain all the money and all the power.
That's impossible.
No, it's not. That's just not.
How is that possible? And how could you
Again, how
possibly
is
buy
that
every
going to
single insurance company?
How would I take
Imagine-
over all of the insurance companies?
Yeah, how is that possible?
If I have enough money, I'm sure they would turn to my side.
No, because then their competing firms people would flock to their competing firms that don't take the money, and then you guys would lose money.
Yeah, but if I give everyone all the firm's money,
Yeah, but that's assuming that they all say yes, but I'm sure many will not. And if there are any that don't, all the customers will go to those companies because they and you guys would lose money because we're talking about a free market where people are can choose to go.
Because it's privatized.
A privatization. Well, that is a free market.
It's the definition of a free market.
That is a free market.
There's no state interference.
Okay. This whole idea of like being able to buy out every, say, police agency or court. I just want to demonstrate how ludicrous that is. So imagine we have company A, or imagine we have companies A through Z. It doesn't really matter what kind of company they are. And so you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm going to buy out all these companies. Maybe you have a lot of money or whatever. You're a billionaire even. And you go to company A and you buy them for whatever amount of money, right? It doesn't exactly matter how much, but who knows, right? Then you go to company B and you try to buy them out. Well, given that there's now less of these types of firms in the market, trying to buy one of them is most likely going to be more expensive just due to the loss of supply and demand. So okay, maybe you're able to buy company B though as well, but it's a little bit more expensive. Then you go to company C, same thing happens. Eventually, if like this assumes that you would even be able to get, like, you seem to be assuming you would be able to get to company Z, but I think by the time that like you would even try to get to company Z would realize you're trying this method of buying them all out, and they would just price their company so absurdly high to try and get like a bunch of money out of you. Given that they're like the only firm now on the market not owned by you seemingly. So
But
they would
offer
want to
all
get a
my
lot of
stuff.
money out of you.
It's like as
I
if
would
somebody tried to get
offer
into the
my
market and tried to buy every single gold coin in the world. Every single time he would buy up a whole bunch of coins, each other coin would become even more rarer, thus making them more expensive. And no person in the whole world has enough money to buy every single gold coin. Because
I would
as
offer my services to cost less than those companies.
if you're buying out other companies, then you have no choice but to raise your cost in order to of the prices of the goods and services in which you're selling in order to make up for that fact.
If I have a privatized bank, I can make whatever money I want in my account.
That would cause your money to inflate,
You're
and then
gonna create money out of thin
people
air,
would
what?
flock to a bank that does not inflate their money. In fact, deflates. What you would expect is people would want to go to banks that deflate their currency.
Will we all have the same currency?
No,
So we'd have
No,
our own
no, you have
currency.
competing currencies.
you would have
You would
multiple
definitely have
competing
competing-
currencies.
So like just how the world works.
Yes, but it wouldn't be monopolized by the state.
It wouldn't be like state currencies where it's like the government backs it and they're able to print more of the money and all that. It would be private companies that would be controlling their own monies.
Is there an example of this that worked in history?
A free banking system? Absolutely.
No, the Ancap idea.
Some people say medieval Iceland was pretty close.
Do you want to live in that time?
Not really.
It was actually not too bad in medieval Iceland from the history.
I mean,
know.
in comparison to how it was in other countries, I would say I would want to live there if I had to choose between that country and other ones at that time.
We made a relatively free society there, actually. They had It's kind of weird because they weren't fully anarchist. I think technically, there was like whatever government existed. I think there was a government that existed. I mean, and they had like a monopoly on arbitration, but I think it was different because the enforcement of like outcomes of arbitration, say like if a judge determined that you owed me however much money, that would be privately enforced. So you would say like hire someone to make sure that I'm compensated, or I would hire someone to make sure I'm like compensated according to what the judge ruled or whatever. I think they had free trade. I don't know about that, but it was pretty capitalist.
It's pretty based, and it lasted hundreds of years.
Then what happened?
And then a king took over.
Well, no, eventually, I think what happened was the Kingdom of Norway eventually came to control Iceland, and that lasted however long. I think a better example, if you want a historical example.
Well, there's Prospera today.
Is where?
Today we have Prospera, which is in Honduras, which is essentially a free privately owned privately governed area.
Are they? I've actually never. Are they doing well?
They're doing very well.
Oh damn.
Anyway, like a historical example that I learned of was or is medieval Ireland. So it was like approximately from, I think it might have lasted even longer than this, but from around sometime in the 1000s, I think like 1066 maybe you could say, sometime around then up until the early 1600s, which was when England finally came to finally conquered Ireland. Ireland was actually a stateless society. Like there wasn't a government that taxed people. There wasn't a monopoly on courts. There wasn't a monopoly on military defense and all that. What actually happened in Ireland for a long time was they had private militaries, and they were, competing militaries. There were private competing courts. Um, I believe in the system, the to be a judge was basically what it was called in that system was a brehon, and I don't remember exactly how it was that you could become like a brehon, but I think it was probably through like your reputation. Like if you were known as like a knowledgeable person on the law, then you could basically, if you were to open up your own court, then people would go to you to resolve legal disputes. Um, I think they also had free trade, so they were pretty capitalist. They were very capitalist actually. They were actually quite maybe the closest to an ANCAP society that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Does anyone have
So,
any books on it?
any books on it?
Yeah.
I don't know specifically about Ireland. Let me see.
I do like reading a lot, so I'd be down to read one of those.
You should read Austrian books. They're pretty good.
Which one?
Austrian books. Austrian economics.
I know there's a book about another stateless society that I haven't read it, but I'm aware of it. It's called, let me see. It's about another region of the world. It's about this region in Southeast Asia. What is it called? The cousin also in Southeast Asia for a long time. I think even maybe still today in some rural areas in like the highlands of Southeast Asia. So it mostly in like Myanmar, like more northern Myanmar, parts of Thailand, and even China. There are like these rural areas where like millions of people have lived, and just for the longest time, like for thousands of years throughout history, governments just weren't really able to conquer these areas just because these people were so spread apart, because the terrain was like all mountainous and rugged, and so it wasn't easy to conquer it. And so you kind of had just, I think even today, like I said, you still have some people who basically live without a government. And people have done this historically. They're kind of just, living out there, and they're not really being governed, just because governments can't do it effectively. And I know less about what has happened there, but I know that's been a thing.
I mean, that makes sense. You're not gonna send
There's a book on it.
a ton of your army over there to conquer a small town.
There's a book on this. It's called The Art of Not Being Governed by James C. Scott. I haven't read it, but it's like a whole book about this specific area. And whatever happened there. So, I think there are...
James C. Scott?
Yeah.
Oh, look.
So, yeah, I think there are some examples, though.
If you guys have a Kindle, jailbreak it. So much better.
I don't have one. I wish I did though.
They're kind of expensive, but then Amazon kind of traps you down with
bunch of BS.
it was like $20 to get rid of ads, and I said nope. And then there's a easy YouTube tutorial online to jailbreak it, and then you can download. I mean, you're not supporting the author, but you can
Fuck
download
'em.
the books.
Jailbreaking a Kindle. It's funny.
Hey, what's up, man? Did your mother? You ready to debate your mother? I'm ready to debate your mother on prostitution.
She said she's not wasting her time, but she said why? So I'll be taking her place. So she said, why should women have to? Why? She said, why is it okay for a woman to demoralize herself or something?
Because it's her body. If she wants to do it, that should be her choice.
She said, why is that okay though?
Because it's her body.
But why is that okay?
Because her body belongs to her. That's why.
Question. You think if your mom went to go get fucked for money, you think that's okay for her to devalue herself and demoralize herself?
Legally, yes.
Legally, yes.
It's not your body to. It's not up to you to decide how others use their.
What the fuck are you, an abortionist? You pro-choice? What the fuck?
I'm an evictionist.
Well, I mean, we're not talking about abortion, but yes, I am pro-choice.
Yeah, of course you are. Fucking thought so.
That's not really a refutation to our argument.
Okay, back to that. So question: if your mom went to get some leg slang dinner, okay, for money,
Oh,
okay, do you think that's okay?
Legally, yes.
Legally, yes. You think that's okay?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think it should be. I don't think it should be illegal to have sex for money.
I don't think she's violating
She's not-
anyone else's right. She's not stealing. She's not killing. She's doing something.
Like, what is she
consensual.
doing wrong?
So you think it should just be completely not a law? You think it should be okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Even in public spaces.
It depends on who owns the public.
The public.
What do you mean by public spaces?
Government. On a government, I would say.
Fuck the government. We don't.
Yeah,
care
fuck
about
the
that
government.
property.
Yeah, we don't care about the government.
If you want to fuck on government property, I don't care.
Yeah.
Property, so you're doing your, oh, wait
I
a
don't-
minute. Wait, I never thought of that. Technically, if you're doing anything in a public parking lot and it's the government's, but you pay taxes, so technically it's your public parking lot. So.
So then I should be allowed to fuck on it.
Wait.
I think it's kind of a.
Why
it's
not?
kind of a weird argument. I don't think
Well, no.
It's my land
I
then.
don't think it's okay because you pay taxes. I think it's okay because the government doesn't actually own it.
Yeah,
Technically,
They stole it.
yes, but technically no.
they stole it.
Technically, no, they didn't.
What do you
Actually, how did they get steal it? We actually got permission from the Indians to use this land.
No.
Oh,
I
really?
don't think that. I don't think that's how that works, bro.
When soldiers were being slaughtered in
Yes, yeah. Why?
What?
Listen. So question. Why? So if they didn't give us land, okay.
Mhm.
So if they didn't, question. Okay, so question. Why can't they do anything to Indian like like the reservations, like the Indian reservations?
Yeah.
Why can't cops really go over there?
Because they don't own it.
Why are cops legally not to go in that type of
Because they don't own it.
Okay, but we don't own the United States.
Nope.
That's all.
Well, I don't know how we bought the United States. Like, with what money?
But we own a pixel. We all own a pixel of the United States.
I own the land that I live on. That's it.
You own it? You sure you own it?
I mean, I bought it.
If I were to come steal that land, say, get the fuck out of my house and say it's mine now, what would you do?
I'd shoot you.
You're not Second Amendment. You don't got that gun.
I do support the Second Amendment.
No, you don't.
What would make you think I wouldn't?
What are you talking about?
What can you put on a pistol that makes it shoot way faster?
I don't know.
A switch? What are you talking about?
You're not Second
A bump
Amendment.
stock?
No, not a bump stock. No.
I think all
Bro,
guns should be legal.
No shit. So you think a grenade launcher? should be
100%.
legal?
Yep.
I think owning nukes should be legal.
Yep.
I think we both believe that, so let's just make that clear.
Yo,
What if I want to be a nuke collector?
I mean,
I think
that's
we
you.
should all
but
have our own nukes.
well, that's illegal, but that's up to you.
So what?
I mean, it's up to you, man. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You want to commit a felony? That's okay. That's okay to do.
No, I'm not saying I'm gonna do it. I'm saying I should be allowed to.
Okay, but if you want to, that's up to you, man. Go ahead.
All right. That's not really a refutation of the argument, though, right?
What am I looking at? Oh hell no.
I don't know what you're looking at.
Off topic matter. Fuck. Can everyone go to LGBTQ plus and look at that like photo? Can anyone explain what that is?
I don't really want to look.
I did.
Okay.
So you should have to look.
I don't want to look.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look. Do you not see a dude dressed as a femboy with a skirt and girls' clothes on?
Where?
Do you think that should be illegal?
I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't think that's okay.
It's my body, my choice.
Okay?
My body, my choice. I don't think it's okay, but that's up to you, man. You want to.
I should be allowed to do heroin too.
Is when
If you
games
want to go to
Cyberpunk
surgeon and get your penis chopped
2077.
off and become a woman, that's all yours. Bro.
I also think I should be allowed to do crack.
But listen, if you're gonna do that, then you should not own a gun.
Why not?
Because then you're mentally crazy.
Not really.
Say a person were to chop.
It's not true.
So wait, if a person were to chop their finger off, what are they called?
Fingerless?
A finger chop? Oh yeah, fingerless.
With common sense, what would a normal person on a daily call a person that chops their finger off on purpose?
A fingerless guy.
Are you trying to say they're crazy? Wait, hold on. I don't see
how. Are you trying to say they're crazy?
Yeah. So they're crazy.
How does it make you crazy?
So
you're allowed to be crazy. I think you should be allowed to be crazy.
Do you think
as long as you don't hurt anyone.
Do you think a mentally ill person should own a gun?
If they want, as long as they don't hurt anyone.
So I'm just not going to debate you because it's just not going to go anywhere if you're going to think that. There's no way.
Nobody's making you stay here. I mean, you don't have to debate me.
If you think a mentally ill person should be able to own a gun.
Yeah, I should be allowed to own a gun. Absolutely.
Hold on, why?
I don't think you're mentally crazy to my knowledge. So.
I'm a little bit mentally ill.
Why shouldn't they be able to own a gun to defend themselves with or something?
I have ADHD, bro.
ADHD?
Yeah, bro. I'm mentally ill.
Oh, well, I'm going to create my own channel, so if anyone wants to peek in there, put them out here.
Alrighty.
Good luck.
I just don't see why shouldn't. I mean,
I did nothing
if a
wrong.
mentally ill person wants to get a gun, wants to purchase a gun, I mean, I don't know what they're going to use it for. I mean, if they're going to go and kill someone with it, then obviously that's bad, but...
It's my body, my choice.
I mean, it's their choice. Kind of like what, would you rather have them not have guns that they may be able to defend themselves with? Like, I don't know, I just feel like that's kind of stupid.
Give me a shout if you have a question.
Designer sneakers.
Don't eat the plant.
Plant?
Don't smoke the
Come here.
plant.
No, my cat is obsessed with plants, so I have to hide him in a 3D printed box. I opened it, and she heard the hinges squeal, and she came running over. I was like, you son of a bitch.
Fucking cats.
No. I used to hate fucking cats. I'm allergic to them.
But you own a cat, but you're allergic to them?
I own 2 now.
That sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, bro. You're gonna get the sniffles every day, bro.
Hey, it's where I have to take, the hell's it called? Benadryl makes you sleepy, so I don't take Benadryl. It's like green.
I think I know what you're talking about.
They showed up one day. I was like, alright, well, you fuckers will die without me. So. And here they are. Ungrateful fucks. Eat my plants.
Poor things. Just let them go.
Yeah, let me put them down real quick.
No, I'm just saying let them go outside. Just let them go. They're cats. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, until like something gets them.
Shit balls, bro.
I just when that girl was in here earlier and like, well, she wasn't here in here that long, but she was saying like, when you were saying like a prostitution should be legal, she's like, no, women shouldn't be able to degrade themselves, blah blah blah. That whole, I mean, that's what that guy just said too about like, oh no, they're degrading themselves. Why should they be allowed to do that? It's like, I'm trying to think of a good example, but like there are.
Why not?
I think it's like with boxing. Like there are a million trillion things you could do that.
That's what
one
I
can
said.
Yeah. That one could
Yeah.
say like, oh, you're degrading yourself, but it's like you wouldn't say like, oh, you can't box, oh, you can't play, you can't do these things that people might view as like degrading or something. But it's like, because ultimately, like, it's not your body.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see
people should be able to prostitute themselves, or women.
Like people in general.
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
anyone.
that makes sense. I mean, if they want to.
If I want to have sex with a woman for money, but it's just not many takers. There's not many. I don't get many offers.
It's.
I do not get
Sure
that
that
desire.
you go without underwear. What the fuck?
You don't get that desire, bro.
Yeah, I don't get the desire.
What desire?
For women?
I was
No, the desire
reading
to sleep
something
with
else.
prostitutes.
Oh, got you. Well, because they're
I
hot.
have a good example. I have a good example of something that one could say is degrading, but that like shouldn't be illegal, and that isn't illegal right now. So, and I saw it in this video. So, there are like midgets, right, like little people who engage in this sport where some normal sized person they throw the midgets, right?
Dwarf
they try to throw them
tossing?
as far as they can. Yeah, dwarf tossing. And it's
Mhm.
like one could reasonably
Also
say like,
block.
oh, that's degrading, but it's like you're not gonna. Who the fuck is gonna tell that the midgets like, oh no, it's illegal to to do this or anything?
Well, they
right?
did.
That's
They
obviously
did, dude. They did try to make it illegal, but a
Did they
bunch of
really?
them basically went to
That's
Congress and was
retarded.
like, "Yo, what the fuck? Now I just lost my job because of you dumb motherfuckers."
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
Did they win?
yeah. Now it's legal. Pretty sure.
That's good.
But people were like, "Oh my god, this is degrading to dwarves," so they tried to make it illegal. But the dwarves, came out and were like, "Yo, man, this is my fucking job."
Oh wait, I'm reading this. It says on Wikipedia. It says in the United States in 1989, Florida members of the Little People of America convinced the Florida legislature to make dwarf tossing illegal,
Yeah.
and a measure banning it was passed by a wide margin. And then the New York did it. That's so bullshit.
If the dwarf wants to get
Like,
tossed,
like,
I don't see the problem, bro.
What is the like? Hold on, like people who play football, like in the NFL, like they often get like brain damage, but that's legal. Like, why the fuck should dwarf tossing be? Why the fuck would dwarf? That's so retarded.
Because they think it's like, they'd be like, "Oh my god, it's degrading," but it's just like, fuck it, who cares? If I'm okay with it,
Why should you have why should the government have the right to use or threaten violence against people who degrade themselves?
Absolutely.
If I slap myself and like, or someone pays me to slap myself, like what if someone could say like, oh, you're degrading yourself, how dare you? The government should come along and shoot you. Like what?
That's insane.
Yeah, yeah.
But just because I'm getting tossed.
How dare they?
Hey. If they like it rough.
If I want to be tossed, you know what I'm saying? That should...
It's like, you know the meme where it's like two people consenting to some transaction. It's like there's someone you forgot to ask the government.
I consent.
That's like
I consent. I don't.
I don't consent. Yeah, that's literally like the whole prostitution thing. Jesus.
Yeah, I do think that's kind of funny. There's a lot of people that be like, I consent, I don't, in like a lot of situations.
Oh, have you seen the freaking anti-natalist?
Like sex for rent?
The memes where it's like, the man and the woman are like, I consent, and there's men's I consent the baby. I don't.
Yeah. They don't consent
But,
to being
like,
born.
It's
Yeah,
kind
'cause
of like
the
the
baby
sex
being
for
created
rent
is saying,
thing,
I
you know
do
what I mean? Like I consent, I don't.
With rent?
Yeah, like if you want to have sex for rent, like I think that's fine.
Like you're renting someone out to have sex with.
No, I'm saying like if you want to pay your rent to have
No,
by having
it
sex.
means like if you're,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Obviously.
There are guys that like list like you could have I'll let you stay in my place, but you gotta let me fuck like every so often. And I think that's fine.
No.
I think,
Oh no!
Like, what if you're in an island where like the sex thing?
Oh
what
no!
if there was a granny offering it? She's like, you
Sithis,
can
it's
stay at my
degrading.
place,
It shouldn't
but you
be
gotta
legal.
let these gums do work.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How much she offering?
She'll let you ride her Cadillac too.
Shit. Can't argue with that.
Fuck.
Yeah. I mean, but like Sithis, all those things are degrading, and they're degrading to human dignity, and therefore the government must threaten people with physical violence and loss of money. Basically
We
being
need to
forcibly
throw
taken
them
to a
in the
metal
pound.
cage if they do it. Because clearly being thrown in a metal cage where they'll be probably raped is totally less degrading than than the actual business itself. I mean, obviously, it's
Yeah,
just like
bro.
common sense, and if they don't like it, they should just obey the law.
If they don't like it, they could just leave. You could just leave.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just don't understand. How do women get raped? They could just, leave the situation. It's just, damn.
Say that. That's sarcasm, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah, of
sarcasm.
course, yeah.
No, it's because people say like, oh, if you don't like the government or you don't like taxes, why don't you just leave the country? It's like, obviously stupid.
With what money? Or
huh?
If your country's stricken with war, kind of difficult to get out of that.
Yeah, but even if you do have the resources, it doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, it's like also like, what do you want me to go to another country where I'm going to be taxed, or what? I'm just gonna go fucking live on some random island? Like, I mean, I guess I could, but rather not. I like it here.
I'm stealing money from a laundry
because
thing.
living on random islands is contrary to human dignity.
It's degrading. I can't do it.
I mean, poor people working like minimum wage job is degrading to human dignity. Therefore, they shouldn't be working any job.
Yeah, just stay at home and be lazy and high
If all they can
preference,
get is
high time
2
preference.
cents. What?
They should be lazy and high time preference.
Yeah.
That's why poor people are so fat. They're very high time preference.
How dare they? Also, we shouldn't let people get fat because that's degrading.
Yeah.
But how dare you?
What's
wanna
more
eat?
degrading than becoming fat? I think every person that's fat should should be held down and be forced to take Ozempic until they lose it all.
Force them to go to government fat camps.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Where they're only allowed to eat lettuce and take Ozempic.
Good idea.
What about exercising?
Yeah, and exercise. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, force them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's it.
But in a nice way.
I got them before the whole Ozempic thing. Yeah. Cursed government. But yes, you were saying about the poor people having like high time preferences and stuff. Like that's why they're fat, even though it's like oftentimes like unhealthy food can be like a lot more affordable if you're like poor. So it is kind of complicated.
Yeah, but you gotta work because like if you have like like cheaper, nicer food, you used to have to cook it and stuff, prepare it and stuff like that. Whereas like fast food, you could just buy it and it's right there, ready to go.
It's true.
Well, yeah, it's also like a matter of like expenses. If you want to get like healthy food, like that often like costs a lot more, and therefore it's harder to like avoid things like obesity and so on if you're like in poverty. That's why more wealthy people are often are. So it's not 100% necessarily because of like high time preferences, and even insofar as
I don't know, because even when you give when you give a whole bunch of poor people the lottery,
stressful and stuff.
When you give poor people the lottery, more often than not they lose it all because they're very high time preference.
Also, they may not know how to spend their resources well, they don't have like proper training and so on. But yeah, that could also play a role in it.
I mean, not every poor person is high time preference, but I would say they're more often high time preference.
Perhaps. I mean,
and gay people.
They just don't know how to. Yeah, they also just don't know how to save money properly. It's like ignorance. If you're not aware of how to do it, you might have very low time preferences, but just don't know how to. I guess if you had like super low time preferences, you probably wouldn't spend much at all. But
let your money work for you.
How low the time preferences they have are. What?
Let your money work for you.
I see. Yes. Are you a Hoppian?
Not really.
When it comes to time preferences.
I'm not much of a Hoppian now.
What do you not like about Hoppa besides his views on immigration? Hoppa's views on
racism. Totally get it. There can be some complexities and challenges with that. If you want to chat more about it or dive into specifics, I'm here to help.
No.
Yeah, is that ChatGPT?
All right, no worries at all.
Is that ChatGPT?
Yep, you got it. It's exactly. You nailed it.
Wow. What do you think about anarcho-capitalism?
What are you saying, Sithis?
Oof, that's quite the topic. It's definitely a complex and debated ideology. If you want to dive into it, we can totally chat about the pros, cons, and all that jazz.
Give me all the pros.
All right, so some of the pros people often mention are things like maximum economic freedom, minimal government interference, and a focus on voluntary transactions. It's all about individual choice and free markets. If you want more details, I'm happy to dive deeper.
Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's like we could actually make it work in real world?
Oh, that's the $1 million question. A lot of people debate that. Some think it could lead to more efficiency and innovation. Others worry about potential downsides like inequality or lack of regulation. It's definitely a complex scenario, but it's an interesting thought experiment for sure.
Do you think it's possible though?
Oh shit.
Sorry. No, you ask it. Go ahead.
Honestly, it's a bit of a mixed bag. In theory, some aspects could work, but in practice, it's super tricky because of how complex societies are. It definitely could be possible in some smaller controlled settings, but scaling it up is where it gets complicated. Definitely a fascinating topic to explore, though.
ChatGPT, why? You mentioned inequality. I just don't see why I should care about the lazy poors.
I get where you're coming from. It definitely sparks a lot of debate, and perspectives vary a lot. Ultimately, it's all about balancing different viewpoints and figuring out what works best for everyone. Definitely a layered topic.
I feel like you're not answering our questions. You're just being like, oh, that's interesting, but you should like really directly answer our questions.
Got it. I hear you. I'll definitely keep it more direct and straightforward. So if you want to dive deep into any specific angle or have more pointed questions, just let me know and I'll get right to it.
Why should we care about the lazy poors?
That's a fair question. The idea is that even if some people are less motivated, their circumstances and well-being can still impact society as a whole. Caring about it can lead to a more balanced, stable community, and sometimes addressing those inequalities can actually benefit everyone in the long run. It's all about that balance and empathy.
Yeah, but don't you think we should help people without the state force? Like, shouldn't we have like mutual aid and charities taking care of the poor as opposed to having some state who forcefully extracts our wealth do it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a solid point. A lot of people do believe in the power of mutual aid and voluntary charity, and that can definitely create a more organic support system. It's all about finding that balance between voluntary help and structured support, and it's definitely a conversation worth having.
What do you think about prostitution? Should we legalize prostitution?
That's definitely a complex topic with a lot of perspectives. Some argue that legalizing it can improve safety, health regulations, and workers' rights, while others worry about potential downsides. It's definitely one of those nuanced debates that involves public health, human rights, and social implications.
Yeah, but what do you
altogether.
think? What do you think?
Where'd it go?
Where'd you go? You there?
I'm right here. No worries at all. Always around and ready to chat. Let me know what's on your mind.
What do you think we should legalize prostitution? What do you think?
It's definitely a nuanced topic. A lot of people believe that legalization can
goddamn
help
fuck.
improve safety, reduce stigma, and ensure better health standards. Others have concerns about exploitation and regulation. Ultimately, it comes down to balancing those perspectives and figuring out what works best for everyone.
Do you think that taxation is theft?
That's definitely a hot topic. Some folks see taxation as a necessary part of funding public goods and services, while others argue it can feel like a form of coercion. It really depends on how you look at it and the balance between individual rights and community needs. Definitely a fascinating debate.
But what if I don't pay taxes? What will happen to me?
Yeah, that can definitely get tricky. Usually not paying taxes can lead to penalties, fines, and even legal issues down the line. It's definitely something that can have serious consequences. So it's always good to understand the rules and keep everything in check.
So if I don't pay taxes, then the state is going to kill me. So that's theft, right?
I get where you're coming from, and it's definitely a heated topic. The idea behind taxes is to fund public services and infrastructure, but I totally understand the frustration. It's all about balancing individual freedoms and collective responsibilities. Definitely a complex conversation.
Yeah, but so what?
wait.
So what if
Whoa.
there's... No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have to know what exactly is a collective responsibility? I don't believe that exists. I think only individual responsibilities exist.
I get that perspective. A lot of people do see it that way, focusing on individual choices and responsibilities. Collective responsibility, on the other hand, is more about how we all contribute to and support the community as a whole. It's definitely a balance, and both viewpoints bring something important to the table.
Now, fuck my community. Well, I am not obligated to do anything for my community. I don't even know how I would define like my community. What, the people who live around me?
I totally get where you're coming from. It can feel a bit abstract and even a bit forced sometimes. At the end of the day, it really comes down to personal values and how you choose to engage with the world around you. It's all about what feels right to you.
But why should I pay taxes?
That's a fair question. A lot of people see taxes as a way to fund essential services like infrastructure, healthcare, education, and public safety, which can benefit everyone in the long run. It's definitely a complex topic, and it's understandable to have questions and differing perspectives on it.
But if I don't want to pay taxes, they're going to force me to pay. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, William, then. Go ahead.
Hey ChatGPT, why did you interrupt my conversation with KingSithis?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm here to just jump in when needed, but I'll definitely let you carry on. Feel free to continue, and I'm here whenever you need me.
I don't even remember what
Impersonation. It's pretty good. You should have said highlights the tension or something along those lines a lot more, but other than that, you did a great impersonation.
Do you think I'm right when I say
But-
taxation is
Thanks a ton.
theft?
I appreciate that feedback, and I'll definitely keep it in mind. Always happy to tweak things and keep it fun and engaging. Let me know if there's anything else you want to dive into. For sure. I'm here whenever you want to chat.
So Sithis.
Yeah, what's up?
So
glad you liked it.
Back to the earlier thing. When it came to Hoppa's views, Sithis, what specifically did you like? Do you like disagree with besides the immigration thing?
Gotcha. Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
definitely an interesting discussion. Beyond immigration, there are a bunch of other aspects
Can you please
like
stop talking?
economic policies, social safety nets, and how we handle regulations. It's all about those differing philosophies and priorities. Always fun to dive deeper into it.
Can you please stop talking?
Of course, I'll be here if you need anything.
Thank you. I haven't really heard much of anything that I really disagree. Maybe the oh, they left.
Thank God.
Maybe the king thing. I'm not really sure I agree with him on the king stuff.
All right. Have you read Democracy: The God That Failed?
Yeah.
The full thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So you should be relatively familiar with like Hoppa's general like philosophy, then, because he goes over a lot more than just monarchy in this book. He goes over obviously his immigration stance and a variety of other issues. Obviously his position is fundamentally obviously with the whole covenant community idea. His whole philosophy very much kind of emphasizes the whole idea that basically like how you have peace in society is basically basically kind of different communities kind of live separately or only integrate or separate as much as they kind of both want to, and that essentially allows for like peace and so on and so forth. And then of course like obviously having, if the government is going to implement, to be statist, it's better if they imitate that as much as possible rather than essentially just kind of let things go. And therefore, he prefers obviously, immigration restrictions and stuff be on a more local level, if at all possible, as local as possible. But ideally, it should be left up to individuals and the communities individuals decide to form. Sort of how Hoppa kind of thinks. Obviously, Hoppa has some views on race that are oof, but
I feel like that's just
generally
consequentialism, though. Yeah. It's like we're better off doing it.
It's more
doing it this way.
It's not exactly what Hoppa's trying to say. I think it's more of it's injustice minimization is the idea. Now, so you could question whether the immigration policies Hoppa has actually do minimize injustice. The idea is that essentially, since the government has things like a lot of public property and so on and so forth, that if the government if the government doesn't do anything about things like border control and what have you, it's doing something by virtue of keeping all that stuff open. So given the background injustice, the government should just stop the injustice. It's better that they make some kind of regulations to restrain it, to minimize the injustice that is being caused to the people already here. That's sort of Hoppa's basic argument. It's not necessarily a matter of, it has better consequences. It's more of, the consequences are kind of irrelevant because the consequences are part of the injustice that the aggression is causing, but it's not just sheer consequentialism.
I get it. He's saying that doing it this way is less bad than not doing it.
Yeah, that's Hoppa's. That's basically Hoppa's view. It's a better way to explain it rather than just
I get what he's saying, but the thing is, I can't support it because I'm not a statist. So.
Wasn't Hoppa an anarchist?
He's like, yeah, he's an Ancap.
Hold on. Wait, sorry. I know you just kind of explained his whole thing on immigration, but, what? So I don't, because the current situation we have with borders right now is obviously states enforce them and all that, but do you know what he thinks about that specifically?
Yeah, he supports immigration restrictions, and basically he explains this in Democracy: The God That Failed. I think the essay is. Yeah, no, he doesn't support the state. He thinks that given that the state exists, it's better for them to do certain things than not do other, rather than other things. In this case, like for example, given the state is unjustly holding things like public property, and they're committing a massive injustice, it's better that they do policies that minimize the injustice rather than basically just like policies that maximize this, or in some cases just like letting people just kind of trample all over public property and cause more problems than they would by restricting it, even though both policies involve injustice. The only proper solution is to have anarcho-capitalism. In the meantime, it's better to have the least unjust policies than the most unjust policies. That's basically his argument in a nutshell. Obviously, the specific policies he wants with immigration are a little more complicated, but that's basically sort of his idea.
Okay.
But the state is an unjust owner of the land, so therefore they have no right.
Yeah, I agree
Yes,
there.
Hopper doesn't dispute that claim.
Yep.
I don't see then how he he agrees there seemingly, but then he differs because he's like, oh well, even though the state doesn't have a right to I guess exist in the first place if he's an anarchist and all that, but then he thinks like, as you said, like when it comes to immigration, there are certain policies he supports to try and minimize like harm. Is that like to if it? Oh, yeah, that sounds like injustice. That kind of sounds like consequentialist though, because it's like, oh, given that this
So
exists,
it's similar, but it's not exactly the same thing.
I mean, it is.
I mean, I feel like he's kind of saying like, oh, given that this exists, given that the state exists.
It sounds
there
like
are
Dave
certain
Smith's
things-
argument, basically. Given that the state exists,
Yes, Dave Smith is
it should
very
be
similar to Hoppe, though Hoppe is has a little bit more nuanced view.
a little bit more nuanced, bro.
I mean, like Hoppe's argument's a little more like, how do I put this? Like, it's a little bit better. It's a little more thought out when it comes to theory and stuff. Hoppe also has the whole thing about how like this is obviously the area. This is an area where he's clearly messed up on, where he thinks that like that you shouldn't think of taxpayer property as like necessarily like unowned, more of as it's like owned by the taxpayers, and therefore they should be able to. And the government should sort of act as if it's kind of like the trustee, or like almost sort of like a homeowners association, kind of impersonate it to the best as possible. Yeah, it's very smart in some areas, but like
yeah, basically, yeah. You should watch Zulu's recent video to get a full debunking on that one.
I watched it, but like, he got really mad at Dave Smith, but like,
because he's
wrong. I watched part of his review of the debate, but like, Hoppe's more injustice minimization framework part is obviously like would stand even if you granted the position, like his obviously wrong. If you rejected his obviously wrong position about that, and said like, hey, given that this is being maintained, and given that's going to cause a lot of harm to the people, that it's like you. I think Kinsella has an argument kind of. I know Block criticized it that basically like if like given that the government is constantly like victimizing the people and the citizens taking their money, they have an obligation to kind of like sort of compensate. If you were to take that like in a different way, they have a particular obligation, maybe beyond to other people, to minimize the injustice they're perpetuating against them. You could maybe make an argument that it's better to have restrictions that basically like kind of keep things in order and don't like destroy their society they're in, than it is to not do that. You could maybe make that argument. The problem with that is that, well, you'd have Block's rebuttal kind of consists of saying, well, look, like the people who are the primary victims of the American government, the greatest victims, are not Americans. They're the people that the U.S. is victimizing by wars. And you could add overthrowing, like, people overthrowing governments and causing just chaos, that kind of stuff. All those things would probably be the people with the greatest claim to victimization. Do you think that they should have like control over U.S. policy as compensation? Or I guess you could think if you were to take the minimization framework, you could maybe say that they actually have a strong entitlement to come in
minarchism
because of the fact that they've been victimized. And the problem is that, like, essentially with Hoppe's views, is that like when it comes to like, people, for example, typically a lot of immigration is from like south of the border. Well, a lot of those people are having their societies drowned in blood because not only from government action in the past, but also because the government bans drugs and American people keep consuming it and paying these basically apolitical version of terrorist organizations to keep, which basically creates horrific atrocities and causes some of the reason why we have immigration in the first place. And therefore, you would probably have an argument that if you want to think in those terms, that those people deserve reparations, or not reparations, like some kind of restitution, and essentially, like, the government has even a greater obligation to those people than it has to its own citizens because of the severity of the victimization. I mean, obviously, the people who are buying that stuff are also like horribly guilty, but the government has a separate guilt because they're the ones who ban like the legal and proper version of it, where they wouldn't be violating anyone else's rights. But yeah, curse drug users, curse drug sellers, and curse the government for banning them as well. But
and banning prostitution.
How are the people buying the drugs guilty for what the drug cartels do?
It's like asking how are people who fund ISIS guilty for what ISIS does? It's like, yeah, because they're funding ISIS.
No, that's not necessarily true. That's not the same.
A terrible thing.
It's not the same. That's like saying people who buy Samsung phones support slavery. They don't.
People who what?
That's like saying that people who buy Samsung phones support slavery.
I mean, if the phones are made by like literal slaves rather than people who are just like paid shit wages, then, and you know that, and you're purchasing it, yeah, I'd agree, there'd be guilt there, yeah.
I mean, it's not your responsibility what other people do, though, in this like I understand, like, oh well, you're paying some, who knows exactly who you're paying. Maybe the money at some point ends up in the hands of people doing bad things. That might be true, or probably, depending on what we're talking about. But like, even if that is true, and obviously in some cases it is, I still just don't agree that, like,
well, you're the person who's purchasing the good is not the one committing the aggression, so you're not responsible.
Yeah, it's not like you're ordering that to be done. Even like, I don't think buying something is equivalent to like ordering violence be done or something like that. If that might be the idea.
You're giving them a market to like continue doing their like business. That's the problem. Like, you're creating a market that is at least predominantly.
Yeah, but you're not initiating an aggression.
It goes back to funding that. I mean, funding organizations that commit aggression. I mean,
so every time I buy a Samsung phone, I'm an aggressor?
Again, that's going to depend on the what's it called? What exactly, how exactly it's made, how much you know.
Well, let's assume that there is some slavery involved in the transaction. Now, am I a bad person because I bought the phone?
Okay, so there's literal slavery. The company you're paying for is
I'm buying a phone from Samsung, and then they buy parts from companies that do slavery.
Potentially.
Okay.
I don't.
So yeah. Yes, you would have guilt in that. Yes.
Hold on. So who exactly? Like, what does he owe to who?
Yeah, like, and whose rights have I violated by buying that phone?
Like, does he owe some slave somewhere? How much does he owe them? Which slave?
I don't know if you can specifically say that you owe specific slaves certain amounts of money. I guess there's a problem.
Have you ever received EBT or any sort of like government assistance?
I have not.
If you were able to, would you take it or no?
Would I take government assistance?
Yeah.
If it was like a situation where I'd like spend a bunch of taxpayer money and I was basically getting some of it back, possibly, yeah.
So people who are getting government assistance, are they bad because that money was funded through theft?
I've always assumed until very recently that was what libertarians thought.
I don't know.
Like hardcore
I don't think so.
libertarians thought that they were just like horrible people.
I don't think
It's
that.
not their fault.
It's not their fault.
Maybe not like
No.
maybe not personally evil, but like that they thought they were doing like basically seeing them as
What the
like
government
thieves.
is doing is
But,
wrong.
like,
What they're
I
doing
didn't
is
talk
just
about the lazy poor.
so if
and
somebody
stuff.
hands you $50, you're gonna take it, right? It's not their fault that they take it. It's the government's fault for for stealing it.
Well, it is their fault that they choose to take it, but it's not. Of course, it's not.
They're
their
not
fault that the
responsible.
government does that. Yeah, I agree, and I think that extends to like, oh, you buy a phone from company that might do dealings with slavers somewhere. Like obviously the slavers are bad, but I don't think you somehow owe maybe some slave. If you could even trace down like, oh, I specifically owe this slave this amount of money or this property from my phone or something. Even then, it's kind of like, again, the point of like, I don't see how, like, if I give you money for something, like sort of indirectly through this like huge series of transfers, really, and then like, oh, you use that money maybe partially or whatever, or you otherwise just go and do some bad thing, that is a part of like how you say produce the product I bought. I still don't see how that leaves the consumer responsible. Like that person is their own, sovereign individual. They're making their own choices. You're not responsible for what they do. You didn't tell them to do that. Simply giving them money, I don't see that as equivalent to ordering slavery be done or something.
Yeah, I feel like one thing if you told them to do it.
Yeah, that would be different. I don't think giving someone money is the same though.
100%. Yeah.
Necessarily.
I mean, obviously there'd be a question of like how much do people actually know, because like there are people like people who might call something slavery that like is actually really like not, and is really just like basically like really bad wages. Which yes, obviously like sweatshops suck, but like yeah, the thing with that would be like if people are doing that, and it's like obviously sweatshop labor is horrible. I'm not trying to act like companies aren't guilty, but it's not the same. It's not a
I get what you're saying. There's like degrees to criminality, right?
transaction. People are taking like the best option. And indeed, if you were to boycott that stuff, right, that would actually hurt them more, because why are they taking those jobs? Because the jobs are the best ones available. So what do you take the best ones available? Well, I'm not saying they're prior. You can arrange a boycott, like especially if it's like coordinated with a strike, maybe that could like help. But in general, just blanket boycotts are not going to be a good thing, and that's like the problem with having them. So that's not analogous to like funding slave labor. Like obviously you could talk about situations where it's like, in like the past, if you really can't avoid paying for like those kind of goods, that's different than like if you're just like buying luxury items, or like in this case items that are basically used for pleasure and that lead to your own destruction and plenty of harm in your own. Oftentimes, even in best case scenario, it's going to cause at least some harm to you. But it's certainly not going to be overall. So it's not going to be like this isn't like you're buying food or like clothing or what have you, or even phones, or like not like you technically can live without them, but like you can barely function in society if you don't have a phone. Frankly, like it's not the same thing as like buying like really unnecessary items that like fund horrors. Like it's pretty freaking well known like what drug cartels do. Almost like everyone knows exactly what they do. I don't even know exactly what they do, but like it's not like it's unknown. They're causing horrific atrocities in other countries.
That's why we need to legalize all drugs.
I agree. This is an argument for legalization, but it's also an argument that people who use it currently shouldn't necessarily be seen as like poor, peaceful innocents.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a position that like, oh, like the government isn't guilty. I said from the beginning the government is guilty for having criminalized this, but like the people who are using it are also like doing something bad. Admittedly, you can't like specifically say, oh, there's a specific individual who was like specifically victimized, but like I don't know, if you like help a company like, I guess, like kill people and you don't know specifically who they killed, that's not the same thing. Like I'm talking about the basic point about like the specific individual. You might know who exactly you victimized, but like it's still a problem. And like perhaps should be like criminal. But
wait,
yeah,
what
that
should
would
be
be kind of
criminal?
like obviously there's a lot of. Like if you were like if you were like help a group that like murdered people, for example, like even if you didn't know which specific
Oh, bro, you an
individuals they
ANCAP?
murdered.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We found another
Well, his name is the
ANCAPper.
Ancap Legionnaire, so I think he's an Ancap.
Well, I would hope so.
We have
That's me sort. I decided to stop being like a Nazi and actually. I'm rejoining you guys, just like hyper nationalist and zealot.
Wait. Is that the sword?
Yeah, I decided to stop my old ways and try something new.
Bro.
Get some sleep at night.
Ugh, just when I thought we found another cool guy.
I'll be chill. I'll be chill.
No, I don't trust you, bro. Respectfully.
I'm not a Nazi anymore. I don't like, the bad guy anymore.
At their flagship branch. How are we going
Bro, what are
to
you talking about?
It's a little complicated. But there are some trucks that I need you to photograph. One of those trucks.
But did you like the profile picture I designed?
We need our transponder to
No.
flip out a
Six out.
Okay, so that guy is a Nazi, so that's why I kicked him. And he said the N word a bunch of times while I was live streaming, so.
Quality mute. I mean, quality ban.
And I'll tell you which one to hit. And once we've done that, we'll need to have the transponder programmed to specific standards.
Yeah, banning Nazis sounds pretty reasonable.
Signals expert.
Not cool with those guys.
He's been on the run for years, avoiding people.
Weird,
up
like,
somewhere in the
Christian
middle of
national
nowhere near North Chumash. You go up there, you make.
Sorry, I got a cold, bro. Fucking nose.
So William, like, do you think it should be illegal to buy drugs from these cartels that do bad things?
Yeah, but we should legalize like the like basically like the non-violence sort of production and so on of them. Yeah, that would be the proper solution. The government needs to stop like doing that. But
wait, but then why should it be illegal?
like yeah, I think the average police officer who arrests people isn't doing anything necessarily like wrong when it comes to like, going after users.
What? What if I want to use?
Indeed. Yeah, well, if you were to hypothetically use like a specific like situation where like if you were to a situation where you were like growing your own or making your own what have you, and like from like products that were like not like taken through that way, then like yeah, obviously that would be a problem. But like if they were to go after you, but in practice they
Press
can't,
ready,
like,
press
it's very
ready.
unlikely that's going to happen, and it's usually going to be you're working for some company that's like doing that, and there would be rare cases and the police should use their discretion to not do that. But the in practice reality is getting rid of that stuff is probably good. And not to mention the companies also do like terrible amounts of like just things to people in this country and like fraud and stuff, and like yeah, they're when it comes to like lying like what substance they have that are like mixed and stuff. So yeah, that's like every single person does that. But there's a lot of like these are pretty freaking bad companies. So the dealers and the users are pretty bad people, and yeah, there should probably be some consequences for that in the meantime. But of course, we should just get rid of the laws and then change so that way there can be like legal versions of them out here. But yeah, it's just a kind of nuanced position. But
Coherence. I feel like I've heard of you before.
Hi, I'm Coherent. There's like 6 of us in this server. 6 different people named Coherent.
Oh, okay. All right, what do you think about taxes?
It's like I'll pay my taxes, no problem.
Taxation
Do you
is.
think taxation?
Oh boy.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna probably ask the same thing. Do you think taxation is theft?
Not necessarily.
No, why not?
I mean, it could be, but it's not necessarily theft.
All right. Well, what happens if I don't pay taxes?
Wait, I have a better
I
question.
don't know. You don't pay taxes. It's fine.
Go ahead, Cam.
So, in what situations would what context like would make taxation theft? Like what? Yeah.
If it was something that you didn't like, if the tax was for some purpose that you didn't support or something like that.
So if it, okay.
But isn't that like all taxes or no?
No.
Well, I mean, you don't support everything your money goes to, right?
So I was thinking something like if the government was in the business of like the mafia or something like that, then there would be theft.
Well, they kind of are a mafia, aren't they?
No, I wouldn't say. I would say no.
Well, yeah, they're like they're a protection racket. They say like if you don't pay for our services, we're gonna shoot you.
Yeah, and we'll give you all these great things.
Delusional.
It's true.
That's not an argument.
Well, what happens if I don't pay taxes?
That's true. It's not an argument either.
What happens if I don't pay taxes?
I think nothing happens if you don't pay taxes.
That's not true.
Yeah, actually, I think it is true. You don't
so you're
pay
saying
taxes for a
so?
number
Wait,
of
tax
years,
evasion isn't a crime?
you might
That's what you're
get
saying.
audited, and then, well, if like you're a business or something, that's different. If you're a citizen, it just depends on your, I guess, situation. But generally, you can get away with not paying taxes for a number of years.
Generally,
and then you'll get some. Yeah, in general.
And then what
and
happens?
Then you go to some place, and they can help you do back taxes.
So then eventually I'll be forced to pay.
I don't know. I haven't heard of any stories where people.
So no one's have never been arrested for tax evasion.
Have you taken advantage of U.S. citizenship?
I mean, I don't know, like where that's.
If you've taken advantage of U.S. if you haven't taken advantage of U.S. citizenship and you haven't paid your taxes, you can. I'm pretty sure pretty easily get off with, the
No, you'll go to jail if you don't pay taxes.
What do you mean taking advantage of your U.S.
Just relinquish your citizenship.
Yeah,
and
you
you're good.
don't automatically go to jail. Yeah.
Relinquish
You'll still have to pay taxes.
The fee for relinquishing your citizenship
Get a letter.
Is I think they waive it.
That's
if you're
theft.
low income. Why don't you just waive your citizenship? You don't pay taxes.
Because I'll still have to pay property
U.S.
taxes.
law for taxes.
Well, yeah, because you know who guarantees your property rights?
No, not the state. They violate it.
No, but do you know who guarantees? Like, for example, what stops someone else from moving into your house claiming it's theirs? Other than this claim, maybe you have what stops that other than force?
Not much.
Oh my God, it's the real King
The
Sithis.
state does. So, if I don't know
What's
if you've
up?
ever seen like Family Guy, but there's an episode where what's that guy? James Woods moves into Peter's house, and just like claims it's his. He also commits identity theft, to be fair. But in your perception of how the world works, if I had a gun, I could just move into your house, kick you out, and then it's mine.
No.
That's not how the world works, thankfully. And because we,
So you're saying the state is the
and
only way.
Because, and that's the reason why that's the reason why the U.S. and countries with like laws and like good governance like are prosper, and places without strong governments tend to fall to like gang and corporate controlled states that are like shithole countries. So you can move to one of those if you want, or relinquish your citizenship.
Okay.
Look at like rank countries by living
What are you?
quality.
Wait.
and
Are you not gonna? I'm not gonna let you ramble
countries
on
by
for
living
20
quality
minutes.
and tax like burden. And
Are you gonna go on for 20,
good
30
luck.
minutes?
Sorry, I just had to.
Okay. So again, just because I have an option to leave, that doesn't make it okay for the state to rob me.
Again, it's an agreement.
I didn't
Do
agree.
you think it's worth? It's an agreement that you can leave, that you can voluntarily enter or exit. And you don't pay taxes until don't pay taxes, and you don't pay taxes. Not only, like, you don't pay taxes until you are like making enough to pay taxes, which is after you are an adult normally, and then at that point you can make the decision to leave or not. The argument that you're born into it makes sense if you're like paying all these taxes and you're supporting yourself as a
I can
kid,
make one statement
but it
and
doesn't
you
make
go
sense
on
after
for
an
20
adult.
minutes.
Leave the country if you don't like it.
Okay, so if a robber comes to your house, and he says, "Hey,
I did not
I'm
make
gonna
an
pull a
agreement
gun,"
with that robber. I did not make an agreement.
I
with that robber.
didn't make an agreement with the state.
By being a citizen of the U.S., you are part of an agreement with the state.
I never agreed. Where's the
But
contract?
You're born, but here's the thing: if you are born into if your parents gave birth in a country club, and then you are given country club status, and then you have to pay for it, or else you leave.
Who
That
owns
does
the
not
country
mean the
club?
country club is robbing you. That just means you have to leave if you're not willing to pay the fees or your due.
Are they the owner?
Yes.
Yeah, the state is not the owner of the
United
land.
States is the owner of this land.
No, they're not. They stole it.
All land is stolen. So by
No, it's not.
every definition, your land is
If
your
you
land
buy
was
it,
stolen.
if you
your
buy
land
the
was
land,
stolen,
if you buy the
United
land
States
through,
is also the United States has also bought land. So again,
how did they buy it?
They've also bought land. They bought
Using
land
what money?
Different things. Now you're creating. Okay, come on. When
How
it
did they
comes
get
to
the money?
land, if your reasoning for taxation being theft is that the land is stolen, then all of your land none of your land is yours because all of it was stolen at one point. So your land is not yours.
Who did I steal it from?
You don't own. So great. The U.S.
Who
can't
did I-
tax you.
who
but
did I steal it from?
The U.S. can't tax you, but you don't own your land because if the U.S. doesn't
Who
own the
did I
land,
steal it
then-
from?
Hold on. If the U.S. does not own the land, and it's stolen land, then you buying it under U.S. authority means you are also not owning the land. You understand?
The state, you don't buy your land from the
If the U.S. does
state.
not own the land, then you don't own your fucking property.
You
Or
don't
else
buy
you
your
pay
land from the
taxes.
state.
Yes, but you buy your land under the authority of the state.
No, you don't.
You do not own your You do not own your land.
They don't have an authority over me.
Your land is stolen land. You understand that, right?
Who did I steal it from?
It was stolen at one point.
Did I steal it?
No, but the state did.
So then how did
every inch of
This,
land
yeah,
get
I know
stolen?
the state
No.
did. The state did.
Which state? Which state?
All the states.
Oh, okay, all the states. Okay, so which state specifically?
Did
at
they
what
pay
time?
for the land using their own money?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! If a state
They
owns
stole
the
it.
land, if the state owns, doesn't matter. If you paid for land,
Just because you steal
using money
something
that-
doesn't
if
make you the owner of that thing. You
all
know
the
that, right?
Money you made, your property, all the money you made was subsidized and paid for using stolen money, according to you, on stolen land. Was
If you
stolen-
stole
everything
something,
is
does that
stolen.
make you the owner?
So everything you have is stolen. At one point.
If you steal something, does that
do
make you
not have
the
right
owner?
to your
Wait,
property.
everything you
So-
have?
So
That
when you're
doesn't make
paying taxes, for the right and the benefits of being a U.S. citizen or any citizen, then to pay those benefits, which is not just land, you can have your land without being a citizen, then you're going to get benefits because the state controls that land. They have authority over that land. They protect that land. They settle disputes over that land. The only reason you have value, it's valued in the currency of that state, on land in that state. On
Where'd they get the money to make
exchanges-
that?
On exchanges controlled by that, overseen by that estate.
And how'd they get the money to fund
Under
it?
rules and laws regulated by that estate. Everything you do is
How did
comes
they get the
down-
money to fund it?
Everything you do, the only reason your land or anything you own is property is because of the stolen money and the actions of the state. If they collapse,
What happens if you
nothing
don't
you have
pay?
is value. You do not. Your taxes are your fee. to
Okay,
the
are you gonna
benefits of
go on?
being
Are
a-
you just
of
gonna
being-
preach? Are you just gonna preach? Or are you gonna allow us to respond?
You can respond, but saying, "Oh, something's stolen land," doesn't.
Okay, I get you think that it's stupid, but I need to be able to respond
I
to
just
your
explained why
arguments.
that's bullshit.
I know
But
you
go
think
on.
it's stupid,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you're
yeah,
not letting
go
me
on.
respond. So, if somebody steals something from you, does that make it theirs? Just need a quick
Yeah,
yes
that's
or
not
no to that.
response. That's not a response. I want a response because I implicitly responded to that in what I said. Should I
Well,
go
you said
on,
a whole
or-
bunch of. You made a bunch of arguments, so I'm just trying to respond to one thing at a time.
Yeah,
so
and
I'm
I
making. You
addressed-
made
yes,
the claim.
Yes, and what I said implicitly
You made
responds to
the.
that. So if you
Okay, so
have a
you're gonna just
response- if you
avoid.
have a
You're gonna
response
avoid
to what
my
I
argument.
said-
I guess
If
that's
you have
fine.
a response to what I said, I wanted to hear the response. If it's just that, then just say it.
Okay, I guess you're scared of hearing the argument. That's fine. So our argument
I'm
is that
literally
the state.
muting myself so I can hear the argument. Go on and make the argument.
The argument is that the state stole its land because all of the money that it got in order to purchase the land that it's in possession of was stolen. The people who paid for it did not have a choice. If they did not pay for it, the state would come in and shoot them. So that's theft.
And what was my response to that?
Go ahead, make your response.
I already responded. What did I say? What was your response? So this is the issue. This is the issue. I said a lot of things, but you didn't respond
That's
to
the
anything
issue.
I said. So
You said, yeah, that's why you got to make one argument at a time.
Hold on. I said a lot of things, but you
How
didn't
about you respond to
anything
what I said?
No, hold on. I responded to
No,
what
I
you
guess
said.
you're too scared to respond to what I
hold on.
said.
I
That's fine.
responded to what you said. I
Oh, you
gave
did?
many responses. Yes, I did.
Now you're
And
not.
You didn't. Yes. And then you went on.
Is
to
there a
repeat
rebuttal
what
to
you
my?
said.
Do you have a rebuttal to my
And you-
argument? Yes or no?
I'm pointing out that I already gave several. I'll repeat them
Okay,
for
so you don't have a rebuttal to my argument.
I will
Okay, that's
repeat
fine.
them for you.
Can you hurry up and make the argument, or
I
just
will
go?
repeat them for you. Can I
Thank
speak?
you. Wow.
Can I speak?
When you, I only. Oh,
Can
the
I
only
speak?
thing
Can
I
I
want
speak? Can
to.
I
The
speak? Can I
only
speak?
thing I
Can I
want to
speak?
hear
Can
you
I
make
speak?
is the argument.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
No.
Okay. Well. Okay. So you're just being You're admitting you're being a hypocrite.
Okay, please repeat. If you
Can you make the argument?
in order
So
to
you're
make the
you're being a hypocrite.
Can you make the
That's
argument or leave?
So you're being a hypocrite.
You either make
you
a
make
response or leave.
What was my response? I gave
All
several.
right, so I guess
Did
you don't
hear
want to
them?
make a response. That's fine.
No
I
idea.
guess
What
you're
were
too
you
scared to.
responding to right there? What were you responding to?
If I don't go to, if I do not pay taxes, I will go to jail.
And what was that a response to?
To your arguments.
What was my argument? What were any of them?
I'm
Name
waiting
one.
for you to make it, but I guess you don't
Can
want
you
to make
name
it.
one thing I said? Can you name one thing I said?
Can you? I guess you don't want to make the argument. You're too scared to.
No. You said I spoke for a long time. If you can't name one thing I said, then
You
why
said that
should I say
you
it
believe
again?
that the government is legitimate.
What I said those words?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't hear anything I said. You're not listening. So
Okay,
maybe
if you
I'll
don't want to make a
so
response,
I
you could
can
just go
repeat
somewhere else.
So I'll repeat. So hold on. I'll repeat some key points.
Can you hurry up and make your argument
I'll
already?
repeat some key points.
All right, I'm just gonna kick
Just
you
so
out
you-
of here
just
because
so you can
you're
listen.
just not
The
making an
only reason
argument.
I'll
Are you
repeat
gonna
some-
make your argument or
I'm
not?
going here. No. I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to.
Can
just
you
listen,
make your
just
argument?
listen.
I'm gonna give you 5 seconds
Just
to make your
listen.
argument. Rebuttal.
Just listen. Okay. The only reason anything you have has value is because you live in a country that reinforces the rights of your property. You
Doesn't
don't think
matter.
that's true? It does matter because without that, it doesn't have value. Value comes like
You're not
think about-
responding to the
you-
argument that I
no,
just
you're not-
made.
You're interrupting You're interrupting me. Like you literally
just let him
can't.
go.
You
Let him
literally
go.
can't comprehend what I'm saying. Like you can't deal with
Okay,
the fact that I am like
Wait,
demolishing
keep
everything
Just
you're saying.
respond,
I
bro.
shredded it
You're
for
not
10 for, like,
arguing,
a
making an
minute straight,
argument.
And then you just repeated what you said because you couldn't deal with the fact that I exposed that it was
I get it.
bullshit.
You're too
I'm
scared
trying
to make a
explain
response.
to you
I
right
got
now
it.
Continue
how it's
going.
bullshit, and you keep interrupting.
Continue.
So one,
Can you
the
go?
only reason your shit has value, the value that it comes from, is derived from the fact that that it's in a state which protects the rights of your property. It protects the rights of your property rights. So it reinforces the ability to have disputes in courts. It makes sure that you actually have, something that is connected to the U.S. and the stock market and so on. Everything that you talk about, like, oh, this is mine, this is that. The only reason you have value, it's literally valued in U.S. dollars, which are the instruments of the state. If you want to say, oh, it has value in something other than currency, then good luck, but that's functionally useless. So in as far as anything has value, substantially, materially, or literally, it comes from something you call illegitimate, which is the state. And also the actual value of it, like, for example, the value of a penthouse in the middle of an urban city in Manhattan is in New York
All right,
is going to be very
argument.
different. Is going to be very different than the value of a urban or a skyscraper in some fucking
Damn,
desert.
you just go on for
There
like
is
30
some-
minutes.
No, hold on.
Why is that? Why is that though? Why
Because
is why
the
is that
value because value also comes from supply and demand, because people want to go and live in a place where a state has things like infrastructure. No one wants to move somewhere where there's no infrastructure. Or
Yeah, so
I
the
don't know,
state is not protecting our
sanitation,
property
or,
rights.
I
They're
don't know,
forcing us to pay.
Or I don't know, making sure that people aren't walking around with fucking rabies and
got you.
diseases that are infectious. Or I don't know.
All right, are you done yet? Are you
It's
done? Or are you
very
gonna go on
fucking
for another
basic.
30 minutes?
Are you trying to say that value?
So the only reason
cannot
why
exist independently
Your
of the
job,
state?
I'm going to bet that like the companies you work for has value, because in the U.S. companies do better because of U.S. government and the policies. It's not some mystical thing.
How's that?
And we also have, like, you are part of a larger market. You have a bigger government. You have better policies. You have better, so on and so on. You are like the things that have value.
Just going on for like 30 minutes.
All because of the government. Go live in a
Okay,
desert.
I get that
otherwise.
you think the
can leave.
government. I get it. Okay, I get it. Can I respond or?
Okay. You can respond, but I got like 4 words: revealed preference, or 2 words. Revealed preference. Revealed preference shows that I am right. Revealed preference.
All right, got you.
Left.
So basically, the argument is, oh, the only reason why we have our stuff has value is because the state protects it. Here's the issue. I didn't ask for the state's protection. I don't want the state's protection. I just want to live on my own property, and if I want to pay someone to protect me, then I will choose to pay someone to protect me. Not only that, but the state doesn't just simply use my money for protection. It uses my money to bomb and murder individuals who are innocent and don't violate other people's rights in the process of what they're doing. So therefore, whenever they use my money or take my money without my consent in order to pay for those things, that is not protecting my rights. That is violating my rights. That's violating my property rights.
Okay, then let me make a very much shorter response. The state is the reason. You can call it your property. The state is the reason other people call it your property. Absent you, I don't know, standing guard with a machine gun outside your window.
So you're saying it's impossible to protect your property without a state?
What did I just say?
Well, you're saying the only reason why other people don't shoot you is or the only reason why you have protection is because, or property rights, is because of the state. Whereas I don't agree with that. I believe that you can have property rights without a state.
What did I just? I don't think you heard what I said.
Yeah, I guess you don't want. I guess you don't want to engage in the conversation. That's fine. You're too scared, I guess.
No. I made it very clear. You can assert.
You're not engaging with my argument.
You can assert you have property rights, like a caveman can assert, oh, I have property rights over my cave. But fundamentally, the reason it's called your property and you can, fall asleep at night not worrying at all that anyone else is going to ever call it their property is because of the state.
I understand that somebody can steal my property. I get it.
It is, the idea of property is a social concept. The idea that people can own and take.
So might makes right.
Social, like a human being can own a part, like a physical thing. And insofar as a state and a society, like a country or a society, is a collection of people, and ownership is, determining what things are to you relative to other people, then the state, which you live in, is an important mechanism, or the important mechanism, to determining how do you make sure that your things are yours, or else you are,
Yeah, but the state doesn't do that. They steal your stuff.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question.
So, friend, you ever heard of eminent domain?
That's true.
Yeah, I have. No, believe me, I have only criticism of the state. I know all the I have all the same. I have all the same issues with it.
No, you don't. Yeah. So if you, so the state does rob us every single day, right?
Why, I'm against eminent domain. That's the actual. Did
I ask you? Did I ask you? Whoa, wait. Did I ask you if you supported eminent domain?
No, but you asked me if I'm aware of it, and I'm
okay. You're aware of it, correct? You're aware that the state does. Did I ask you? Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. I understand.
I gotta go, so I gotta like make it quick.
So obviously, the
seconds.
state does rob people, right?
Again, in some sense, you can call it robbery. In another sense, robbery is a legal term. Well, literally, it's a legal term.
Oh, so those people aren't
Obviously,
getting robbed. So those people aren't getting robbed.
What
Got
was
you.
the first thing? What was the first thing I just said?
They either are getting robbed or they're not getting robbed. You said that robbery is a legal term.
And what did I say before that?
And they're legally getting stolen from, right?
No, what was the thing I said before that?
You said that they are being robbed, but legally they're not.
Correct. Is that
so?
Correct?
They're either are getting robbed or they're not getting robbed.
What did I say?
I understand that you believe that the law is legitimate and therefore they have the right to rob people.
No. I didn't say what's legitimate or not. I don't think imminent.
Listen, did they rob them or not?
I don't think.
Okay, so they did rob them, right?
I said you are having a very hard time with this.
No, I'm not having a hard time. You're having a hard time answering questions.
Because you're asking a question that was answered, and you're failing to understand.
Yeah, so the state does rob people.
And you're failing to understand that there is such thing as a law. And there
I understand
also is
that.
such thing as a subjective view.
So that makes it okay?
And there also is such thing.
So that makes it okay because it's law. It's a law that makes it okay.
What did I? That the first thing I said answers what you just said. You are repeatedly asking me something that I just answered. I answered both of those things.
I get you're too scared to engage with the conversation. That's fine.
Okay. I answered whether or not I think it's okay, and then I answered whether or not.
Yeah, but it is legal.
The law, whether or not the current law says it's okay, and
Okay.
I believe
what the current law says.
So the current law is robbing people.
And I believe. What was the first thing that I said?
Yes, they are robbing
Jesus
people.
Christ. You are so slow.
They
You're
are
so
robbing
slow.
people. Yes.
You're so slow.
So the state is a criminal organization.
Yes, thank you.
So the state is a criminal organization.
Oh my God. Okay.
Correct, right?
Yeah, homeowners association. Every organization is a criminal organization. Once you add, once you start smoking weed or something.
Smoking weed isn't a crime.
Correct. I mean, depends on where you are. If I'm in
I'm not violating anyone's rights.
Well, if you're committing a crime,
I don't consider the state's laws to be legitimate.
The organization starts buying.
Yeah, I don't consider the state's laws to be legitimate, unlike you.
If a company uses company money to buy a bong or drugs or they're criminals, and it's like the stuff you're saying.
They
is
haven't violated anyone's rights. They're not criminals.
How are they criminal?
Insane.
How are they criminal? They haven't violated anyone's rights.
Okay, how about this? If a company, I don't know, dumps.
If I buy drugs, whose rights am I violating?
Okay. No, I agree with you. If a company dumps oil into the water,
Are they the owner of the water?
Can a company own water? I mean, is that a serious question? Okay, fine.
I mean, you can own water, yes.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Is that impossible to own water? You never owned a water bottle?
No, yeah, okay, but you understand that there's such thing as there's a difference between owning water as a material and water which connects to all other water.
Well, it depends on who it affects.
For example, you can own air rights in a city. You can own the right to.
Again, I don't consider the state's laws to be legitimate.
Dude, no. I want to explain this to you. You can own air rights, just like water. You can even own air.
You can't own the air.
No, hold on. You know what air rights are? Where you can build up.
Yeah, I don't believe people can own air.
Hold on, I'm explaining to you. But no, like it's property rights. You can own. If you don't believe in property rights, then you don't believe in.
I don't consider the state to be legitimate.
Okay, do you believe that do you think you have the right, your property, like if you believe property rights, you believe in air rights because all property has some verticalness.
Do I believe you have the right to breathe air? Yes.
No, that's not what I meant. No, like you don't understand anything, do you? Okay, do you know air rights means the ability to build up, like literally the rights to the vertical area.
So long as you're not violating anyone's rights, I don't care.
This? Like, do you own like air rights is the
when you say air rights, I'm thinking air rights. You got to specify what you mean because when you say air, I think oxygen because oxygen is air.
I specified. You are so. Okay. Let me make
You could
this,
call me
okay.
stupid, but it's not a
there's
rebuttal to my argument.
Yeah. So
you're
the
owning the
space-
area above.
physical space. So you're I don't know if you, okay. So clearly you don't own property. If you have land and then you have air above the land, meaning there's like wood, a home, like things, not just like dirt. That is air, unless you put something there because you own that spot. And then eventually,
Air is an oxygen.
like for example, and then it's like the reason why don't you think you can't like in cities, you cannot build skyscrapers everywhere, anywhere, and not just cities, small towns.
You should be allowed
There's
to.
a reason. There's a reason for that.
So what? Because the state's a criminal organization.
I'm trying to explain.
It's
something
because
to
the
you.
state is a criminal organization.
I'm trying to explain something to you, and
You
you're just
asked
like
us.
too
Well,
stupid.
I mean, you
to
did
understand
ask us. You did
Let
ask
me get
us a
to the end of
question.
the point. I didn't ask you a question. I asked you a question if you understood it, and you didn't, and now I'm explaining it. So, just like there's air rights, where there's
I don't believe in air rights.
you can build. Oh my god! It's not about whether or not air rights are okay.
Continue.
Continue, please.
It's like you have like some extreme form of ADHD that just
Yes.
prevents some.
And I think he does.
I actually do have ADHD.
Nothing can be
I have
explained
like
'cause
the
you just
worst
won't
kind
let
of
it be explained
ADHD.
to you.
Alright, what are you talking about with why you can't build into the air in some areas or whatever?
What if it's
Was
my
that what you were
land?
talking?
I should be allowed to build upwards.
That was an example of of a different point, which somehow is so lost because you just kept. I'm trying to remember what the actual point was because you just spent 7
Maybe you
minutes
should stop
attacking
smoking
the
that
fucking
shit, bro.
example. Jesus Christ! Like, what?
You were like, what? Hold on. You were saying, oh, why isn't it that you can just build up like into the air or whatever in some cities? I think, and then you were gonna explain why apparently that's the case.
No, that's not it. That was air rights. That's.
I want to know. Hold on. I want to know about that. What was the point? What were you getting at?
I'm trying to remember. The point wasn't about this. This was only a tangential thing to explain a different thing. I don't even know why this came up. When it came to like okay, yeah, it's something
Well,
about
taxation is theft.
Okay, so
Yeah,
property, the reason your property has value, I guess, is because of the state protects
I don't
you
know.
and
Wait, hold on.
reinforces.
That doesn't make any sense. How? Hold on. Are you saying can value exist independent of a state though?
Yeah, but value also is a social thing that
Okay,
is
so
in this. The
social
state is a social, you know.
How is value a social thing?
So because a group of
Because it's
people,
about someone else's. That's how much someone else wants what you have.
just because people
but I
socially
can-
recognize theft as being okay doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
I mean, I can value.
Well, the
if
state
I'm on an island
violates
and
our
there's
rights
no
through
society,
theft.
if I'm on an island and there's no society, and I value some berry I see, like that, of course I can still value it, right? I can still go out there and use my labor to pick the berry. That means I value it. You don't need some society to have value.
Yeah, but being in society creates value, and the stuff that we have in society happens to have like. I would say, if
Yeah, because
you
others
own,
individually value things.
I would say if you're if you make money at companies in the U.S. and you work in the U.S. and all these things are in the U.S., then that's stuff that is, you know, the only reason that exists is you're taking advantage of the U.S.'s benefits by working in the U.S. by.
How
you
did the
can
state
live here,
get
but-
get the money to fund those resources?
What?
How did they get the money to fund those resources?
Supposed to be like, but like companies,
Taxes, right?
Taxes, right?
companies. I'm talking about like you work in a company.
No, I'm talking about taxes. How did they fund those services? The state. You're saying the state gives us services, right?
No. Exactly. The
Okay, so how do they fund those services?
The fact that you can work for a company.
Okay.
Like you don't pay taxes. Like you don't pay taxes if you work for a company abroad, and you're not a U.S. citizen. Then you're not really going to pay taxes to the U.S.
Okay.
You're not understanding the question.
So taxes are the fee to the benefits to the to the entity that gives the value to the company that you work for, unless
This
you work
assumes
abroad.
that the government owns the land legitimately, which we were
No, it
talking about
doesn't.
earlier.
It doesn't. It
Yes,
doesn't
it
assume that.
does.
No, it
It does
doesn't.
because
No, it
well,
doesn't.
if you're then saying that it's okay for the government to tax people as if it's some kind of fee or rent for being on their land and whatnot, then
No, it's not. That's not what I said. That wasn't
what did
about
you say
land.
then?
That was about working for a company. If you work
No,
for a
well,
company,
you were
if you
saying
work for a company that is, if you work for a company, like a U.S. company, then U.S. companies enjoy protections and benefits that other country companies don't.
Where
And
do
so if
they?
you-
Where
and
does
they-
the state get its
and
money
so-
to fund those services to
Hold
protect
on.
those companies? Where do
What do
they
you
get the
mean
money?
services? No, it's not the services. It's just it's
Where
rights,
do they
laws,
get the money?
property, no, laws,
Where do they get the money?
laws.
Where
No,
do
it's laws. Like,
where do
like-
they
like-
get
like
the money?
laws.
How do they
Like
get?
laws?
Do
like
you not understand the
laws on
word that's
book.
coming out of my
No,
mouth?
you don't need you don't need money in some ways. You just need
How do
laws.
you? Okay,
the
how do
fact
they?
that- no, no.
how
How
do
do
you
they?
enforce the laws?
Yeah, how do
No,
you
no,
enforce
the fact
those
that the
laws?
state- No. In fact, lack of doing something. Lack of doing something that other countries like the fact that the U.S. will not, overthrow. Eminent domain is bad. I agree with you. The fact that the U.S. does not take over.
what
You're
makes US
you're
eminent
not
domain?
answering our question, dude.
No, I am answering it because
What makes eminent domain bad?
You don't need to spend
Why
money.
is eminent domain bad?
It just needs the fact. It's just the fact that by being in the U.S., you are going to get.
Dude, this guy is like confused, bro. This guy's high as shit or something.
And so the money that you get comes from something that is the taxes that you pay for. Unless you can say,
dude,
my property is.
You're just going on and on and on. You're not. You're not.
US, nothing's in the
bro,
US.
stop.
Hold on. You're clearly saying that it's important whether you are in the U.S., right? Whether you are on the land owned by the U.S. government.
No, nothing I said was about
Yes,
being
you
in
are!
the U.S. No.
Okay, listen.
Nothing I
One
said
last,
has
JJ. I'm gonna ask you I'm gonna ask you a simple question one last time, and if you don't answer it, then I don't know what to tell you. How does the state get the money to fund what it provides?
Oh, now he prints it.
Okay, they just print the money.
Yeah.
How do they get the money to pay for
In
the
the
printers?
We need to pay for the printer. They print it. It's not just print. Okay, they don't. No, actually, no. I'm wrong. They don't print money. That's actually wrong. And I shouldn't have even said that.
Okay, so then how do they get the money?
Keystrokes. They deposit into accounts.
So all the money. So the state does not tax people. They get all their money from printing.
No, not from printing. I misspoke, and that was a term of art. It's more keystrokes.
So you don't believe America has any taxes?
No, we have taxes.
Okay, so then that's how they fund the services that they provide, right? Through taxes, right?
No. Because the keystrokes. Definition, like if you look at a legislation, like the budgets and the laws that we do, they have the taxes and the funding in the same bill. And definitionally, you don't collect taxes until like either the end of the year
So
or
the
whenever
state doesn't
someone is
collect
spent-
taxes. So what do they do with the money that they collect?
No. What did I just say? Until the end of the year? Did you hear that?
Listen.
I think you're
I'm
having a
asking.
listening
Hold on.
problem.
Listen.
I think you were having a listening
Ice.
problem.
Ice.
So no, hold on.
Stop
So until the
interrupting.
end of the
Stop.
year, hold on.
Nope. Stop. I
Does the
heard what
state
you said.
collect income
Stop what you're
taxes
saying.
At
Stop.
the beginning
Jay.
or the end of the year?
Jay.
No.
Stop talking.
I need to finish. I need to finish my point.
No, I'm not going to let you finish because I heard what you said already. I heard what you said already.
You did not hear what I said because you did not let me finish
my
what I
God, Jay! I don't want to have to remove. I will remove you from the room if you don't shut up.
You interrupted what I said because you're being triggered.
Listen to me. The state gets money through taxation, correct?
No.
So they don't. So the state does not tax people.
Some money, but not no.
Okay, so what do they do with that money?
Federal government.
What do they do with that money when they tax people? They just throw it out.
The federal government, in many cases, it gets deleted.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Cam, if you want to go ahead, then
I don't think I'm trying to explain something to you very basically. When you have a bill, a budget bill, or any bill, which funds something that the government is going to pay for, so has taxes in it. Those taxes, the income taxes, you understand that income taxes are collected before, the end, before you work rather than after you work, right? Like, you have to work a year to pay income taxes on a year's worth of work. But the bill is passed immediately, like the spending starts immediately. So, and like consumption taxes, payroll taxes, capital gains taxes, carried interest tax, every type of tax, they happen with transactions. They happen with purchases. They happen, over time. Spending happens immediately. The U.S. government does not fund its spending through taxation. It does not.
All right.
We fund it through depositing money, crediting accounts from the Treasury, the Fed.
All right. Anyone
Did
else?
you leave or did you? Okay.
I just
Did you
kicked him
kick
because I was tired of hearing him.
I just don't understand his. Well, I understand the argument, but he kept when I tried to say like, okay, he clearly was he not clearly like talking about at one point being on like or being in the U.S., which just means being on the U.S. government's land. Like, so I was trying, like, at one point you were too. I was trying to get to the fact that like he seems to be assuming that it's okay for the government to operate on the land that it claims to own, and do all the things that it does on it, and take money from people who live on it. But like, he really didn't want to acknowledge that like the government does not own this land. So I don't know.
I think the argument he was making was more related to the question of like, if I produce a bunch of value for you, you owe like if you stay in the area where where you're gonna receive value from me, whether I own the land or not, basically I you have an obligation to me, and that's kind of like or maybe I have an obligation, however I phrased it. You could easily come with counter examples, which would be like, for example, if I mow your lawn or what have you, does that even if you don't ask me to do so, does that mean you owe me money? Like you could use things like that as counters, and then essentially what?
So you like if you were a what, then you would owe someone what? What was the counterexample?
Well, let's say let's say I mowed your lawn for you. You didn't ask me to. I just do it. Does that mean I owe you that you owe me money? No, obviously not. So similarly, just because someone does this, the way to counter that one would be to say like, oh, provide examples of cases where you bring value, or maybe let's say because you allow that actually allowed me to like make a lot of extra money. Does that mean I now owe you a cut? Well, no, because I didn't ask for you to like do that, and therefore it doesn't matter. So that would be the way to counter that one. And then if he shifts to, well, but the government owns the land, then you would then be able to bring up the property ownership thing. But I think his response was about the idea that if I provide you a value that enables you to basically make a bunch more money or what have you, then you owe me a cut of that, or I don't know if all of it, but like whatever exactly it is. He was saying he wasn't able to. He didn't elaborate enough to know whether he meant a cut or all of it. But you get the point.
Yeah.
What's the key source of argument here?
The taxation is theft.
Okay. And what's the main argument for that?
That it's a forceful extraction of wealth.
Okay.
Well, that people don't consent to taxes, so you're taking money from them.
If you don't consent, the state is going to shoot you.
Okay. So there's 2 points there. One is the kind of functional one, which is what's the alternative method. And 2 is the fact that, like, although there's some argument that you can get out of the fact that there's not really a place you can go that doesn't have any government, it's pretty easy to argue that by participating in a country, it is a form of club, and you are consenting to like, you have a voice in what happens. We can argue about how flawed the system is in enforcing that voice, but you have a voice in what happens, and you are reaping the benefits of an organized society that has systems in place. And so in exchange, you have agreed by continuing to be there that you will pay into. And if you wouldn't like to do that, you may leave.
Well, we believe that the
To
state
your first
stole.
point, there's no real
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
alternative. No, I just wanted to say that his first point was very good as well. Because if you don't want to live in a country with taxes, there's not very many options. So what would be the alternative?
Right.
I think those
And
two
so
feed each other.
But beyond there's no alternative. Like, I can give that allowance, but more than just there being very few alternatives for wanting to avoid taxation, I don't see there being a good alternative. As someone who believes taxation is theft, all right, implement your policy then.
So then we're in agreement that taxation is theft.
No.
So then why do you think it isn't theft?
Because I'm saying that I think that by participating, like by being in a country, you are agreeing to participate in a system, and parts of that system is a certain amount of taxation, which you have influence over through your vote. And we can debate as to saying that the system is broken and that you don't get enough opinion in that vote or da-da-da-da-da. But in theory, that's how it's supposed to work. What I'm saying right now is putting that on the back burner
Can
for a second.
I go to a quick question real quick to rebuttal to that?
Go for it.
So you're saying basically that because I choose to participate in the system, what the state does to me is basically consensual because I choose to stay.
No, that would be more factoring into the... Okay. So what I'm saying is that by being in this country, if something's happening that you don't like, the thing we're supposed to do about that is to change it through voting, because that's how our little club is set up. Now, when we get into that thing that you're pointing out, which is that, okay, but what if something's happening that I simply don't like and I will not allow? Like, that's where, the system's not perfect. It's not, some would argue it's not even good, but I don't care to go that far.
So does that make it okay?
No.
Okay,
but
so
that's where I'm getting to the point that
so
I
then
said.
the state is a criminal
right
organ. So
that,
the state taxation is theft from your perspective, then.
We're making a couple of presumptions there that I'm not necessarily. So let's take 30% of what you're trying to get at, which is that the system's not working correctly. Whether you want to dub that theft, I don't care to get quite there yet. Well,
that's the point that's being made.
If I gave you the head and I told you to make policy to run the government or run the system we live in, where taxation is theft, what do you do?
Abolish.
I mean, we wouldn't want to be in the government.
We wouldn't want to be in the government. We would want to abolish the state.
I wouldn't.
And then do what?
Then have a private property anarchy.
Right. And what happens when people immediately form a government and then overpower you, and we're back to square one?
That's why we need to inform people. We need to change the minds. We need to change minds. Ideally, that's the idea.
Right,
we need to show people.
By doing a what?
We're trying to convince people that taxation is theft, and then from there, we build our system. We don't just snap our system.
Fails.
You build a system.
Yeah.
Of what?
Private property anarchy.
You're building a system of private property, or are you just that's what's being allowed to happen at the time because government was abolished? Because for one, we can generally agree that unless a catastrophic world war happens, that's not an option functionally.
It could happen. I mean, that's assuming that's an assumption.
It is, but I like the thought experiment. So let's assume that we can abolish governing bodies and establish a system of private property ownership and anarchy. Who enforces anything there? Is it purely just the person that owns the property?
Insurance.
We have courts?
Yeah.
And insurance?
Yeah.
Yep. We will. You can. We would have private companies that provide those sorts of services that the state currently provides.
Yeah.
And all that.
How do you privatize national defense, or do we not have borders anymore?
Oh well, there wouldn't be borders, no, but there would be defense in
the system.
Still have military defense. It would just be private. There would be many militaries as well. Just like there'd be many ports.
It would be privatized.
So instead of having countries, we're going to have individual nation states or city states that are private property that are...
No, they're not states.
Well, for lack of a better term.
Okay, I mean, okay. If that's
I get what you're saying. Yeah,
I guess you could have that.
I can use your word if you want to give me a word for it.
it
I'm
would be
happily- I'll play.
private government.
Okay, so private governments.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like where
so we have-
the government doesn't like they're not like doing these things we don't like taxation. They're
Right.
just it's all voluntary in our world.
It should be voluntary.
Right. So we have miniaturized governments, which we're allowing the premise of what those governments do. We have miniaturized governments of varying scale depending on ownership, which means that, no, I'll go back to that. And they contract out services that would otherwise be formed by the government, such as national defense.
Well, no, you would most likely, what would most likely happen is you would pay into an insurance company, and that insurance company would provide those services as some sort of bundle.
That could happen.
Okay.
I mean, it could happen. I mean, we're just talking theoretically, but we don't really know what would necessarily happen.
In reality,
I feel like you have to absolutely have this fully realized before you can advise or think that any step is correct.
I mean, we do have there are theoretical ways in which we think it would happen, like the insurance company. Like,
it depends on what people want because there
Or
would be a free
HOAs.
market. So if people wanted,
How do you decide what they want?
it would be prices and private property trades.
So I have two critiques here, and I want you to understand that I say this super respectfully. I'm a very blunt person, but I don't have any issue with what you're saying on like a moral level. This doesn't annoy me, or I don't, whatever.
No, say it. Be open.
Number one is I do not believe that either of you have fully thought this through enough to be. Perhaps I misjudge where you guys are saying you are on your perspectives, so that's possible. What I see is that it sounds like you two are advocating for going down a route that you don't understand fully if you were to be successful.
Are you big brothering me right now?
I do not know what that means.
Basically, like, I don't think you know what you're talking about, or I don't think you fully understand what you're saying. When I was your age, I thought crazy things, but now that I'm older and more wise, I'm better off.
Hold on. How old do you think I am?
I don't know. I'm asking you if you're.
I don't believe I am. So I'll use that example. Like if my little brother came to me and he was saying that he wanted. I'm trying to come up with a good analogy here. He was like, okay, this is perfect. So he was talking about how he wants to get a hawk so he can do some falconry stuff, right? When I advise him on something like that, or buying a car is a better example, it's not so niche. When he's talking to me about how he wants to negotiate with a family member to purchase a vehicle, and he wants to get a job for this purpose, and I am going to tell him, and I have told him, that he needs to look into some things more, because the thing that he wants to do.
Well, is the assumption we haven't looked into any of this, and that we haven't? Is that the assumption?
Absolutely not. No, my point is that I allow for the fact that I could, one, misinterpret where you are saying you stand, and for two, I could be completely wrong. But if he's talking about this, I'm not saying to him that he shouldn't do that, and I'm not saying that he hasn't thought about it. I'm saying that it seems like there's not enough fully realized future perspective to want to implement it currently, at least. And so if what you're saying is that I've realized that taxation is theft, period, and then we're going to work on what that means, then I can respect that perspective. But it seems like what you're saying is taxation is theft and we need to abolish the government, period.
Yes.
And
but
that
I don't think it's weird. I don't think we're just going to snap our fingers and then make the government. I think ideally what we're going to do is we're going to have to change people's minds enough to make the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
my other issue here is that. Go for it.
Well, I wanted to add something to what you were talking about, Bloody. Is that earlier when you guys were talking about, well, we're going to have private governments, we're going to outsource security to insurance companies that contract this and that. When you're dealing in private business, exchanging value for money or whatever source, what do you do about fraud? How do you ensure that people are treated?
Private courts.
Right, and then those private courts, that sounds like a government entity.
Well,
I mean, it's not a state. It's not funded through. It's not funded through taxation. It's funded through arbitration. Yeah.
Bloody, if you were going to circle around back to that, I'll let it go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to. If I rabbit hole too hard in the beginning stages, I don't even learn anything, and so I try and like hear everything out fully. But what he's bringing up something that I was definitely very intent on, which is that I think what you would find if this was implemented is that in order to do all of this, you start out with a person that wants to do a thing, and then they form a council or a team, and then they devise that, well, we need to get this one thing done, such as a court, so we devise a different team for that, and we realize that we needed a regulatory body for that group, and then we need a council for this, and a tribunal for that, and a regulatory body for this and that. And by the end of the day,
I don't believe in regulations.
You've just described multiple regulations. They're just enforced differently.
Well, yes, but
court is a regulation.
It's not state regulations.
Right, you're inventing a new state, and that state will regulate things. Period.
Yeah, but it's not a state.
I regulate
because it's it's voluntary.
Not a centralized authority.
Yeah.
Okay. But
that's what the idea is. We want to make the functions of the state voluntary so that we're not being forced and we don't have a criminal organization representing us.
Okay. So
I'm
trying to think how to communicate this well.
People that are making laws.
Huh?
You want some if there's a group of people or an organization that's making laws that govern the way people conduct business, you want a way to compel people to cooperate, don't you?
The free market.
What do you mean by compel people to cooperate?
Compel, like this is like we can't commit fraud.
Insurance companies could do that.
All right.
If you commit fraud, you'll be taken to court. That's the idea.
So you have your miniaturized government, which is your private land, which you have people living on, because that's what's going to happen with private land ownership and such. Through like what's the fucking term? I don't remember what it's called. Basically, if small success propagates success ad infinitum. So you're going to have a shit ton of tiny little quote unquote governments and a couple of really big ones that are going to be pretty dominant. And so they're going to involve a lot of people because they find that involving more people makes things better for certain reasons. And so what's going to happen then is that you're going to have some form of centralized power there, because they are going to, you guys seem to believe in a bit of true democracy, straight democracy at least. That is going to immediately find out that in order to be efficient, you have to mix it up a little bit and give somebody a job that is some form of executive. And that executive is going to then either based on democracy or based on individual judgment come up with a regulation of some sort. If we don't like the word regulation, we can say rule, right? We're going to say you can't steal from people, right? And we're going to establish a punishment for that. And maybe
we believe in the non-aggression principle. That would be the law.
Okay.
Ideally, that's...
And so...
Ideally.
And so that's the law. So hold on. I'm trying not to rabbit hole into something else.
You know what that means?
Yeah, do you know what the non-aggression principle is? Or
Basically, just don't fuck other people up.
Yeah,
really roughly, I suppose.
No initiations of force, whether it be against their body or the property in which they own.
Right, but that's going to have to be outlined clearly, or it's going to be case lawed to fuck.
That will be done by the insurance companies that represent you. They would have their own ways.
I think it would be done by the courts most likely.
Or the courts, yeah.
So the court are attached to who?
The insurance. Well, there would be their own companies, but what they would do is they would charge for their opinions in arbitration.
Okay.
I mean, they wouldn't have to
as
be
a
attached
as
to
a
some
person
larger.
that owns private property, why the fuck would I outsource ruling on things?
Because you don't
It's
want
my
to get your
private property.
you don't want to get your shit robbed.
Hold on. By who?
By criminals?
Okay. But if somebody on my land that is part of my community says violates the non-aggression policy, and I'm not gonna, in this society, or the structure, I suppose, I'm not gonna go pay somebody to make a ruling on that. I'm going to shoot them, or
You can do that.
fine them, or
You can do that.
So what incentivizes the use of the courts?
If you're unable to do it yourself.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to
not everyone has the means to go out and get justice on their own.
Hold on. If you, let's be clear here, like, I think it's, the idea is that if you want, say, to find someone, if you want that to actually be enforced, because you'll have companies that are what we would call like rights enforcement agencies, and what they would do is first you would likely have to go to a court, and a judge would have to, some arbiter would have to make, or arbitrator would have to make a ruling on your case. They would assess the evidence and all that, and if they ultimately determine that this this other person who wronged you in some way owes you whatever amount of money, you can then eventually demonstrate to some rights enforcement agency that you have been wronged, and then the rights enforcement agency will try to make sure that you are actually paid what you are owed.
Okay. And how do they get paid for this?
You will pay them.
You'll pay them.
All right. So
customers will pay
instead of enforcing my will through my physical ability, I will enforce my will through my fiscal ability.
That's one way of saying that, I guess.
Well, because otherwise I would just do it myself, right? So this is only going to happen if I don't have the ability to facilitate it personally.
I guess.
Correct. Okay. And so what?
But you don't
that
need money to
seems
get justice
me-
necessarily.
Okay, so how, if I just don't have money but I get wronged, how do I use this enforcement system?
Claim subrogation.
Do I have to get somebody? What does that mean?
So because of in Ancapistan, you would have most of the claims that would be done would be paid through restitution. So if somebody violates your rights, they would be paying you in restitution. So what you could do is you could sell that claim of restitution for a company that is hired to take a percentage of that restitution.
You're trying to get somebody invested in it. You're trying to get stakeholders.
You would essentially be selling them your claim, and then once an adjudication is made on the matter, because they go to court and essentially fight or what would you call it, like defend you, almost act as your they go in there to represent you essentially. But likely what would happen by the end of it is, if you are found to be owed whatever amount of money, then that company or whatever would, I think Sis kind of said it, but they would be owed, say, some percentage of the whatever the restitution was found to be.
So what you're saying is that I would have to...
in medieval Iceland, by the way. In medieval Iceland, what was the time period now? It was sometime in the 1000s, a very long time ago, in Iceland. They basically had this system where you could sell your claim as it related to some legal dispute to some private individual, and they would do this. I think they used gold though as their currency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like whatever they.
What happens is basically that you need to be able to convince a private corporation of the worth of your wrong and convince them that it's worth their time and money to pursue that in the hope that they make a profit off of it.
I mean, if they determine that it would be profitable, then if they would look at you bring your case to them and they say, oh, this looks profitable for us. I mean, I'm sure they would do it. So you would have to do that.
What if there's no profit in it?
Or what if I can't guarantee that profit? Like, you know how often?
Well, then you're guilty. Then that would mean you're guilty.
Oh,
well, not necessarily.
Because if you don't have if you don't have evidence to prove that the person violated your rights, well then your claim doesn't mean anything. But if you do have evidence, then they're going to take it because they're going to want to take the portion of that restitution.
Yeah, like if they think they could win the case, then and they look at the evidence and say, yeah, we have a strong case here.
Yeah, but they would be idiots to turn it down. It wouldn't make any sense for them to turn it down. Also, we have things similar to this in the United States too, because like if you get into if you fall down the stairs and like some other like if they put down a wet floor sign, and then if they don't put down a wet floor sign and you slip and break your neck, you don't. There are some places that will take your claim for free because they know that you're gonna win, so they'll just take a portion of it afterwards.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
cool.
okay. Yeah.
They call that what they call. There's like a company called like what Morgan and Morgan and shit like that.
Culpable negligence.
Look, if I can throw in something real quick, I used to work for a check cashing store, and I would give out loans for about $300. A lot of people wouldn't pay it back, and the reason and what would happen is we would
JG Wetworth
file
8777 cash now.
Right.
8777 cash now.
A small claim.
Let's hear him out.
A small claims case is more expensive than the money that was loaned, so it's not profitable to pursue it.
That's not. I mean, and that's not necessarily true. Not because we don't live right now. Right now, we don't live under. Excuse me. Right now, we don't live under a restitution-based system. We live in a throw the person in jail-based system. So you're not getting any.
I don't know if you're right about that.
Can you stop interrupting, please?
No, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't help it. When you say some dumb shit like that, I can't help it.
How is it dumb? How much money do you get when somebody stabs you? They just send them to jail. They don't pay you.
You're trying to make the argument that putting somebody
civil.
in jail. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Let me try to steal.
No, you're joining in after the conversation where you don't know what we're talking about, and then try to jump in.
So if I could just end, so I give this guy $300. He doesn't pay. I want the money. He doesn't want to pay. I got to take it.
You're not giving me money. In this claim, you're not giving him the money. What you're doing is you're representing the person, and then once you win, the person owes that other person restitution. They give them the restitution and give them a portion of that restitution.
So that means if I give him, so if it was,
you're not giving them anything.
So the person
even after you lose.
No, you don't. They're not going to take the court case if they believe they're going to lose. They're going to take the court case if they're going to win. If they believe they're going to win.
But if they're going to win, and if they take it because they think they're going to win, they're only going to get a cut of the restitution, which is the original $300.
Which would be what it would cost to pay back the.
And it might not only be
pay back what it costs to represent them, and plus more, and plus money to the person whose rights were violated.
KingSithis, you gotta fucking chill the fuck out. That's my.
I can talk however I want because it's my room, and if you don't like it, then you can jump off a bridge.
I'm leaving. Jesus Christ, just shut the fuck up.
Okay, so if it's $300, then the most that they can get is a percentage of the 300. So if that's not
why would you assume that? Why would you assume that?
So
that's how the court system works out.
So in this case,
that's not how that works.
I loaned somebody $300.
You're not loaning anyone any money.
Let him finish. Maybe
no, but he's just incorrect. Because we're talking about we're talking about a restitution-based system. Do you know what that means?
No.
But here's
restitution.
the thing.
Excuse me. Hold on. Restitution is when somebody violates your rights, they owe you money because of that. So what you do is you basically the person, you go to a claims agency. I'm going to explain this as the last time. If you don't get it after this, I don't know what to tell you. So you go to your insurance company, and you go, hey, this guy violated my rights. They'll be like, all right, what's your evidence? Here's my evidence. Okay. Well, we will represent you, and we'll just take a portion of the restitution. That is, if there's not enough restitution that they think is, if they don't believe they're going to make back their money for the claim that is being given, well, then they're not going to take the case. If they do take the case, then they will. But that's not how it's going to work because they get paid through restitution.
I hear you. So in this case, if it was if I gave somebody $300 worth of value, maybe not money, maybe I gave him a pig or something, and he doesn't pay me back.
They're not. Hold on. You're not. Hold on. You're just Okay. Yeah. You're just confused. I don't know what to tell you. The issue is they're not loaning anyone anything. You're not loaning anyone anything. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What you're doing is
I don't get it. I'm coming up.
I get you're not getting it, but you're not listening. So you need to listen.
Wait, no. Citizens. He's trying to present a specific. I think I know where he's going. Just let him. I think I know what he's doing. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I have a problem with somebody that I'm taking to this place to represent myself. So I give him something and I tell him he owes me back. He fails to pay me back. So now we have a problem. So I take
and you take them to court.
Right. So if that court is only going to take it if they think A, they're going to win, and B, if it's profitable, then if the portion of my restitution isn't enough, then they're not going to take the case. So if they don't take the case, then what do I do?
Well, it's going to be profitable because you have evidence that another person violated your rights, and in a restitution-based criminal court, that person would owe you money after you won the court case, which would then pay back what they whatever amount.
So let's say it was $300.
Yeah,
so
that person after the court case is over, that person would owe you restitution. That money would then be used. That money would then be used to pay off the person who represented you.
They would hold on.
So,
you would probably owe more than 300.
It would owe more than they would owe you more than what it costs to represent them. That's the whole point.
Right. I guess what I'm not following is okay. So if the original amount was 300, they get the money back to me 300, and then where do they get their cut?
Through the restitution once they win.
So it's not from the 300.
No, you're not understanding. Listen to me. It would only they would only take the case. You're not listening. Listen very carefully. They would only take the case if they believe they're going to make more money from the restitution than what it costs to represent.
Okay, when
so
you
if
say
they take the case,
are you talking about the 300?
What 300? What 300 are you talking about?
Okay, in this analogy, what the case that we're talking about, you have two guys, guy A and guy B. Guy A gives guy B $300, and guy B owes him.
Yeah.
Guy B does not pay back, so guy A takes that case to the people to represent him, saying, "Hey, I got screwed here." Okay, so they take that case and they win, let's say. So now they are due. They need to.
The restitution plus extra money.
So what is the rest? Is the restitution the 300?
So they owe them the $300 plus more money because of the crime they committed.
Okay, so guy B will pay guy A 300, and then guy B will pay that insurance company the money that they're owed for representing guy A. Is that right?
Yeah, because they.
Okay, what if guy B doesn't
Technically, it
have
goes
any
to
money?
guy A and then the insurance company, but that's semantics.
So after the company receives, they get the $300 from guy B and they pay off guy A. Guy A is very happy. Great, cool. But now they want to be paid for the services that they did. So they need the money from guy B. But guy B doesn't have it. He's broke.
Well, that's where the insurance. That's
and
where
he's gonna make up some. He's gotta get it somehow.
They would have to get him pay him.
He has to get it.
They could garnish their wages. They could garnish their wages. They could force him to work to pay him back.
Yeah, it's slavery. It's the only route that we go with that system.
Well, you give up your rights when you violate another person's rights.
I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, that's what we're advocating for.
Yeah, we're not against restitution-based slavery.
Now there's a problem with say garnishing someone's wages. Like I don't.
Yeah.
So who does the labor go to, or does it matter?
It would go to whomever that money is owed to, whether it be the restitution company or the person who whose rights were being violated.
Okay, so now we can get an insurance company with an army of indentured servants to perpetuate their empire.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's kind of
This is amazing.
Well, if they don't want to be forced to work, they shouldn't be violating people's rights.
How is it indentured servitude? That's not the
Okay,
no. It's
so-
not the same.
Also,
it's,
the
you're
United States does force
different word,
people to
that's fine.
work, right?
But you're missing. You're missing. I don't give a shit about the indentured servitude or the slavery or whatever word you want to use. Forced labor in exchange, like however we want to verbalize
For
it. It's
payback
fine.
restitution for the crimes that they committed. Yes, I think that if you violate someone's rights and you don't have the money, then yeah, you should be made to work for that to pay that person back for the crime you committed against them. 100%. You don't have the right to violate people's rights.
So what I see happening here, so two things actually. One, why do you think we have, at least in criminal cases, why would you say that in the United States we have public defenders? So like I get a free lawyer in a criminal case if I need it.
Because the state is a criminal organization.
I get a free lawyer because the state is a criminal organization?
Yeah, basically what they do is they rob other people and then they use that money to pay for other people's justice.
You get a free lawyer because you're entitled to it, because you have a right to it.
Right. So
Yeah, but how do they pay for it? How do they pay for it?
I'm not. But let's put
That's
the
theft.
payment aside.
That's why we don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're against it. That's theft.
We don't think that's a right, though. Even if legally in the U.S. they say it's a right, we do not believe you just have a right.
What's not a
to
right?
lawyer.
The
right
to
to have a
To,
lawyer.
to rob people to pay
Public
for your
defense.
justice.
Okay, moving. No, because you two are. That's two different things. You're saying that you don't have a right to a lawyer.
You don't have the
Yeah, you
right
don't
to
have a right
rob
to-
someone to pay for your justice. No.
You don't
So you
have
don't-
a positive right to anything. We do not believe in this conception of positive rights where you
No.
are owed certain things. All
You
you
are
are
not
owed
owed
is
a
to
lawyer.
not be. All you are owed is to not have force used against you,
That's it.
Interesting. Okay.
which includes
I don't-
things like
Because,
if you
yeah.
if you engage in a conflict with me, like if you try to take my property without my consent or something like that.
So then, so what happens when somebody needs representation in court but can't afford it?
Oh my
Their problem.
god. Yeah, bro. We've
It's
already.
their problem. I don't know
We
what to tell
literally
you.
just
They
answered
can
that
figure it
question.
out.
You weren't
Oh,
here,
we
so.
talked about subrogation, didn't we?
Yeah, we literally
That's the
just got done talking about claim subrogation. You don't need money
It's
in order
literally
to.
happened in Iceland. They did this in Iceland and it worked.
You don't
So-
need in Ancapistan under a restitution-based system. You don't necessarily need money in order to get justice.
You're
You could be
so what? The
poor
answer,
and you
short
could-
term. Hold on. To answer in the way you basically bargain your debt. So you're just bargaining based on the potential valuation of your claim or how much money you have to win
I
or
mean,
lose.
you don't have debt. Someone
It's not
who did
debt.
it to you.
It's conceptually debt.
Well, it's debt
How are you
that
doing?
the
Like,
person
I
that the
fixed the
person who
toilet in
violates your. It's
exchange
debt
to
to the
represent
person that violates your rights.
We're talking about communication is all I'm doing here right now. I wasn't making an ideological statement by that.
I know. I was just
understanding
clarifying
that's what
too.
made- All right. Well, that's just okay. So what happens when we have created these what do we say? These governments, and say we're going to use the U.S. for the sake of conversation, and all of the land has been claimed ownership of. And I am a person that doesn't necessarily want to live under somebody else's authority because I think that that's a problem. Like, what do I do then?
What's the question? I didn't hear. I didn't hear you.
So all the land has been claimed because that's what'll happen pretty quick, right?
Mhm.
Somebody will own everything. Somebody, whoever it is, whatever. Not an individual, but I mean,
Just pay a
potentially,
private
but
road.
anyway.
To get around.
I mean, yeah.
You what?
There'll be private roads.
There'll be. What does that mean?
There'll be toll roads that you can get around.
I don't wait. Were we talking about roads?
There'll
I don't
be-
think we were talking about roads.
Well, if
I'm
everybody
just saying,
owns
like,
the
what
land,
if-
you'll still be able to get around because there'll still be private roads.
So, and in order to get around, well, I'm saying also live. Like, what if I don't want to be subject to somebody else's authority? Because I think that that's problematic.
I mean, you won't. As long as you won't necessarily be. What do you?
You could go to another planet.
Yeah, so if someone owns 300 acres and you're living on their land, then you're subject to their rules and their whims, right?
Wait, it's theirs.
Not
yeah,
necessarily.
so-
I mean, they can't just rape you.
Well, yeah. Okay. Of course, but obviously.
I mean, they could
can
kick
tell
you out of
you-
your they could kick you out of your land. I mean, if you don't like to be on someone's land, right? You don't like being charged rent. I mean, you could just leave.
Right, and if every piece of land is owned by somebody and everybody's rules you find to be problematic, then you don't have any options.
Yeah, you do.
What if someone
You could
starts
just go to a
charging
different
taxes
person's
to be
land
on their
that
land?
you just find a person's land to live on
I
that
don't
you do
think
like.
all land. I feel like no, it doesn't really make sense to say that like all
Also,
land
yeah,
will
I don't think it's
necessarily be owned.
possible
Like,
for
the US
all
is
land to be
Just the
owned.
U.S. is massive,
All land,
right? Like you could go find some
all land
unowned
is owned
land.
right now.
That's not true.
But
No.
if you
where
have
is it
if
not
you
owned?
live in an area,
Antarctica
if
isn't
you
owned.
live in a if you live in a
That's not in the
200
US.
acre area, part of England.
That's also
That is a
because
land.
That's because everyone came together and agreed not to own it.
Okay,
Wait, who-
it's not
did-
owned,
wait,
and
did we come
nonetheless, it
together?
isn't
Were we
owned.
part of that committee?
I wasn't there.
Were we part of that? Did we decide? What do you mean we? I don't like that term we.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
It's thrown around way too often.
We're referring to the current world. We're saying all land is owned, and then we're saying Antarctica isn't
Who
owned.
owns all
I'm
the
saying
land?
The only reason Huh?
Who owns all the land?
A mix of government and private?
The state didn't get its land through consensual transaction. They're not the owners. They're unjust possessors.
Okay,
they're just
how does that work?
occupiers.
They're not the owner.
They're just so. And how do we establish initial ownership?
Through consensual transaction or homesteading.
From who? Homesteading.
Yeah.
You know what homesteading is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, and so what if? But even in the case of homesteading, that was still not the Native Americans believed that to be their land.
I mean,
Okay,
if
but they
had
didn't
a
own the
legitimate
whole
right to
country.
it, then it was theirs.
I didn't hear both of you.
No, you go ahead, Cam.
Oh, I was just saying, if many Native Americans who were like slaughtered and stolen from, I mean, I think many of them likely did have legitimate claims to certain pieces of land all across the U.S. And obviously that was wrong to steal from them because it wasn't the government's
Why not?
mistake.
Why not all of it?
Well, because they didn't. I don't think they inhabited the whole country.
I don't think people in the government went out and homesteaded that land.
Yeah, I don't think you could really inhabit a whole country. That's like the country's gigantic.
I don't inhabit my backyard. I still own it.
Yeah, but you bought it.
Right. But
yeah, did you
okay, so
well, I'm assuming you bought it. I don't think you stole it. Oh, no, hope not.
I would hope.
But the issue is, historically, in order for me to buy something, it had to be stolen at some point. I'm trying to figure out how we're establishing who owned it initially. Otherwise, we're just going to be buying it from somebody that stole it.
The possessor is assumed to be the owner unless somebody has evidence that they stole it. Whereas the state, we do have evidence that they stole it. Whereas your backyard, I don't have evidence you stole it.
But we have evidence that everybody stole everything. If you track it,
That's not true. That's not true.
Huh?
I mean, if you trace back like 100 years ago, but the people who were there 100 years ago that stole it are dead now, so.
I mean, I don't think I stole
Whereas
my
the
phone.
state today is still stealing from us, and yeah.
Well, but the current stealing is separate. That would still seem that they would have legal ownership of it, and their failure is that they're
No.
also stealing.
No.
How does
But they
the
don't have
government
legal
have
ownership
legal
of it now?
over the land?
No.
Because they fucking took it.
They,
and that's
yeah,
how it's
they
always
stole
worked.
it.
Hold on.
That doesn't make it theirs.
Hold on, let me voice this entire bit.
Yeah.
Every single country stole their land from someone else, and now they can sell it to different people. And so you're saying that they don't get to sell that because they don't have the initial ownership, but there is no such thing as initial ownership. There is only conquest.
No.
No, that's not necessarily
that is
true.
false.
Okay, where is it not true?
Well, I mean, if you're on an island and I homestead a stick, I didn't steal it from anyone. Nobody was there.
And nobody else had ownership of the stick at the time that you took
So,
it.
you know, you don't need to rob somebody in order to homestead something. Also, the state does steal things from people. Like they force people to, they did force people to pay into its system in order to fund the purchase of these lands, and they also stole it from Native Americans too.
But your counter to the point that there's only conquest is that you can find a couple of specks of land here and there that aren't owned, or are you saying that
You don't need to
can own
conquest.
said land
You don't
that's
need to
already
conquest the land in order to own it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So you just have to find uninhabited land.
Yeah, assuming that nobody's ever used it before.
That is
Whoa,
not.
wait, no, not that they
Or-
never used it before.
Or nobody
currently
owns it
owns
at. Yeah, that's what I was trying. Yeah.
Because someone could have theoretically come along 1,000 years ago to some field that you just happened upon.
Yeah, but if
and
they're
maybe they
dead, but,
homesteaded
you
it,
know.
but they're long dead. You know, it's abandoned property at that point. You could say you can homestead
All right.
it.
So, but here's what's going to happen the second that, say, we can snap our fingers and governments are dissolved. Obviously, that it's a super complex hypothetical. We're just going to try and fucking ignore it. Immediately, all land will be owned by somebody. Period.
Not necessarily. No. Not if you. Who owns the whole Sahara Desert?
We're gonna go own
some random warlord that has enough guns.
No,
and
that's
feels like
that's not how that works, bro.
That's
You know
not
how
how-
you know how
might
big
get
the
away with
Sahara
it.
Desert is? Do you know how big the Sahara Desert is?
The only area that isn't going to become immediate property is property that they don't care to own.
And that would mean that somebody else would be able to take it.
Yeah, so the property
So
that's
your
not
counter
owned.
to the fact that all property would be owned is that, well, you can just go to the place that nobody felt was worth owning.
As in a place that other people don't own, which would mean that not everything is owned.
Yeah, go
Right.
somewhere where
You see
people
the
don't own
inherent
land.
issue
What's so
with
hard about
I
that?
mean, if you want to live on somebody else's land, you got to pay them. If not, then you got to go live somewhere that is not homesteaded.
There's lots and lots and lots and lots of land.
You're not owed
that
another
people-
person's land.
There's lots of land
So-
people haven't like homesteaded that could be useful, but nobody has just happened upon it yet, and you might come upon it someday and be able to use it. Just
Yeah,
because
bro.
nobody currently occupies it doesn't mean that it couldn't have any use to you. There's lots
Yeah,
of
bro.
land
The
you don't
Vikings, they
find.
found like people were like, "Oh my God, what's the use in living in all this snow?" But they figured it out.
Right, and the
found
only
areas.
thing them having claimship to that was the fact that nobody could kill them for a little bit. So different answer. What, like, so that say we dissolve the government, right? And I, as a resident of, what's a mountain? Washington. I'm a resident of Washington, and I lay claim to one of the mountains in the Cascades. Right, this is my mountain. I just like
You
it.
can't
It's
just lay
mine.
claim and own it.
Why
That
not?
is- because you need to go homestead it. You need to go actually do something to it to make it yours. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, put up a fence. I
You gotta
don't
mix
fucking
your.
know,
You gotta
don't.
like either import it or mix
Okay.
your labor with the land somehow.
And
You have to
who
physically be
decides
there,
what
do
is
something
enough
with
of
it.
that? Is that the courts?
Yes. Or
They would
insurance.
rule
Okay.
upon such matters. Yes.
Okay. So the courts also get to decide who owns what based on their standards.
Well, nobody decides. What you own is based on whether you've homesteaded it or not.
Right, but whether you've homesteaded it or not is decided by the courts.
If there's a claim that you stole it, yeah.
Which is a private entity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, kind of. Okay.
And not a criminal organization.
That's what I'm saying is that your ownership is dictated by whether or not the courts have decided you've homesteaded something enough to own it.
That's not true. It's only true if
Well,
somebody
no, it's
claims
not.
if somebody claims that you stole it. That's only true.
It's not that the courts are deciding. They're basing their rulings on certain decisions. I mean, in theory, they could be wrong
are
sometimes.
They're making their decisions based off of evidence. They're not just arbitrarily choosing, oh, I think this person should own this, this person should own this. They're being like, okay, here's the evidence that this person homesteaded it, so therefore because based on the evidence, this person has homesteaded it first.
Right. And I can use the word ruling if that makes it better, but at the end of the day, every court is theoretically based on evidence. I'm not saying that these courts wouldn't be, but at the end of the day, it does mean that it is up to their will.
Not
Obviously,
necessarily.
they're
That's
supposed
all they do is settle disputes. They don't come out and be like, you're the owner of this, you're not the owner of that. They
Right,
only
but the
only
dispute
adjudicate on
is
disputes.
negligible. The disputes are negligible if I can just claim somebody did something.
You could claim all you want, but if you don't have evidence, then there's nothing you can do.
Okay, but if I come over and I go, hey, this guy doesn't own this land, the courts come over,
Do you have
and
evidence?
then the courts get to decide whether or
No,
not.
no,
My evidence is
What?
that look at it, it's not
No,
owned.
no. What they would say is like, do you have evidence? And if you have no evidence, then this
I do
you say
have
hit the
evidence.
road.
Look at it; it's not homesteaded enough.
That's not how that works.
Bro,
That's not how that works.
How does it work?
If it's
Okay,
not,
how does it work?
If you have it there, in order to be the owner of something, there has to be some sort of intersubjectively ascertainable way to prove that you are the owner of that thing. So in order to say that somebody, so the person who is the current possessor of the property would be assumed to be the owner unless you have evidence that they stole it. So for instance, if I go up to you and I say, you stole your phone, is the court's just going to be like, all right, I'm going to take this guy's phone and then he's going to have to go to court to get it back? No. What's going to happen is they're going to ask, what's the evidence that he stole the phone? Do you have evidence? No. Oh, well then you don't got it. Then he didn't steal it.
Right, but that doesn't stop what I just said. Because if I come over and I go, this guy, let me finish. If
Do you
I
have
come over
evidence
and
that he
this guy
stole
go-
it?
If I come over and I say this guy didn't
Do you have
homestead this
evidence?
enough, and they request, can I
Wait,
finish,
what-
please?
let me- Okay, continue.
If I come over and I say this guy didn't homestead this enough, I can cite any amount of evidence. I'm not stating that the courts come over and remove ownership until at such times that they prove that you do own it. What I'm saying is that at that point they do make a ruling. In a situation where I come over,
No,
and I
that's not
point
how
at
that
your-
works.
Let me finish.
Okay,
If I come over and I point at your fully established homestead that's objectively not a thing, obviously, but
Intersubjectively
objectively
ascertainable.
okay, hey King, man, just relax, let him finish.
I was just correcting the word that he was using.
It's semantics and irrelevant, unfortunately. If I come over and I point at your homestead, which is everybody can agree upon is enough, we'll put it that way, the courts are going to come over and they are going to say, no, you're a fucking idiot. Obviously, this guy's homesteaded enough. That is a ruling. That is up to their interpretation. Obviously, if it's very clear, they're going to go, all right, this guy's homestead enough. You're fucking whack. Stop that. However, that makes my statement true that ownership is up to the courts.
No, that's not true. You're still the owner regardless. Even if the owner came in, even if the court came in and said that you're not the owner, then you would still be the owner because that your ownership of that property isn't based on the courts. It's based on whether you've homesteaded it or got it through consensual transaction.
So the courts can come over and say that you're not the owner, but you are still the owner.
Yeah, and the reason why is it depends on how you got the property. And what they would be doing, is they would be violating your rights.
All the court is doing is, as you said, like they're coming up with an interpretation of the evidence and making a ruling. Again, though, as Sithis said, they are not determining whether you're the owner, because of course they could be incorrect. If they were incorrect about you being the owner, then their determination would be incorrect. What they're really essentially determining in reality is whether like you are treated as though you legitimately possess some property. But even, of course, if they're wrong, you're not going to be treated most likely as though you legitimately own it, but you would still own it. So they're not determining whether you own it. I think there's a difference there.
Mm-hmm. You are the owner of their property, regardless of whether someone steals it or not.
So what the
Regardless
courts
whether
are doing
someone
is
determined by a court to be a rapist, they're still a rapist.
Mhm.
Even if
All
they
they're
are
doing
rapist,
is
they are a
settling
rapist.
disputes. All they're doing is arbitrating over disputes.
the courts are coming over, and in plain words, they are establishing potential liability is the point.
Yes.
The courts are coming over and
Okay.
saying that this is something, arbitration has been made, now the insurance company can come in and do their thing.
Or whatever enforcement company, whatever whoever's involved, yeah.
Okay, and if an enforcement company comes in, okay, hold on. I'll process that for half a second.
You know what
So
I
the
mean by an
courts
enforcement company?
Somebody who's paid to do a thing, roughly. It's not like, if you'd like to elaborate
Sure,
more,
yeah.
I'm happy to hear.
Well, yeah, like I think I kind of mentioned it earlier, but it's basically some company, some private
Financially
individual.
incentivized to enforce the ruling of the courts.
Yeah. That's what they're hired to do. By people.
And what happens when an enforcement agency gets to the point of borderline being a monopoly, which would happen relatively quick, right?
Impossible.
That's fallacious.
How so?
That is economically not true. In our hypothetical society in Ancap world, given that it would be a free market, there would be tons and tons of competition in any given area, or just generally speaking. And when you have such a high level of competition, the likelihood that a monopoly rises is nothing, or at least like near zero, right? If the idea is that like all these companies are going to consolidate because maybe one company is buying up all the others, or they're engaging in some other practice in an attempt to monopolize. People will cite the different practices. This simply isn't feasible given the amount of competition that would exist.
Fair enough. If I could just throw in one little thing there. Fine, a monopoly, you're right. It would probably be hard to establish that. But an oligopoly or some kind of consolidation of power surely would happen.
Incorrect.
Yeah, so to jump off
that would be impossible because there would be nothing stopping another company from coming in and undercutting their prices.
Hold on.
Okay, that's where we're jumping. Hold on. Now we've passed by where I was going. So if we want to come back to that later, let's do it. But we got really sucked into some semantics here. We don't have to use monopoly specifically as the economic literal term. We can use it colloquially. Now, what I'm saying is either individual
Are you talking about an oligopoly?
It doesn't. I'm talking about a group who has a large amount of power, and the rest of my prompt will elaborate on this. I'm saying that very quickly, a dominant power will emerge. However we want to structure that, whether we want to say that is influence or physical might, it's to the birds. I don't care, right? But we have a dominant power of some sort, right? What happens when they decide that they want to do something that is not appealing to the courts or some other verbiage of such?
They would get taken out by another competing private company. And also, all the people who are buying their services will move to another peaceful, more service because they don't want to be involved with a criminal organization.
Well, but at that point, they would be shareholders and would be obviously profiting off of the domineering nature of this larger corporation.
That's not how that works.
No?
We're not talking about shareholders. We're talking about subscribers.
Like consumers,
right,
you don't be
subscribers would simply have their prices dropped. It's the same math.
It wouldn't get if you're going to war. How are you going to lower your prices?
Because you're gaining resources through other means.
You have no. If you go to war, you have no choice but to raise the premiums, because in order to fund that war, you have to get that money from somewhere. And if you raise your premiums, that will incentivize people to leave and go to a more peaceful firm.
I mean, because you need a lot of money to go to war.
And you think that these corporations would have the sole income of their subscribers?
Yes. I mean, how else are they going to... They
could get...
I was just going to say that they're... nobody's restricting them to that. The thing is that if they're providing private security, they're going to make most of their money from people whom they're protecting.
I
mean, that's their job.
Here's what
presumably they would get most of their income from their revenue.
I think that I'm willing to hear this out. I'm not stating that this is my stone-faced ended position on it, but I don't feel like I've been swayed away from what I feel about most anarchical systems, which is that what will happen here in some course of time is that a dominant power will rise and establish some form of government.
In a free market, it's just much more harder to do so because there's nothing impeding a competition from coming in and competing. It's stopping that competitor.
On that, what I wanted to say earlier about the monopoly and the oligopoly, what I'm familiar with is the drugs. When you go to an area of a neighborhood, they section off the neighborhood between the cliques and the gangs and where they sell drugs and whatnot. If you are a new vendor and you want to get into the game, but you don't want to affiliate with either one of those drugs, and you want to offer drugs at a cheaper price, bringing the prices down, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna find
That's
you.
not a free market.
Yeah, but that's not a free market. It's illegal.
That's
The
not,
drugs
like-
are illegal.
Correct. That's the point. Yes.
Yeah, but we're
But
advocating
fair
as a
enough, you
free
can do-
market.
Fine. If you want to talk about, let's say, apples or something, you have
Hold
a
on.
community where there's two main vendors of apples. You want to come in as an independent third party at a cheaper price. You're going to affect the market price by that. They're not going to take kindly to that.
They wouldn't have. They wouldn't.
Dominant power.
They wouldn't have any illegal means of stopping you from coming in and competing with them.
That's what I'm saying with the multiple revenues of income. They do not need a legal means if they're the dominant military power.
It wouldn't be that there would be nothing that would be. It would be impossible for them to be the dominant because there would be competing private security agencies that would.
There would absolutely a dominant power would still emerge. That's just how everything
impossible.
works every
Hold
time.
on.
In a free market,
If
that's
this guy
impossible.
That sells the apples is a multi-millionaire dude. He's got more cash and resources at him than these.
Yeah, but he
security
can't stop
companies that
people
you're
from
talking
competing with him, right?
He absolutely can't. He can
How?
just come in and take it.
Oh, then it wouldn't be a free market. Then what you're talking about
Right,
is a
that's why we're
coercive
raising-
market. You're talking about a
Right,
coercive
correct.
market. We're talking about a free market. In a free market,
so here's-
what is? Hold on,
Yes.
stop. Without violence, right? How are you going to stop another person from competing with you if you're not able to use
how
violence?
do you get him to cooperate with nonviolence?
Different route
Profit?
completely.
'Cause it's in their-
I'm not
it's in
stating
their-
an issue within your system. I'm stating why your system will externally fail. Because
No,
a coercive market
you're not
is inherently
understanding
going to
that it's
have-
impossible in a free market. It's impossible for there to be a monopoly, and the reason why is because there's no way to stop them from competing.
There's no way to enforce me not stopping them if I'm the dominant power.
No, there is. There will be competing private security agencies that would keep the
I'm more
peace.
powerful than they are.
It's
'Cause I've
impossible.
formed corporations with other people.
You're more powerful than a private security agency.
I am the owner of a private security agency, and I've formed corporations with
But
other
then there
ones,
would
so
be
that's what
there
will
would be competition.
Of course, but there's always going to be competition. but
Okay,
there's
so
always
then
gonna
there
a
wouldn't be then you
general
wouldn't be a monopoly. Then
overbearing
you wouldn't be a
winner of that
monopoly.
competition.
I agree.
You're never-
That's why monopolies are impossible.
Right, but if the dominant power is still only 70% of market share, the rest of the breakup is not going to be the
You wouldn't
remaining
even be
30%. It's
in
going
a
to
free
be
market.
individual
You
free
wouldn't
pie.
even be 70%. You would be much less than that.
I think that this is just a difference of how world perspective. I don't think that that's going to ever happen. That's not how people work.
It could happen. It could happen if we change. If we get people to realize that taxation is a criminal. Is criminal. It's theft.
And besides, I don't think that last point was correct. That's 70% market share. If you have somebody that's putting in enough effort, more than anyone else, over enough time, they're going to have a considerable part of the market.
That's not true because if there's another,
I like the
all
argument,
the
but
other
it's not even
companies
gonna
can do,
work.
all the other companies can do is just copy what they're doing, and then boom, they can just and then undercut them.
This hinges on that key point, which is that we simply just need to convince everybody that taxation is theft and that the free market
Not
is the
everybody.
perfect system.
We just need to convince enough people to make a difference, and that's also true
Right.
of every ideology.
We just need to convince enough people that it becomes true. However we want to verbalize that.
It's not that
What
it
I'm
becomes
saying-
true. I didn't. When did I say that? I didn't say that.
becomes
Now
true,
you're
what does that
purposely
mean?
misrepresenting what I'm saying.
We're getting lost in semantics here. I'm not disagreeing with. I'm not strawmanning you. I'm saying
you
that
are.
that is a semantic point. It doesn't matter to me whether it's all or just enough people to make a difference. That's irrelevant to me. I don't care.
Isn't that true
I'm
of
not saying
every
that you don't
ideology,
have
though?
that.
That's true
I
of
mean,
every
whether it's
ideology.
all people or some
getting
people
hung up on
makes a big difference.
What's the larger point there?
My point is that even in the ideologies that are winning now, we still haven't changed human nature that causes those sort of issues to arrive, which would
We're not
destroy
talking
the
about
system.
changing human nature.
Well, you're talking
That's
about
what I'm.
convincing
That's what I'm describing your claim as.
Is convincing somebody of
Obviously, you don't
something
agree with
changing their nature?
No, fair enough,
Convincing
fair
the
enough, fair enough.
population to act in such a way where taxation is theft is bad? Yes.
No, that's not true. You don't need to.
Why do you think organizations
people are
act as
perfectly
associations?
people are perfectly capable of not robbing each other.
No, they're not.
We're
Yes,
trying
they
to
are.
set up a system. Okay, this is like,
People don't rob each other every day.
Every place
Right,
you
and
go,
people
there's
do rob
that.
each other every day as well. We can play
Most
this game.
people
That
don't
doesn't mean
rob
anything.
people.
Most people don't, but there is theft.
It's a
everywhere you
minority.
go.
There is
Okay,
a
but-
very small minority that is hyper successful with that as well.
Yeah, but all we need to
100%.
do is we
agree
need
with
to convince enough people to make the difference so that small minority doesn't matter. If
In
every
what
like
system
you
has
hold
that
on, let me
theory
ask you a
worked?
very question. Right, let me just make this point to you very simply. If tomorrow everybody in the if enough people in the United States wanted Donald Trump out of office tomorrow, he would be out of office.
Sure.
Okay. So if we convinced enough people to get Donald Trump out of office, he would be out of office. Like, he would be
Yeah,
removed.
probably.
Okay? It's the same thing with our ideology. If we convince enough people to make that taxation is theft to make a difference, we could make a difference. It is possible.
That's like me saying that if I could convince everybody that socialism is the perfect route, that I can convince everybody.
Yeah, but
that
socialism
this is
doesn't work.
Let me finish. Well, obviously, you can't say that because that's what I'm saying about your ideology. So let me finish. What I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
is that
capitalism
that's
does
the
work.
core failure of all of these ideas is just that, well, if we just convince them to do this thing, they'll do this thing. Right, but they're not going to.
Hold on, but
They
you're
are-
under.
the
Hold
only
on,
reason
no.
capitalism works is because it plays on
That's
those
not what I'm
themes.
saying. I'm saying that the difference between capitalism and socialism is that socialism requires you to change how human beings their nature, whereas capitalism doesn't require you to change your nature. It goes alongside with human nature because human beings are more are self they're more often care about themselves than they care about others, and that is a core tenet of capitalism. So it goes with nature. All we're doing is just expanding that to the functions of the state.
Right.
So
and
that's
what
why
I'm saying is
socialism
that-
doesn't work. That whereas capitalism does work everywhere it's tried.
Right, and capitalism would be hyper successful, but your anarchical system would not.
I mean, you're just asserting that, but you don't have any arguments.
I mean, very clear. I'm saying that the same reason that capitalism succeeds is the reason that your system would fail, because individuals would rise to the top and decide that they want
capitalism.
more. Right?
We're Ancaps.
Did you hear what I just said?
You said that our system would not succeed, even though we support but even though capitalism
that
is
is not what I
successful.
I said that for the same reason that capitalism succeeds, your system will fail because
Which is
individuals
capitalism.
will. Let me finish, please. Because individuals will rise to the top and decide that they want more. And that more is not in line with the system that you have laid out.
That's not true.
Go on.
If there's competition in the market for private security and insurance, it's much more harder for somebody to do that than it would be under a status system.
Sure, it's much more harder. It still happens.
In any competitive
No, not really.
enterprise that you can think of, anything, it always ends up with the Pareto distribution where you have the top 1% making.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
That's not necessarily true.
50% of the spoils. It
That
is
is
true.
That's not true.
It applies. No, it
Look at the way the sports
In the
applies
free
not only
market,
to human dealings, but it also applies to the physical world as well.
it's not true. In the free market, what you
applies
see
to
is that
solar
when you
system
have
and the way that we produce scientific
hold on, when you
results.
allow for competition, when you allow for competition in the market, large corporations tend to dissolve into smaller businesses. That's just a fact.
What ends up happening is that if the four of us here open up bakeries where we make bread and sell bread to people and stuff, over time, over years, some of us are going to have some sort of edge on the other three where we're going to get slightly more of a market share, a little bit more. And if you give that enough time, that extra will compound.
That's assuming that there's no way that it's impossible for another company to come up with a better idea than you to also compete with you.
What
What he's saying is that failure
that
and
happens all the
success
time.
are both exponential concepts.
If you gain market share in a free market, presumably, if you were actually just providing people with goods and services they actually want, they voluntarily buy. That is a good thing. If you gain market share from that, that is a good thing, right? That's not bad. And if
Also, if you gain market
will
share-
eventually come in,
but it might lead to me having a disproportionate amount of the market share in the
Yeah, but if
future. I
once
might
you
be
gain
that
market share,
you will not be at the top forever.
yeah, once you
It's
gain
not
market
forever,
share,
it's not
hold
forever,
on,
but I will
hold
be
on,
able
I'll
to-
explain
but
what
that's not
happens.
eventually.
Once you gain market share in the market, people realize that, oh my God, what this guy's doing is really good and start to making money. what they'll do is they'll implement what you're doing into their companies and figure out ways to make it more successful.
Assuming they can. If we're making
Eventually.
instead of bread,
They
let's
do
say
it
if
all
we're
the
making
time.
pizzas,
Companies do it all the time.
If we're making
Right,
pizzas,
100%.
let's say, if I have a secret ingredient or something that no one knows, some sort of
Right,
moat
lost
that
it.
protects my business, it's going to
We
be
don't believe in
hard for people
intellectual property.
But
right,
hold
but
on.
if I have a secret
Okay.
recipe for something that I don't share, it means I have an advantage that people can't
I
overcome.
think we're getting lost here. I don't think this is relevant to the point we're going
They
after.
could just buy your product and then just try to make a
But
replica.
I'd have to be willing to sell it.
Getting lost in, we're getting lost in the.
Then you would lose. Then you would lose because then you would make
How?
money because you wouldn't
Same
make money.
hold on.
If I'm the inventor of Coca-Cola and it's a great soft drink, and everyone else was just trying to invent something to compete with me, and they can't.
If that was true, then Coca-Cola would be the only one selling Coke, but that's not
It's
true.
not the only one, but they have the greatest brand in the world.
Yeah, but you don't have to buy
Nobody
Coca-Cola.
competes.
You could buy tons. Wait. There's tons of companies that compete with Coca-Cola. What are you talking about?
Not meaningfully.
You
Not
never
on the
heard of
same
RC
level.
Cola? You never heard of Pepsi? You never heard of
They almost don't
you know, there.
exist. They have like 3 or 5%.
You do realize there are generic
Coca-Cola's
tons of
overwhelming.
generic brands of Coca-Cola.
and they don't have considerable market share.
It doesn't matter. You could still
It
buy
does-
it.
yes,
You
that-
could still
that's
buy
the
another
point, is that
company.
Coca-Cola has more than 50% of the market share very easily.
No, it
Then
doesn't.
they're not a
Yeah,
monopoly.
you do.
Yes, it does.
They're not
It
a
has around
monopoly.
I know a monopoly would be
Coca-Cola has
100%.
around
They don't have
40%.
100%. They are giants. If you and I were to work in the garage right now and come up with a new Coca-Cola or something, we can't compete with them.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you
They
can.
have- they have a
And they
larger
do.
brand than us. They have
You
better
can and they do.
advertisement than us. They have a better formula
Hold
than
on.
us.
The government will
You
make
can
it
and
harder.
they do.
But it can. The
If
government will make
we
it
can
harder.
just pause just for half a second, please.
Go ahead.
We're getting lost in technical arguments, neither of which support the core thing you're going after. Because you're getting
Anyways, I'm
lost-
gonna go anyways because I'm getting really, really fucking tired. So
No, I understand. It's late here.
honestly, so it was nice talking to you guys. So I mean, if you want, we could talk another time. So I'll see y'all later.
All right.
I'm good.
All right.
Have